Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, Emefiele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. Wanna sing along. Holy, 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 holy. It's another Savior. Gonna sing along. Holy, 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 holy. Our Savior. It's another Savior. Wanna sing along. Holy, 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 holy. It's another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 holy. It's another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and getting moving fast. Yeah, for freedom. It's another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 holy. Nandekana. It's another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, Emefiele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, one name. I always have to adjust my position anytime the music just stops abruptly, and it always catches me off guard. Even though I've been doing this for God knows how long, that music stops abruptly and it always catches me off guard. So yeah, a good day to you, my friends. Good to have you here again. Another day, another dollar, as they say. Yes, another day, another dollar, as they say. Another day, another woman. When tomorrow's session should really be the same. So welcome, one and all. we go again. But this time around, the news cycle, they've been somewhat slow. There was not much in the headline, but we'll find something to wrap the session around. And we'll be wrapping the session around a lot of Peter Obi's appearance on the Rise TV. So we'll be going through that clip to see what it brings us. So we'll be going through that clip to see what he had to say, how he deviated from norm, is it consistent with how he's positioning, and how confident is he sounding. So all of that in play. Peter Obi backs Buhari government, central bank on Naira redesign amidst life-threatening hardship suffering by Nigerians. So that's the headline. That's from Saga reporters, of course, the vehicle of one of the presidential candidates. So, of course, any opportunity to weigh against Peter Obi, they seize on that. 2023 election, again, Peter Obi outclasses Tinubu Atiku in new nationwide poll. So a lot of people often dismiss a lot of these polls that is being circled round and recycled. But really, in all of the polls that we have had so far, Peter Obi has consistently been in the lead. But what is there to read into that is really where the question is. I have a graining sort of I have an image of it, but it's not very clear. But the ultimate thing is that Peter Obi is still in the lead. Quite how that is so, it's a mystery to me. But because none of the permutations actually suggest that. I don't know where they're doing this polling is more the case. If they are doing the polling in urban centers and interviewing all of these yuppies, then of course they will always get the same result. So how expansive and how extensive is that polling? Did they go to Gombe? All of the places that we discuss endlessly on this platform, did they go to Gombe? Did they go to Jigawa? Did they go to Borno? Did they go to Oyo-Alafin? You know, where were these polls done that tells you that Peter Obi is in the lead? Because none of the permutations suggest that is anything near. But there it is. There it is. It will probably be one of those usual suspects, Obi acolyte. 2023 election, again, Peter Obi outclasses Tinubu Atiku in nationwide poll. So quite what that poll is and how much credence we're giving to it, all of that up for discussion. New Naira, Obi begs Nigeria to bear with CBN. So we might not read a lot of this out because we'll be following through the video clip of Peter Obi's appearance on Arise TV. So we may just capture all of that in that interaction. It's a an hour long video. So we watch that together and then we'll see what we pick out of what Peter Obi has to say. Certainly reactions coming against what he has said. Showore tackles Peter Obi for backing CBN on Naira redesign. So Showore tackles, it must be a misstep or a misspeak. It has to be a misstep or a misspeak for Peter Obi to back this government policy that is weighing so heavily upon the Nigerian person. So quite what justifies that? Hopefully he'll tell us. So there it is. And then, of course, we go on to the video clip on the Rise TV and we walk our way through that. So we walk our way through that. It's about half an hour long. Hopefully, we won't have to torment through the whole of it. We'll just get to the salient bits and then we abandon it once we've established what it has to say. So there it is. A rich and diverse menu always is the case. A short but sweet. So there it is. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finished reading out the body of the talking point, I'll let you onto the screen and the conversation ensues. So it's nothing more complex than that. Nothing more complex than that. And if you feel inclined towards donating towards the platform, there are two opportunities for you to do that. At the bottom of the comment section, there's a $sign in a rectangle. Is that a rectangle? Well, you know what a $sign looks like. So at the bottom of the comment section, there's a $sign that you can use to donate towards the platform. But the preferred portal of the platform is the buy the coffee thing. So the hyperlink are highlighted on the screen. Buy your host cups of coffee. So if you click on that, it's a simple 3-step process, and you can go wild once you've done that. So go there and go wild. So click on like as a matter of must. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. So those two are compulsory. You must, as a matter of must, do those. And then at your discretion, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to have the conversation. And then, of course, if you feel inclined towards donating towards the platform, the link that says buy your host cups of coffee. So there it is. As you set about doing all those, let me have another micro musical intermission, and then we dive straight into it. But first, the guides.
Water, only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido, Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. I'm not sure that there's a prayer more important than that. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Ikuko Niru Agweshe, I've happened upon 2 more stories just in the course of that music. So let's speed through it and then we kick it off. Emefiele deceived President Buhari to approve Naira redesign. This is OSHIOMOLE, the short little man from Edo State. Adams OSHIOMOLE, a chieftain of the All Progressive Congress APC, has claimed that President Muhammad Buhari was deceived into approving the Naira redesign policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. While speaking on a political program on Channels Television on Sunday night, OSHIOMOLE, a senatorial candidate on the platform of the APC, claimed that the governor of the central bank, CBN, Godwin Emefiele, took advantage of President Buhari's zero tolerance for corruption to convince him to approve the policy. OSHIOMOLE, who was reacting to Governor Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State's comment on forces working against the APC in the forthcoming general elections, said the policy was designed to truncate the general election slated for February and March 2023. He said, our CBN Naira redesign policy is senseless. CBN deceived Buhari and the intention behind it was to stop the election. So just to pause it there for a moment, a lot of what we're seeing is the circle wagoning around Emefiele. I'm not sure if you've ever watched a wildlife documentary. If you have ever watched a wildlife documentary, when the big cats are going after a herd, they charge at the herd and then they isolate a weak one as the herd runs for safety, and then they circle around that and then they take it. So this is a circling round now and soon to be the feasting on the carcass of Emefiele. Let's take it from a paragraph up. OSHIOMOLE was reacting to OSHIOMOLE was reacting to Governor Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State comment on forces working against the APC in the forthcoming general election, said the policy was designed to truncate the general election slated for February and March 2023. He said, CBN's Naira redesign policy is senseless. CBN deceived Buhari, and the intention behind it was to stop the elections. Having worked as chairman of APC, which enabled me to work directly with the president, I know the trick that CBN played. We have a president who has told the world that if Nigeria does not kill corruption, corruption will kill Nigeria. So I can guess that in obtaining the approval that the president said he gave, I believe the CBN deceived the president by amplifying the need to have a corruption-free electioneering, as if election is the only project which the president has responsibility for. I am shocked that the CBN would pursue this senseless policy. It is not about the idea of changing the currency. This governor has broken no new ground because we have changed currency before, and I dare him to check the records. When Buhari changed the colors of the Naira, when Buhari changed the color of the colors of the Naira, when he did in his first coming as the military head of state, he did not forbid the banks from paying people in the new notes. He did not impose restrictions as to how much you can withdraw, provided it is your lawful money. To assume that every Nigerian is corrupt and that this policy is meant to check corruption, the CBN is not part of institutions charged with the responsibility of ensuring free, fair, and credible election. Governor El-Rufai on Thursday said he will expose elements in the presidential villa who are working against the presidential candidate of the APC, Bola Tinubu, and want him to lose the 25th of February election. El-Rufai alleged that the currency swap introduced by the CBN was meant to incite voters against the APC and was orchestrated by forces who are bent on ensuring that the APC presidential candidate loses the election. El-Rufai said the unnamed people hiding behind President Buhari are pursuing their interest by inciting the voters against the APC through the currency swap. OSHIOMOLE re-echoed El-Rufai's claims, stressing that the Naira redesign was not meant to stop abuse, as claimed by the CBN governor, but to truncate the electoral processes. The former APC national chairman said, I think what El-Rufai is saying is when you have a pocket of riots and protests here and there, you may end up with the situation where you are unable to conduct the election. The CBN had announced the new Naira note policy on the 26th of October 2022 and initially gave the 31st of January as the deadline for the use of the old note, but later extended to February the 10th. So what this is telling us essentially is that this is the abandonment of Emefiele, but of course, no sympathy for Emefiele from anyone, of course. But what you are seeing, this is scapegoating, what you are seeing. So this is the abandonment of Emefiele as they feast him to the wolves. So Emefiele feasted to the wolves. This is what they're saying. But El-Rufai came out. He hinted in that direction. OSHIOMOLE is rolled out. He hammers down more. Buhari, he came out to tell us that he approved that he approved the policy. So by telling us he approved the policy, he's telling us that he did not initiate the policy. So you are now seeing Emefiele somewhat being isolated now on this policy. So the wagons circle around the CBN governor, but no sympathy from anyone, of course. Peter Obi backs Buhari government central bank on Naira redesign amidst life-threatening hardship suffering by Nigerians over scarcity. So I'm not going to read. Okay, I could read this one because it's not a long read. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP in the forthcoming general elections, Peter Obi, has expressed his support for the Naira redesign exercise carried out by the Central Bank of Nigeria with the support of President Buhari. Obi's expression of support for the 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira note redesign came on Sunday amidst nationwide groaning by Nigerians over excruciating pain and life-threatening difficulties caused by the persisting scarcity of the new Naira notes across the country. Despite the final deadline for the legality of the old notes are coming in less than a week, Nigerians across the country are angry that the Naira note scarcity has led to the closure of many businesses, whilst many people and students have not been able to go to school in days as they have no money for transportation because commercial banks have refused to issue money to their customers, claiming that they do not have enough to give out. But while out of frustration caused by the Naira note scarcity, many Nigerians have condemned the Nigerian government's cashless policy. Obi on Sunday morning called on Nigerians to bear with the government and understand that the policy, let's take that again. But while out of frustration caused by the Naira note scarcity, many Nigerians have condemned the Nigerian government's cashless policy. Obi on Sunday morning called on Nigerians to bear with the government and understand that currency redesign and its attendant inconveniences are not peculiar to Nigeria. So put up and shut up, live with it. Don't be crybabies, essentially. This guy, I don't know, man. This must be some high-level thinking at play here, or otherwise rank stupidity. Reacting to the ongoing groaning of Nigerians on his Twitter page, the former Anambra State governor said, "The currency redesign is not peculiar to Nigeria. It is an exercise that comes with many inconvenience and pain, but it has significant long-term economic and social benefits. Even though there are improvements that can be made, I urge Nigerians to bear with the CBN and the federal government with the hope that the general populace and Nigeria will harvest the gains that will come with the reforms." I can see what Obi is playing to here. Because he sees this Naira squeeze as an attack on money politics. And if you add that onto the military movements sweeping up the thugs in Lagos, he's reading the smoke signals as indications of favor towards him or favors towards him. So he's reading and deeming this Naira squeeze. So people are saying that Tinubu was very selfish in his outburst in Abeokuta, saying that the Naira scarcity and fuel scarcity was an attack on his campaign. But what is more selfish now? Because what Peter Obi is saying now, that the suffering and pains, life-threatening, this headline tells us that Nigerians are growing to excruciating. Students can't go to school, grandmas can't shop for food, all of that, people dying everywhere, breaking into banks to try and retrieve their money. All of that, Peter Obi is saying is okay because he feels it favors him so that there won't be monies to influence the election. So that's selfish on his side, as it's equally selfish on Tinubu's side. Reacting to the ongoing groanings of Nigerians on his Twitter page, the former Anambra State governor said, "The currency redesign is not peculiar to Nigeria. It is an exercise that comes with some inconvenience and pain, but it has significant long-term economic and social benefits. Even though there are improvements that can be made, I urge Nigerians to bear with the CBN and the federal government with the hope that the general populace and Nigeria will harvest the gains that will come with the reforms. We equally implore the CBN and banks to expedite efforts to make the new currency available to small depositors and the unbanked in order to reduce the pain of my fellow Nigerians, especially the underprivileged and those living far away from banks in the rural areas. So there it is right there. And there it is right there. If you've ever wondered how ruthless politics is, this is human sacrifice politics that Peter Obi is playing right there. That right there by Peter Obi is human sacrifice politics. And there it is. But it's a man of the people who, I am a banker, I am a trader, I am a simple. This is human sacrifice politics by the Anambra guy. Naira note, conducting credible elections, not CBN's responsibility, OSHIOMOLE. So I think that's already captured in a previous reader. So a former chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Adams OSHIOMOLE, has said that the Central Bank of Nigeria does not have any business with elections. Let's do that again. A former chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Adams OSHIOMOLE, has said that the Central Bank of Nigeria does not have any business with how elections are conducted in the country. OSHIOMOLE said there was no section of the CBN Act that empowers the Apex Bank to oversee the conduct of free and fair elections, adding that the Naira redesign policy purported by the CBN to curb corruption and vote buying during the 2023 elections was senseless. The former governor of Edo State stated this on Sunday whilst fielding questions on Channels televisions at the 2023 verdict monitored by correspondents. OSHIOMOLE, who said change of currency was not a new phenomenon, faulted the CBN's approach in undertaking the Naira redesign currency. There was no consultation, not even within the government. At least the Minister of Finance cried out, and she warned that there could be economic consequences arising from this decision. So let's just pause there for a moment. The Minister of Finance did indeed cry out, and we recall that, of course, and that was months ago then, of course, and a lot of people were mocking her that she was sideswiped because she was untrustworthy, and then she should know her place. But what she was alarming to is what is playing out now. There was no consultation, not even within the government. At least the Minister of Finance cried out, and she warned there could be economic consequences arising from this decision. He added that it was not enough to claim to have acted within the law or have the legal powers to do certain things. But we are taught in basic leadership that whoever has power should pray for wisdom. And with wisdom, you will recognize that with a population of 200 million people, you can't change policy overnight like you change from generator to NEPA and vice versa. This guy, he has a peculiar way with language, doesn't he? I think it's an Edo thing. They're very peculiar with language over there. Is that waffy thing, isn't it? Is that waffy thing? Yeah, Flashman Kind, good to see you. But even worse is that you want me to change my old clothes by fire, by force. I am willing to do so. You told me to remove. So it goes on some whatever it is. But essentially, it's just really highlighting that it's not within the purview of the CBN to be. It's not Central Bank of Nigeria's job to guarantee fair and fair election. They have no say at all. They are a monetary policy space to protect and defend the Naira and its value, and their job stops there. The election has nothing to do with the CBN, and that is what Emefiele, that is what OSHIOMOLE is highlighting. 2023 elections. Again, Peter Obi outclasses Tinubu Atiku in new nationwide poll. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has announced. Let's do that again. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has once again eclipsed his counterpart, Bola Tinubu of the APC and Atiku Abubakar of the PDP in the latest election poll organized by Nextia SPD, an African-based international development consulting firm. According to a tweet cited by correspondent on the official page of the Labour Party on Sunday, February the 5th, Obi racked up a total of 37% on the poll and was closely followed by PDP with 27% and APC with 24%. So it brings it to us. Breaking, Obi sweeps the South, makes impressive gains in the North, emerging as the most popular choice for president, according to the latest Next Year poll. Now, this latest development means Obi is highly favored to win the presidential elections 20 days away from today, despite being labeled as the underdog of the presidential poll. And Next Year SPD released its first poll on in November 2022, and the Labour Party presidential candidate emerged as the most preferred. In reaction to this development, the Peter Obi Presidential Campaign Organization, in a statement, said, "It is wonderful to note that the findings of next year's second poll for the 2023 general elections suggest that the message of hope of our presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, is resonating strongly with the Nigerian people. It demonstrates that the efforts of Nigerians from across the nation to take back their country and reshape its character and fortune to benefit all Nigerians are bearing fruit. We are delighted that His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi, who is seen as the burden bearer and hope for true change in Nigeria, has the greatest net favorability rating amongst the leading presidential contender." So I'm not quite sure what they mean by net favorability. So is it net as in gross net or internet, Because you have to factor that in these days. We are delighted that His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi, who is seen as the burden bearer and hope for true change in Nigeria, has the greatest net favorability rating amongst the leading presidential candidates. With less than 3 weeks to the presidential polls, Peter Obi will have a difficult hurdle to contend with, as he will be doing battle with political juggernauts like Tinubu and Atiku Abubakar. However, many political pundits have tipped Obi to become the next presidential candidate, the next president, I should say, if the voter turnout is massive, as predicted by electoral experts. So Peter Obi leads Atiku Tinubu in latest online poll ahead of 2023 elections. Meanwhile, Peter Obi, Labour Party presidential candidate, has won another. Is this the same one still? Let's just read it. Meanwhile, Peter Obi, Labour Party presidential candidate, has won another independent research poll of the 2023 elections. Obi, a former governor of Anambra State, came out tops in the latest poll conducted by Nigerians Decide. So this is a different poll then. So the first one was Next Year, which tells us Peter Obi takes the victory. And then this latest one now is Nigerians Decide, which still insists that Peter Obi takes the victory. So maybe we've all miscalculated and Peter Obi is going to be your president. The Labour Party presidential candidate has the backing of millions of Nigerian youths ahead of the elections. So there it is. All right. I just saw a story. Let me just bring it to you. The headline caught my eye, so let me just bring it to you. 2023 poll, ex-lawmaker Shehu Sani gives hint on identity of Aso Rock's cabals. Senator Shehu Sani has once again given his opinion about the corridors of power Aso Rock in a very cryptic social media post. The ex-lawmaker took to his official Twitter handle to question why it was difficult for politicians at the helms of affairs to mention the names of the cabals at the State House. The cabals are so powerful that nobody has the courage to mention their names. I don't know if my brother Femi Adesina is in Division 2 cabal. So The term cabal has become a regular phrase in Nigeria's politics, as many believe these unseen set of individuals control the corridors of power and even make decisions for the presidency. Most recently, Governor Nasir El-Rufai accused the cabal of plotting to sabotage the presidential bid of Bola Tinubu, the bannerman for the ruling APC. He stated that presidential aspirants who were aggrieved because they lost to the former Lagos State governor at the primary election were behind the advent of crisis surrounding the party and the presidential campaign of Tinubu. Similarly, Femi Fani-Kayode, a chieftain of the APC, also concurred with the submissions that some forces were behind the scarcity of the Naira and ongoing crisis in APC. So a lot of hints, but no names. So name the names of this cabal, so at least we know who we're contending with. We're at that phase now of the elections that you have to name names. Showore tackles Peter Obi for backing CBN in Naira redesign. So very predictable, I suspect this will be. The African Action Congress AAC presidential candidate Omoyele Showore on Sunday slammed his Labour Party counterpart, Peter Obi, for supporting the redesign of the Naira notes by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. Obi had, in a series of tweets on Sunday, begged Nigerians to endure the policy, saying it will benefit them in the long term. The former Anambra State governor, however, appealed to the Apex Bank to make the new notes available to Nigerians, especially those in the rural areas. Showore, who reacted to the remark on his Twitter handle, said the Labour Party candidate was in the presidential race to distract Nigerians from true liberation. The activist likened Obi to his counterparts in the All Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu, and PDP, Atiku Abubakar. Showore wrote, "This is what we keep telling Nigerians about Peter Obi. This is the candidate owners of Nigeria, presented to distract Nigerians from true liberation so that they can remain in the shackles of oppression and perpetual bondage. At the end, he is the same as his mentors." So a lot wrapped into what Showore said, of course, because we've heard severally and copiously what's his name, that Peter Obi essentially a Tinubu project, not a Tinubu and Obasanjo project. And there's a lot of that, a lot of the senior politics that wrapped around him somewhat, all these names that wrap around him. If I lose this election, I will regard it as my faith and accept it in good faith. So that's Atiku Abubakar, by the way, telling us tales of the morning after the night before. So he's prepping for however it goes. But don't read consolation into this, by the way. He's just saying that in the unlikely event, as he will have it, that he doesn't win, he's not going to make a mess of it. If I lose this election, I will regard it as my faith and accept in good faith the Luther from Adamawa, Atiku Abubakar. Presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, has made it clear that if he loses the February 25th presidential election in Nigeria, he will regard it as his faith and accept the results in good faith. Answering questions on the Arise program today, Friday the 5th, Atiku said he has put his all into the contest, so much that he is not expecting a failure, but a resounding victory that will make him become the president of Nigeria in the next 4 years. So that should be for the next 4 years. Atiku said that he had been determined to become president of Nigeria to give him an opportunity to make Nigeria a better country for his children and future generations. I have many of my children schooling both in Nigeria and overseas, and my thinking is that if the country goes on like this, such children of mine will find it impossible to come home and serve their fatherland. There are similar other children and youths across the country that are living in despair. We cannot continue like this. The PDP flag bearer looked at the presidential candidate. The PDP flag bearer looked at the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and concluded he would not go anywhere because he doesn't have any structure anywhere in Nigeria, which is very essential to win a presidential contest. But I think Atiku Abubakar may be mistaken. All you need to win presidential elections in Nigeria is opinion polls and noise making. That's all the requirement is: opinion polls and noise making. It doesn't have a single governor, no senator, no House of Rep members, no local government. But it will win, of course, according to the opinion polls. The people are the structure. It doesn't have a single governor, no senator, no House of Representative members, no local government chairman. Yet he and his supporters are hoping that he will win the 2023 presidential election. That is, and listen to this. This is a direct quote. That is an impossible dream. It is wild, isn't it? I mean, when you know, it's a case that somebody is missing something here. Somebody is missing something here. It's either these people that are so fervent that Obi will win this election, they are missing quite a lot of things. Or you that feel that Obi doesn't stand a chance in hell, you are missing something. But when you look at what Atiku just said, leave Atiku aside for a moment and listen to what he has said. When you look at this, you scratch your head in wonderment as to how anybody imagines Obi will win an election. He doesn't have a single senator, he doesn't have a single governor, no senator, no House of Representative members, no local government chairman. Yet he and his supporters are hoping that he will win the 2023 presidential elections. That is an impossible dream. Of course, Peter Obi has started well and needs to be patient. Plan ahead for the future. You cannot start an effort from the top. So there is Atiku then. Words of cold words of facts to the but I suspect, of course, very quickly they are already in the social media spaces raining abuse as we know them for. So here they are, your panel. So we've got Eze joining us. We've got Thomas joining us. We've got War Peace joining us. We've got Ajane Koko joining us. We've got Des joining us. We've got Michael joining us, and Eze joins us. So good to have you, gentlemen. So since you have your mic on already, let's go with you first, Mike. So to you first, Mike. Then, what are you then making of the words of Abubakar that is an impossible? Firstly, what did they make of the list that Atiku just rolled out? No senator, no House of Reps, no councillor, no nothing, but the belief that Obi is going to be president. How does that square up?
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. One Man from Australia. Good morning.
Another Australian. My goodness me, that's the second one.
Good morning, the platform. To me, I will support Atiku with everything he rolled out concerning Peter Obi, because I'm finding it very difficult if you don't have these people that you will be able to win an election. Because on that particular day of the election, definitely, let me even give him say 70%. 70%, if they are voting for the president, they will vote. If they are voting for senator, House of Rep, they will vote in one direction. So it will be very difficult for him to garner votes when he does not have senator, House of Rep member. So I really find it very difficult how he's going to get those permutations, those pools are making. Honestly, I'm really worried for him.
You say you are worried for him, but where do you see the confidence coming from in that space? Because a lot of people have, by whatever strange reason, managed to convince themselves that he's going to be president. What do you think they are vesting their confidence on?
To me, one thing is for people to be saying the people are angry, the people are this, but on the field, it is a different ball game entirely. It's a different ball game because, like this election, some of the people who are going to vote, they are mostly, let me say, they are old people. And with this structure, when they meet those old people, they will tell them, this is who we are voting for. And when they go there, those old people, they won't differentiate between, once they get there, they will just go there. If they are voting for PDP, they vote PDP. If they are voting APC, they vote APC. If they are voting Labour, they vote Labour all the way. So I really find it, I'm a little bit worried how it's going to be happening. Honestly.
All right, Brother. Let me take you to the CPN space. OSHIOMOLE insisting that Peter Obi, not Peter Obi, but Buhari was badly informed, and it is that Emefiele is essentially using this policy to try and truncate the elections, and it's not his position to be doing policies to ensure free and fair election. So what are you then making then of the space highlighting Emefiele as the person that is responsible for this, giving Buhari bad advice?
For me, when Emefiele's ambition, when he failed in his bid to contest as a president, I raised the concern with one of my friends in US. My concern then was, why is it that PDP are not complaining about Emefiele? Because number one, sensitive materials are being kept in CBN. So if sensitive materials are being kept in CBN, now Emefiele have interest. So if they are not complaining about Emefiele for his removal, then Emefiele will be working for them. So at the end of the day, everything that is playing out is not a surprise to me.
How do you see it playing out, though? How do you think this will land? How do you think what is playing out, the Naira squeeze, especially the oil squeeze, are added to that? How do you think it will play out? Do you think it will play all the way through the election with the people voting in anger?
Currently, with Obi's statement, I think it will go against Obi, because with his recent statement, it doesn't show that he has the interest of the masses. He is just going for anything that will favor him. He's not weighing the consequences. So far, this thing favors me. It will just go with the flow.
Why do you think he has made that decision to because this is a contrarian move? He's going against the grain and what seems to be the popular will of the people. So why do you think he's gone against what pains the people to back the government? Why do you think he's doing what he's doing?
Because he thinks that when the situation carries on, the people will vote against the current government. That's just a simple reason.
And do you imagine that he will be a beneficiary of that? Do you think a vote against the current government will be a vote for Peter Obi?
I don't think it's going to be a benefit to him, but people always hope that it will benefit him, but it's not going to benefit him at all.
All right. Let me take you to Showere's reaction. So Showere's reaction somewhat critical of Peter Obi. So is Peter Obi now been isolated because he aligns with the commentaries by Atiku Abubakar, who also backs the government. So is Peter Obi, is Showere rather isolating him to those commentaries to then punish him in the future?
I think definitely that is what is gonna play. That is what's gonna play out. That's what it's gonna play. But definitely with this OB comments, it goes to show that everybody will now realize that Labour Party is a PDP subsidiary. So there is no two ways. There is no two ways about it.
All right. Thank you, Michael. So thank you, Michael. Let's take the conversation on and move it to Patrick and bring Patrick up. So Patrick, you're up next. So Patrick, are you surprised by Peter Obi coming out in the manner that he has done? Because the whole of the Peter Obi narrative is a man of the people narrative, and this completely anti-people stance. But what is the calculation there for him to adopt this stance? Patrick, what's going on? Are you there, Patrick? All right. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Let's take that. Are you there, Patrick? All right. Let's take that conversation to Thomas. So Thomas dipping in and out. So Thomas, you have a fellow Australian up on the screen. I think this is the first time ever we've had two Australians on the screen. But Thomas, what I was putting to Patrick, but his system was not cutting through, that Peter Obi had positioned himself all the way through this cycle as a man of the people. But this very much an anti-people stance that he has adopted, backing the central bank and the Buhari administration in this Naira policy that is vesting so much pain on the people. What do you think the calculation is then to land him on this stance that he has taken?
Thank you, woman. Good morning from Australia. It's been a good meeting you guys today again. Thank God for life. You know the brouhaha that is going on online. You know Peter Obi will rightly follow his followers, which is the obedience. All they are thinking. If you could remember the two sections that we have, I said, why is they are only basing their assertion on vote buying? It's because of vote buying. Because of vote buying. I said it. Are people not thinking of people living, people not dying before the day of election? It's only people that is alive that can even vote at the day of election. So, Wama is being tough for everybody. A friend of mine coming from Nigeria, it's been 1 week. He's a fashion designer. He can't even go to work. There's no money to even get transport to work. His kids, 2 kids, they are at home. They can't even go to work. They can't go to school because of this problem going on in the country. So if Peter Obi is backing, his followership, it's good for him. But
Peter Obi is in Nigeria, so he's having first-hand experience of what is going on, more so than you and I. So we can feel the temperature of the people, and he knows that the people are against this policy, but he adopts this policy as a political stance. Are you anticipating that his calculation is that this policy favors him somewhat? And if he's doing the calculation based on this policy favors him, does that then remove from that toga of a man of the people that he has been riding all over the electoral campaign?
Well, it remove it totally, 100%. Because if you are a man of the people, you should go with the people, not even with the Emefiele or his shenanigans is going on. It's really man of the people. But you know, the rhetoric on ground on social media is because Tinubu doesn't have money to buy votes. That's why Tinubu is lamenting. So it's following the people, but it's not following the masses. It's following the obedience. You know their space. So everything they they talk about is about bad vote. I nearly fought the other day that why are we just talking about vote buying? People are suffering. But Peter Obi is not in that category. He's a billionaire. He's even richer than Bill Clinton, as he likely told us. So he has the money. He has the cash. He doesn't care about people suffering. So that is his own politics. I think that is what he thinks that can win him the election, because the other parties, the PDP and the APC that normally buy votes, they will not see money to buy votes. So outrightly is going to win him the election. And the suffering in the nation as well can push Nigerians to vote against APC. You can't take that away. But you know my assertion. You know what I have my assertion. I hold this firmly. Peter Obi will not be your president in Nigeria. APC or PDP will still be the president. So he should continue doing what he's doing. Maybe you think that's what is going to gain him the election.
You say Peter Obi is not going to be the next president, but that is not according to what all of the pollings have been telling us. So they've done another polling by next year, which again, you laugh, and I too, I join you in that laughter. But a lot of these pollings are telling us that Peter Obi, he maintains that popularity that all of the pollings have been telling us that he has. So if he doesn't win the election, all of these polling companies, they will suffer a heavy reputational backlash. So what are you making of this latest poll that still insists that Peter Obi is going to be the next president?
Yes, that's good. Anybody can poll. One man, I can sit down here and poll and concur poll together. Everybody can do. You can do that as well. So I don't believe you could remember maybe some months ago when we started this nonsense polls. The one from Peter's side, Peter Obi's confidence. One of many polls that came by. I even told you, just pack all the polls. The polls don't win election in Nigeria. If sometimes in abroad, Hillary Clinton got the popular vote. Is she the president? Did she become the president of America? Even I thought she's going to win that election. And Trump did what? Trump won the election. Even some in abroad, it doesn't even work. So we just did election. One man, like last year, is the Libra that was there before. Everybody thought Libra is still going to win the election. But Labour won the election here. Very surprised. And the poll said Libra is going to win the election. And the Labour won the election. Our current Prime Minister now, Albanese. So I don't believe in it.
But the thing is, Thomas, one poll you can disregard, two polls you can dismiss, but every single poll that has been polled, they are telling us that Peter Obi is going to be the president. But the figures don't tell us that, but the polling tell us that. So the figures are one thing, but the polling is a direct interaction with potential voters who are telling you that this is what their intention is come voting day. Do you see what I mean, though? You know, if there was even one rogue poll that was telling us differently, but every single one of them is saying that Peter Obi will be the next president.
One man, who is the organizer of this poll? There are some serious questions I will ask you.
It's a company called Next Year. Next Year. I think we looked them up some time ago.
Who is the leader? Who is the one? Who is the person at the helm of affairs there? What demographic? That's a question. I know you don't know. I'm just asking this sarcastically.
Yeah.
Who are the demography? Which demography? What is the age range? Is it from the young ones? Is it the older ones? Is it middle age? There are many questions to ask when there is a poll. There's a result from a poll. How many people do they poll? How many? Somebody will tell me he polled 3,000 people.
All right, Thomas, I think I've found them to answer your question. So you're asking who they are. So this is who. So this is them. This company that did the polling. So here they are. Next poll, and then we go to our people to see who their people are. So let's see who did this poll, as we did the last time, and of course, yes. So it's Patrick Okigbo, Emeka something, Undubisi, Charles Ochodo. So yes, Emeka Okafor, Ndidi, Nwanyu, Victoria Amachi, David Bassi, Vivian Odozu, Kenneth. Well, you can see the names.
Papa, you've come today.
All right. Let me highlight this one. Chidema Obi has done a poll to tell you that Peter Obi will be. Chidema Obi has done a poll to tell us that Peter Obi will be the next president. That's Chidema Obi. So there it is.
One man. Do you see that it's good to ask question now?
Yes.
It's good to ask question because I can't wrap my head around this nonsense poll flying on the internet. You can see the demography.
Thomas,
I'm not being racist. Yes,
Thomas.
Yes, please.
The polling is psychological. It's psychological.
Psychological.
Yeah, it's psychological. You know, when they keep on telling you that Obi is winning, they would think that everybody will believe that Obi has won. Okay, let all of us support Obi. So that's what they are driving at.
But it's not going to work in Nigerian space. If you hear, what do you normally hear? Foul. Wow, it's not going to work. I'm sending countless of time. Obi is not back
Thomas,
to me.
You're talking like weekend now. Wow. when did you join Wiki Band?
But the handwriting is not on the wall. I listened to Rudolph guest today. The man really speaks my mind. The number is not adding up.
But Thomas, there's one thing that I think we need to address. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go on.
Good. You said there's one thing that we need to address, and I think the oppositions or the main other contestants like Atiwaju and Atiku need to start speaking to this. First, this poll is a strategy to say, okay, this guy is winning. Let's all try to, since he's winning, why not? That means those who are yet to decide their mind, make up their mind on joining Obi, will say, okay, I'm close to joining him. Now he's winning, let me just throw in. It might work, and it's going to add some numbers, one. Then two, that poll become a basis for further argument and might create crisis after the election.
Yeah, that's the more worrying part.
And we need to start conducting polls too. I can decide with Enigmatic to conduct a poll. My name is not even sounding like Achiwaju or Yoruba name. And that poll will say Achiwaju is polling. I have a company here in Canada that is registered to me. I can use, it's a management and strategy company. They will say, oh, a polling company in Canada has conducted a poll.
Why don't we do that?
Just to cut out this poll because all these guys are riffraff somewhere. You understand?
But you say that in jest, though, but it is something we can do.
Yeah.
Because we have we have the sample size now. We can put out a polling. Just on our platform here, and then you give us the parameters, and then we say
we will do it.
An international Canadian
in conjunction with one man went to move.
Mama, do you know we're even more credible?
If they see in conjunction with one man went to move, they will go.
I mean, we're even more credible, one, because I have a registered company, you have a platform, and we have sample size all over the world. from
Yes.
Australia, from Japan, so a group of a global diaspora from Nigeria conducted a poll and said, by the analysis and everything, all the data that have been presented here shows that Asiwaju will return elected. So yeah, and we're strong about it. We have not only put the only thing we have not done is
we say that in jest. We can
Yeah.
actually do that because
don't worry, I'll chat you.
We've put together enough information to
Yes.
to take a public stance.
Yes.
Yes. We've put together enough information now.
Yes, and we have argued it over and over and over. And it's even in the public space already. So
yes,
why can't I just give a name to it? The fact that we send it to maybe a Channels TV or this thing doesn't make it. It's on the globe. It's on the internet. Anybody in the world can see this. So what are we saying?
Kulata
yes.
will be the CEO of the
yes.
company.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't mind. Yeah. I'll tell my guys on to create a website for it.
An international organization based in Nigeria, based in Canada, an international polling organization based in Canada has done a forensic polling of diaspora
you
Nigeria.
See the way we are exactly.
Thomas, the correspondent in Australia.
Yes. Look at that.
He said, I want Chukudi to come and say the same poll. All these polls, thank God that Thomas asked that question.
One man, I'm crying here with laugh.
But why do they do it? Why do they do it? Is it for the reasons that
they want to create crisis?
For the optics, Abi, for the optics.
For the optics, they also want to create crisis. They need something to argue on and begin to push. And so that's they say every poll said Obi is going to win. Which poll now? We have seen it.
Patrick, let me. Patrick, let me. Somebody wants to say something. Yeah.
Patrick, can I ask you a very simple question?
Yeah, that's Saki. Yes, it's good to think of that.
Yeah, just a very simple question. If you own a polling company as a business, would you want your business to prosper?
If I own a polling company
as a business, would you want it to prosper?
Of course, I want it to do well. Anything that I do.
Yeah. So if you want your polling company to do well, what are the parameters that can actually increase the value of your polling company?
Polling is not an exact science now. It's not an exact science.
Let me finish.
If I decide to set up a polling company.
No, let me finish.
You have not finished.
No, let me
Or
finish,
you ask me question.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If, for example,
if you decide to set up a polling company as a
what
business,
are the parameters that I need to succeed?
As a business, you want it to succeed, right? And you know that one of the bases for which your business will succeed, you will be very happy if you are accurate in most of your predictions. You'll be very, very happy, right?
Yeah, if I want my
accurate
company to succeed. I want to be near accuracy as possible. Yeah,
and to be near accurate, to achieve that result, to be near accurate, in order to be credible, would you want to,
take him there quickly, Saki. Take him there quickly.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say in effect is that if I own a polling company, I wouldn't want to distort the reality in order to achieve a goal.
Yeah.
And in future, they will say this company is not a credible company.
Yeah, sure.
I want to use every effort I have to increase the value of because polling is a business. It's a very big business. It's a multi-million naira business. That's what I mean. So you want people to consult you in future to make polls for them, because the more you get exactness, the more you are being credible. So I think a message you guys want to pass here, like Thomas now, I think he has started this kind of a conspiracy theory because there are Igbo names there, then it must be biased.
Okay.
It's a
Can I
conspiracy
respond to
theory.
that?
If
Can
I
I
use
respond
that
to that?
conspiracy, no, let me finish. Let me finish. If I want to hold on to that very conspiracy theory, I will also say, because Kulata is a Yoruba guy, every projections he makes, will go towards giving me a result that APC is going to win the election.
Okay,
So I will
yeah.
be very correct
But
to
you are
also
free
make
to also
that
do that. Yeah.
point. Yeah. So, but what I'm trying to say in effect is that most times we need to really focus more on methods, the scientific methods that yielded our results, and not focusing on the messenger. I've always
Hold on. Look. Who was it that said statistics, and damned lies? Look, you can have pollings to reflect. Oh, there's some heavy noise coming from somebody.
Oh, DJ, stop that.
Yeah, you can have pollings to reflect whatever inflection you want to reflect.
let me ask you. Let me counter that analysis.
Never mind the methodology. You can
Okay, let me counter that analysis.
Yeah.
If you say that next year conducts a poll that will reflect what he wants to arrive at, right?
Mm-hmm.
What about other companies? Bloomberg is an international company, it's not a Nigerian company. What about several other companies that have conducted this poll in the past? Would they also reason the way next year is also reasoning? You know, is it possible that all of them now will be reasoning the way next year is reasoning? So I think the important question, we are not really asking the important questions. The important question we should be asking is, what scientific methods did you follow? Did you follow the normal principles of statistics? Another question you should ask is, this very company, go online, look at the reviews in the past, look at the historical antecedent of this company, and see what they have been able to do in the past, and the works they have already done in the past, and what the works told us.
Let me ask you a question, Saki.
Yeah. Yes.
If a credible Chinese polling company uses the best methodology known to polling to bring out a poll out of Beijing to tell us that the Chinese are the cleverest people on the planet, people reading that and digesting that, would they factor in that this is a Chinese company telling us that the Chinese are the cleverest people in the world, even if they used best practice?
No. If you say no, there is
No.
objective
Answer the
reality.
question. No, answer the question.
No. I'll answer it this way, and let's understand it.
Yeah, answer it whichever way you want to answer.
No. There is what we call objective reality. That very objective reality cannot be refuted by any subjective considerations. If it is an objective reality, it's an objective reality. So no matter how you want to think about it, truth, for instance, is an objective reality.
No, we're not talking about. No, hold on. You are taking us off on a tangent. No. Hold on. We're not talking about objective reality. We're talking about statistics, which can be subjective. Often instances
statistics.
And we're talking about polling, especially,
polling
which is subjective.
Polling is part of statistics, right?
Yes.
And
polling is not objective reality, though. It's subjective.
Let me finish. Polling is part of statistics.
Right.
And in statistics, there's what we call the law of statistical regularity and the law of large numbers. Right? So in statistics, again, there's what we call population parameters, and sample statistic. So it is not possible on Earth to have 100% population pooled. What you will always have, whatever statistics you are using.
No, we know that representative sample.
Yeah, what you will always have is
go to
sample,
the question,
right?
so that we don't labor it too hard.
Professionals and the scientists have in the past come to the conclusion that when your sample is randomized, there is every tendency that you might get towards an objective reality when you truly use a sample that is random. And when you repeat this random sampling many times, you may not really get a perfect answer, but you might go towards perfection. So that is what I want to tell you. So when you can't just sit down and say there is no poll that is important in the world, as if polling companies in the world are not doing professional business. So if you say the poll is not really important, then people should stop conducting polls as business in the world.
Okay. All right. Do you know the American author Mark Twain?
I know what you want to say.
Famous for many things, lies, damned lies, and statistics. So there it is, an embellished truth.
I know what you want to say. So
yeah.
that is it. Yeah, I know what you want to say.
Hey, but the fact that you know what you want to say doesn't make it a lie now.
Look at that. Thank God we're not illiterate here. Thank God we're not illiterate.
Listen. For the fact that the American personality said it doesn't make it correct if it is wrong.
Yeah,
but the fact that
hold on. Are you suggesting that statistics cannot be skewed?
I'm not saying it cannot be skewed. I'm not saying statistics cannot be manipulated.
Hold on. Are you suggesting that statistics often instances are not skewed?
I don't understand what you mean.
Often instances, in a lot of instances, more than not, statistics are skewed.
No.
Hold on. Except is used for something that is an exact science or science-based something. If it's used for something that is political, political statistics, I should say, often instances skewed.
Anyway, that is your own perception.
Yeah, well, it's reflected in this data that turns numbers on its head.
No, that is your own perception. And look at why your own perception might be distorted in this instance. You have already made up your mind, for instance, that an OB cannot get more than 10% in any northern region. This is your benchmark. You have already made up your mind. This is what your mind tells you. This is what
the numbers and political experts say.
No. Let me tell you. If you refer to political experts by mere verbal statements and then base your conclusion on their verbal statements that has not been.
No, their expert opinion.
No. If you can't say that this is correct because the professor said so. If you do that, you are committing a fallacy of argumentum ad verenentundiam.
No, don't worry about the Latin.
Argumentum ad verenentundiam is a fallacy. You can't say this is correct. Why is it correct? It is correct because this professor said so. These are mere verbal opinions. They have not been subjected to empiricism in the situation we are talking about. You can't just say any polling company that comes, you say, no, forget polls. This one is wrong. This one is wrong. Then if you say this one is wrong, this one is wrong. Kulata came here and brought his projections.
Let me show you something. Let me show you something. This is a comment coming in from Enigmatic Hyundai. It says, one man, check out the poll numbers. Obi one article in Adamawa swept the whole of the Southwest, South 90%, North Central. The poll is a political stunt. So don't go on that long essay. But let's address this comment by Enigmatic. So that poll, and if you want me to go and dig out the patterns of it, I can. But what that poll is telling us is that Peter Obi won Adamawa, which is Atiku's home state. He sweeps the whole of Yoruba land and takes the South by 90%. Is that poll rubbish?
What the fuck, bro? You got to check.
Utena did it now. Utena did it
now. Let me tell you.
They simply have a motive for carrying out that.
No, let me finish.
It's exactly what you were suggesting.
Let me respond to you. I think
Mr. Patrick, hold on a second. One man, go and check. APC. Not Tinubu's campaign now. APC officially, as a political party, they've already made an official statement. And PDP, they said they're going to make official statement too. And they are calling the security apparatus now to look into that, because this is like
This
setting
is
up
fraud. This is
Nigeria for
national
a
security.
chaos.
For a crisis, yeah.
For a
All
big
right.
crisis. That's what they are
All
doing now.
all
This is
right.
not polls again.
All right. Let me tell you. Let me
because
tell you. No.
One man, did you
let's
check the numbers? I need you to
put
the polls. Put the polls and look at the numbers.
If you have it, drop it in there, because people are just sending me grainy pictures. So I'm
you need to see what even the Northerners are saying now, that no, this guy is actually pulling.
It should be arrested. Whoever is behind it should be arrested.
Okay, let me.
How would you tell me Obi knocked
it swept the whole of the Southwest, according to the poll. Exactly what I was just saying.
In the Southeast, they gave him 97%, 90%, 96%, and then the whole of Southwest, he swept it. Even he won Delta State, Okowa State. He won Delta State.
Okay, let me.
This is beyond delusional.
All right.
Okay,
Saki, sometimes you just have to surrender it.
No, let me finish.
You have to surrender.
No. There is. Let me finish. You have right to argue, right, against something. You have your own rights. I also have my own right to hold my own opinion.
Right.
Next year did a poll last year, right, about December time. This same next year conducted a poll last year about December time, and they came with their own findings. This is the second polling they are doing. They came with their findings. I have not read the poll. I have not really looked into the poll. If I want to read the poll as a statistician, for instance, what I will query is those parameters I need to question. I wouldn't say this is what I'm expecting. Why is it?
Let me show you a parameter that you might want to question. Hold on.
Let me finish.
We know where you're going now.
Let me finish.
Right.
There's something I want to tell you.
I'm trying to look for, what do you call the name of the company?
Next year. Next year. NEXTIAR.
But let me finish.
That man Okigbo, right? Okigbo and I think one other guy, PDP already said is one of the apparatchiks of Labour Party campaign organization. The guy that has a white beard. So this thing is not. This is not about posing, because why is it? Hold on, man, bro. Hold on. We are not talking. We are not doing endos here. Why is it that it is only the same when ANAP came out?
Meanwhile, I wanted to correct you about what you said.
No, I'm not. Listen,
I remember it now.
No, leave it.
I remember it now.
Everybody, hold on. Saki Fada, there's an image on the screen which you may or may not see properly, but let me talk you through it. This is from this polling by next year. So, according to this polling by next year, at 36% of Ekiti State, our Labour Party takes it, PDP 34%, APC 22%. Our Lagos State, PDP 39%, APC 25%, undecided 17%. Ogun State, Labour Party takes it again, 36%, APC 35%. On those states, they give that to Tinubu, but Labour Party comes in 25%. Osun State, Atiku takes it 45%. Labour Party 19%. This is Osun State, OSUN, Osun. PDP takes it 45%. Labour Party 19%. APC 17%. APC Tinubu. Oyo State, my own homestead. Peter Obi takes it 34%. PDP 27%. APC 14%.
So what do you want me to argue?
No, I'm asking you. I was saying that poll is a total rubbish, politically led.
No. You are saying it is rubbish because there are things you have thought that should be.
Okay.
Let's agree.
Everybody hold on. Let's hear. No. Hold on. Don't take us on a. Don't take us on a long tangent. Let's just focus on what is on the screen.
Let me finish.
Can you hold on? Cooperate.
Yeah.
Can you just hold steady? You get your chance to speak. Nobody's going to badger you. And you can. You're a strong candidate on this space, so you know how to hold your position. But what I'm just inviting is, from what you are seeing on the screen now and what everybody is seeing on the screen now, from this next year poll, telling us that Ekiti, Lagos State, Ogun State, and Oyo State, Peter Obi wins by a sizable margin. And in some of those states, Tinubu doesn't even put up a performance at all. Is that rubbish? Is that rubbish?
Should I not answer?
Yeah, carry on.
What I see on the screen here doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is next year, what is the procedure? What are the methods? What are your sample? What characterize your sample? How did you poll? How did you ask your question? Did you go to the field? Can we see the videos? Which people did you ask questions? What are the demographics? These are important questions we need to ask.
Okay, you
don't just look at result and say, no, this result cannot be. This should be.
Zaki Father, tell us, Zaki Father, from what you see now. Tell us.
Zaki Father, those questions you are saying you are interested in to ask are now secondary.
It's not secondary.
Result. Hold on. That one should be regarded as secondary now because the outcome. Hold on. The outcome on the face of it. How does it appear to you that Peter Obi swept all the Southwest? Do you, in the heart of your heart, do you think that is possible in the first place? Zaki Father, are you there?
If I don't want to reason scientifically, I will say this is not possible based on what I think. So
based on what you know.
Based on what I think about the characterization of tribalism and other things. This is my thoughts. So, but what I want to, in science, what you do is, don't look at your biases. Ask the question of how was this arrived at? Very important question we are not asking.
There's no way we can know that now. Hold on, Zaki Father. There's no way we can know that now.
So read about what he did and how he did it.
Okay. Let's go into that space. Saki, how could this, what you're looking at your screen, have been arrived at? How could they have arrived at this?
You say what?
How could it have been arrived at? How could this, what we're looking at on the scrent now, how could it have been arrived at?
The guy said he conducted a poll physically. It was not an online poll, right?
Right.
He said he went to the field and selected sample of about, I know the samples are not usually big, I think the last one he did was about sample of 3,000. I don't know the demographics he asked questions. I don't know whether they are students in the university.
Okay, let's say they are. Let's say they are.
Yeah. So if they are students in the university, there are possibilities that students can have the enlightened mind to make their own choices. There are possibilities. You understand what I mean? So the next question you should ask is, how many of those students were asked? Were the sample representative enough? These are the questions you should be asking in statistics.
Yeah, okay, so we're asking those. So we are asking those questions. If we apply those questions, because we started off to say that this was a politically led thing being done by the Southeast, and you pushed heavily against that. But if they narrowed to students, then that's not a wide representation of a society. And then if they narrowed to a particular type of student, that's not a wide enough representative of a society. And then if they narrowed to a narrow number, that's not a wide enough representative of a society. But they will have to narrow to that peculiarity in order to arrive at what we're seeing on the screen. So that is what they said. Lies, statistics, and damn lies. So lies,
have you read what they did? Have you read about what they did?
It doesn't matter if I read it or not. What they have presented indicates how they did it.
One man. Let me tell you something.
3,000 is not even a representation.
No.
Let me say this before
I will say this.
Hold on. Let Enigmatic come in and then you round it off. Enigmatic come in.
Okay, let's now switch position now. Right, this Southwest region. Let's switch it to Southeast and let's see how Saki Father will be sounding as he's sounding. Put APC in Anambra State on top, and then the whole of Southeast State. I think they have 5 states. let's assume that we're giving all the Southeast states to Atiku and APC. Atiku winning 2 states, and then APC winning 3 states, and Peter will be pulling third in all the states. I think we should consider that too. And
even if you bring a poll now and say that you conducted a poll on the field, and in the Southeast Obi did not win any of the states, even if you present it now, the first thing I would do is to look at what you did. How did you arrive at your conclusions? What are the scientific method that was used to arrive at this? These are the things I will criticize.
Listen.
These are the things I will criticize.
When you see polls like that, right? Even on this floor, on this platform, right? On this platform, we've always been very conservative to the fact that just forget about Southeast. Then there are some things you look at, and then you want to question the integrity of whoever or the company that is. Like Patrick and Ajale Koko was saying now, we can stay behind the scene and create our own and create some posts to and put people. But when you look at all these polls, they're always linked here and there to a certain candidate. And then you go to Adamawa State, Atiku's own state, that even APC, as structured as they are, they will never near. They already given up on some states, and then you are giving that to Obi, and you want people to actually have conversation with you on that. It defies every logical, understanding and reasoning. This is a crisis. This is like a ticking time bomb that they've won now. The 2 political parties, they've released a statement on this, because at the end of the day, when on the 25th comes or 26th, and Obi is polling third nationally, then they are setting Nigeria up for another NSAS riot, because they will say Obi has been rigged out of the election. This is too much, man. You cannot come to Ondo State and tell me, do you know Ondo State? Do you know what it means in Ondo State? And Obi will not 10% in Ondo State and Ekiti State. And you are telling me Obi is polling 25% first. Just switch it now.
Sorry, enigmatic. You cannot say that Obi will not poll 10%, because according to the sampling, Obi won by 36%. This is what the statistics.
Even in Akwa Ibom State, the Akwa Ibom State governor said this is Akwa Ibom State governor is the chairman of Atiku's campaign. Obi won Akwa Ibom State. He won Delta State, where Okowa is from. And you gave all those states to Obi, and you gave none of Obi's stronghold to any of the opposition. And then you want to call this one a poll, and somebody want to be talking silently. This is man, come on, man. This is a ticking time bomb. If these people are not careful.
Do you think the people behind this polls should be arrested, Saki? Saki, father.
He probably will be the wrong person to respond to that.
No. I want his response. Do you think the people behind this poll should be arrested?
Do you think Kulata's projection, we should arrest Kulata?
No. I think Kulata should be arrested anyway. Just for
If you can answer that one, I think I will answer this one too. But however, let's forget about the poll. I want to.
Patrick already told you that Saki Father is the wrong person that we should.
My response to that. My response to that is that these people should be confronted with a superior and more intelligent statistics and logic. We are not fools, and we are not going to watch them set the country on fire. It belongs to all of us, and we are going to show. We need to start showing them.
They know. They are just playing. They are playing a very sick game, a very political game that is going to set Nigeria on fire if they are not careful. Because
Bloomberg, look at what Bloomberg is doing. Bloomberg is saying Obi is polling, and they will say even Bloomberg said that. Do you know that American intelligence agency also polled, indirectly, let me not say polled, predicted that Nigeria will break up? When people speak like that, I say they are saying what they want, what they wish would happen. And look at what has happened in Libya. I cannot become a refugee. I'm here in Canada just for something. I cannot be a refugee and not be able to go home. So if there's anything I need to do, I'm going to do it. They cannot, because of one interest, we cannot allow Nigeria to blow.
They don't care, bro. They don't. At this point, and I believe they've seen them and they've known them, and they're already writing to the appropriate authorities.
Patrick, suppose a poll comes out today, and that poll predicts that APC is on the lead. Will you argue about it?
If the poll says that APC is
He's on the
winning
lead. Will you argue? Will you
Anambra,
argue?
if the poll say APC is winning Anambra ahead of Obi, you are winning Abia, I will argue. I will say no, this is wrong.
If the poll says that APC is winning Ebonyi State, will you argue?
If the poll say APC is winning Ebonyi State, I will say no.
Ebonyi State, will you argue?
I will say no. I will say that APC is like to get a large number there, but APC is not going to win those states.
Yeah, Labour Party is polling almost
80%. You really believe in this poll, right?
I'm not saying I believe the poll. I'm telling you what I do when I want to analyze.
I want
to analyze scientific process. I think scientifically.
Zaki, do you know we don't even have any information about this poll on their site?
There are issues.
Not to talk of even the methods.
Now you are not asking.
I've been on the website of Next Year since we have been talking. I don't have this poll on their site. Not to even talk of the method. They don't. They don't trust it enough to own it and put it there.
It is now that you are not asking the right questions. You understand what I mean? It is now that you are not asking the right questions. So all along, you left substance to pursue shadow. You understand what I mean? So that is the way I criticize it.
I beg, let's somebody else.
No, all right.
No. Before you go, enigmatic, please. Yesterday, you characterized Obi as a persona non grata.
I don't want to talk about Obi, please. Let's forget about that.
Very wrong word.
But I say, if you want me to say it again, it's a personal non grata politically.
Don't worry, it's a personal grata.
If you want to hear it again,
Saki Father is a persona non grata.
Saki Father, I'm saying it again. It's a personal non grata.
It means possibly you don't really understand the meaning of persona non grata.
Okay, that's okay. But in my own opinion, it's a personal non grata. So I don't care what you feel about that and how you want to take that. If that is what you want to come and tell me today, I'm still telling you once again. Politically, it's a personal non grata, and this is why we are seeing all this kind of stuff now. This Farago or Bunkum over here trying to set Nigeria on fire because of one election.
All right. The grammar is getting too heavy, but it's late in the night here. Don't give us a headache. But let me take the conversation on.
Mama, let me add this card before you move.
Fire.
So, in all reason, do you accept this poll or you reject it?
You said?
Do you accept this poll or you reject it?
I will still look at the poll and study the process, how they arrive at those things. You know, I will make my criticism based on those processes.
How would you be able to get that information? You won't be able to get it.
I will also search the internet.
So by your own reasoning, you think Obi will win in Ogun State?
Forget about what I think. About what I think.
Hold on. Do you think Obi will win in Ogun State?
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Obi had a rally yesterday in Ogun State, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody that went to that very Ogun State rally. I was talking with the person today. He said that there is something striking that he observed yesterday. He said there is one pastor that came for Obi's rally yesterday in Ogun State, a Yoruba guy. He said that this very pastor had about 10,000 people he controls under him, and they have WhatsApp group. And they have been doing, wait, let me finish. And that they have been doing a lot of things within the WhatsApp group. And he has been preaching those people he influenced, about 10,000 people. He has been they have been carrying out a lot of obedient projects, and how these religious people do that. He has been influencing those people where they will vote on that very day, that they should vote for Labour Party. And he said that he supported Buhari like this, in 2015. That this very structure, that he influences this very structure very well. So the guy was trying to say
Is it
yesterday.
the doctor that deliver for Buhari or the politician that
No,
deliver?
no, that is not what I'm saying. The guy is trying to say, look at how the guy started. The guy is saying that he doesn't, but no, the guy is saying he doesn't believe in rallies. That most of the time, there are a lot of people who don't even come for rallies that are supporting a particular candidate. But during rallies, you might not see those kind of people. So he now he said, for instance, this pastor came alone yesterday. But within him, he has a structure that controls about 10,000 people.
Lamba, you know what they call Lamba?
Do you understand what I mean now? You understand what I mean now? So pastors, they have people they also influence.
For Ogun State. Abaja, did you even see the rally yesterday in Ogun State? Did you see the rally?
You know,
hold on. Can I say something? Sorry, please, everybody. This is World Peace. Saki Father, these are things I don't like.
All right, my brother was angry. Come in, World Peace, and then we move on. I don't think Saki Father will move from.
Yeah, that day my brother was angry. I said one thing. People have been to Edo State. You will understand where Tony is coming from, but it's okay. But nevertheless, that was not right for him for the outburst. But Saki Father, I feel they need to talk like this now. You can always have this. You can always have this way of saying somebody that nobody knows. Same one as the Kanu way of talking, Samaipa talking, IPOB talking. So when people link people like this now, hold on, let me land now. Let me.
No, I don't. No, sorry. Tell lies on a public space.
No, I don't want us. I don't want us to go in that direction.
I'm giving you my own participant information.
Okay, sorry, I don't want that direction.
Stay muted. I don't want any ethnic undertones today. Because people are complaining now.
No. I don't want you to think I come here to tell lies publicly. I'm telling you what somebody told me.
Okay, let me remove ethnic. Why is it that when people want to talk about something about other people's state, you always bring on the defined person like a UFO that we don't know, one pastor that have 10,000 followers? How could that your friend know one pastor and know how many followers?
Did you listen to what
I know a WhatsApp group. And the guy is not in WhatsApp group. He's not in that church.
I'm sorry. Saki Father, treat that as rhetorical. I don't want to go to that space. Let me take the conversation to Des instead. So Des, hopefully you are there, Des.
Yeah, man, I'm here.
Yeah. No, I don't want to, because that space is just going to end up in a mess. But let's take it back to calmer spaces, and let's take it to Let's take it to how they are trying to isolate Emefiele and make him the fall guy for this Naira swap debacle. Are you reading it like that? They're trying to isolate Emefiele and make him the fall guy for this debacle.
Who's gonna be the fall guy? Is it the people that's gonna blame Emefiele? Because if that's what they're trying to do, it's not even gonna be possible. If they're saying, okay, within APC, Emefiele would be the fall guy, yes, that would be possible. But
no, he has to be the fall guy nationally, because it's a national space.
It's not possible, man. There's no way the people are gonna see Emefiele as the bad guy. It's just the truth, because if Emefiele, if they do it in such a way that they say Emefiele brainwashed Buhari, then what does that tell on Buhari's nature?
No, it doesn't tell anything on Buhari's nature. Buhari is not a banker, because this is hold on, let me tell you why I'm saying that. This is about the third OSHIOMOLE I'm talking about. This is about the third person that has come up with the narrative that Buhari was misled into adopting this policy. So that tells you then that they're trying to isolate Emefiele. If they make the big decision of abandoning that policy, not to cancel the new Naira notes, but to abandon this timeline, if they make that decision, then they would need a sacrificial lamb, and it looks as though they are preparing Emefiele for the slaughter.
Yeah, man, it still boils on what I'm saying. If you say misled, what are people gonna read to it? Their president is basically incompetent. That, he can be misled in anything. They've been misleading him since, by APC presidency. it's not competence enough to make the right decision. Do you get? I mean, there's no way I see this going.
No, but nobody has the expectation of Buhari to make a financial decision. But the expectation is that Emefiele would expertly guide him towards what is in the best interest of the country. And the invitation is for Buhari to place trust in Emefiele, because Buhari, of course, is not a banker.
Works, you know. People are not fools. People know that the ball falls at the presidency's box. The last decision falls in his desk. So people are not gonna be like fooled on that. Whether it's Emefiele that brought the policy, Buhari, they would know Buhari has read through it, understood it, which he should have, you know, made his researches before approving it. If you're saying Emefiele misled you, it makes you an incompetent president.
No, how so? Tell me how so. How does the central bank?
Yes, man, right?
Yeah.
If someone brings out business proposal and comes to my table and tells me all this good thing about it, what is required of me as a person that's gonna sign up the business is for me to do my research and do thorough research about it, the pros and cons, before I can go ahead to sign that contract or sign that business. It's just how it is. If after doing my research and I move forward with it, then I know I'm doing the right thing and my business is flourishing. Not when the person brings out something, hey, bro, this is a business, let's get into it, and tells me all the fine thing. I'm like, oh, yeah. I go into it like mumu. That doesn't make me a better decision taker. It's just a simple thing. So if they're saying Emefiele went to Buhari and told him he wants to redesign Naira and all that stuff is good and that, and Buhari mumulikali, I don't know how to put that in English, or stupidly signed off the new Naira, that makes that doesn't tell good on Buhari. So whether they want to push it down to Emefiele or push it down to Buhari, it's still gonna fall down overall to Buhari.
So if Emefiele brings a monetary policy position to Buhari, who should Buhari reference before he signs it off?
Who should he reference? He's an intelligent man. Does he need to reference to me?
No.
He went there on.
He should reference the Economic Council now.
Yes.
I think Buhari also has a lot of blame here. Even when he was being stubborn, he was saying 90 days was enough, as if he had weighed everything. You understand? And that decision was strictly between the two of them. Buhari actually also didn't follow the due procedure, the due process. So he can't put everything on Emefiele. But the fact is that Emefiele is the scapegoat here. That's all.
The scapegoat on the APC, but I don't see the people are not really gonna buy into all that, because it's
people will buy. Some people don't reason like that.
There's already a narrative about that space now, because people are referring even to the comment made by the Minister of Finance when this stuff actually started eventually, because there are some processes and phases that were supposed to be activated that they bypassed totally. They were supposed to actually go through. The economic team were not in the loop. The Minister of Finance she wasn't in the loop. The governors were not in the loop. So everything was done hush hush for a certain reason, and eventually, when two elephants are fighting in a political calculus like this, they always find the fall guy. So Emefiele is probably going to be the fall guy, and when that one happens, the narrative will shift, and then Emefiele will become the talking point in the political arena. Then whichever way some people want to take it, but if Emefiele falls for this, then it will vindicate some people, and the narrative will be shifted to, okay, this is the bad guy.
Do you think that rather than sacrificing Emefiele, they will persuade him to take the rap? That look, this thing has gone balls up. you will have to take the rap in front of the people. Do you think they would throw him under the bus, or they will just persuade him to you take the blame, and then we'll see you all right?
No, there's a way they always do it, one man. Remember, right? Emefiele came to hide in Texas at the time when the National Assembly were actually on his heels, right? That was the time that, the National Assembly, of course, they are equal part of the government, so they have their own power, and then they know and you should understand they have intel too. So he came to hide in Texas here. So for the main time that he was here, the cabal were actually trying to get him a soft landing. The soft landing was what you saw eventually when he came to Nigeria, and they couldn't do anything for him. So they've gone to Buhari to sweet talk Buhari, to let Buhari understand whatever story they told him, that look, these National Assembly guys, they are after Emefiele because they were hiding money, those kind of kumbaya story, so that Emefiele will come back, right? Do not forget, Emefiele is an appendage of the main cabal. So it's an appendage of the main cabal, and Emefiele remains in office by virtue of Maman Daura's nod that he should continue, because he was supposed to be booted out when Gage left office. So now what will happen? There's a way they always do it. Don't be surprised one morning if Emefiele comes and say, by virtue of the shambolic way this implementation has been activated or whatever, so I'm going to
step down. Yeah.
So that's what they will do. They will give him a soft landing. Nobody will prosecute him. He won't go to jail. They will just come back to the US after like 6 months. Everything will pass by, and that will be it.
And are we adopting that as a possibility? Just as we adopted that they will change the deadline. Because what you've just said there, enigmatic, it sounds to me eminently sensible, and I have the anticipation as well. So should we adopt that by next week, Emefiele will step down and they will abandon the deadline?
I would say, I would say not absolutely, but I would say 50-50. There's every possibility for that, but it is quite tentative for now. But I can tell you for a fact, the political class, they will always look for a fall guy, and the fall guy will go scot-free. No matter what, nobody will touch Emefiele if he takes that fall, because somebody needs to take the brunt now, and he has to be a fall guy. So the cabal, quote and unquote, do not forget the cabal are just unwrapped. There are unwrapped elements somewhere, right? So the politicians, they know themselves. So now this time around, to save Buhari's face, that okay, you are the CBN manager, you are the CBN this or whatever that supposedly advised Buhari wrongly, right? And they're cutting off the channel and the avenues of other experts who could actually come to weigh in and have a very analytical conversation before rolling out this policy. So by virtue of that, you just have to take the fall, and then nothing will happen to you. Then he will just take the fall, I'm stepping down because this has caused a whole lot of furore in the country, and blah blah blah. They'll type one English, and then he goes. So it's 50-50, and don't be surprised if it actually comes in the next 1 week. And then all the people that are actually saying there's not going to be an extension or whatever, there's another possibility of another extension.
No, we've already adopted that by tomorrow, Monday, there'll be no later than Tuesday, there will be certainly an extension, even an abandonment of a timeline until the end of the year. They will have to do. But back to you, Des. So conflicting opinions on if Emefiele will take the rap or not, Des.
Yeah. I don't know. I stand to be corrected on this. I've never seen anything called a fall guy when it comes to people suffering in Nigeria. Since I've been politically cautious, the fall guy is always either the governor or the president. I don't know what you guys are talking about, the fall guy. It always boils down to the person in charge. I mean, there's no two ways about it. You can try to sentimentally drive it away in order to benefit your narrative, but history has shown that the fall guy is always the person on top. I don't know how they're going to swing it, Whether they swing it, how many people are gonna believe it? Not a lot of people, but average people there on the street, their fall guy is always majority. Their fall guy is always gonna be the people on top, either the governor or the president. It's just it. It's just how them works. That's just it for me, one man.
All right, brilliant. So that poll then that everybody has just rubbished, there's been another poll sent in by Kulata, which I'm going to share with you now. Not Kulata's poll, by the way, but a different poll. So I'm going to show you a poll now. And I'm going to then ask you to weigh this poll that I'm about to show you vis-a-vis the next tier poll and tell us which one reads more coherently. So here is a poll conducted by I'll get their name in a moment. Yes, this was a poll conducted by the track field, they are called. So Nigeria Decides is what it's called. And this poll puts Atiku ahead by 50%, APC 30%, Peter Obi 15%, and Kwakwanso 5%. And then it goes on to chart us through how they arrive at that, which is long and involved. So that's it. In the tabular fashion that we had with that with Kulata, I'm not going to run you through the figures unless you want us to. But just the picture that paints the arrival, where they arrived at. Does this sound more coherent than what we heard that Peter Obi will sweep the whole of Yoruba land? Des?
Well, this is done by who? I don't know.
It's an organization called Track Field. Track Field, yeah.
Are they a polling organization, or they just
patently, yeah.
Patently. Well, I still have to know what the sample is and all that stuff. But what I've come to realize in this politics.
Who are the people behind this poll? Can you bring out their name?
Yeah, let me see if I can dig them up as well. Yeah. Yeah, carry on with your commentary.
Yeah. I've come to realize that a lot of people tend to hide under the shadow of my opinion, forgetting the fact there is something called common sense. And the truth is, when that
sorry, Karen. Yeah.
When that happens, it's either you're being mischievous or you're just dull. You're just dumb. I would say. Why I say this, for example, is assuming there's a white color and 4 people are telling you this is white, and 1 person is saying this is black. I mean, the 1 person saying it is either mischievous or he's just straight out dumb, because it's what is there, and he probably would say, I don't care, it's my opinion, it's black. And that is what I tend to understand. I tend to realize in this political system, and it's quite sad. I would say anything that comes out and it's not reading into what has already been there, I would give it a better credit than something that just came out all of a sudden and changed the whole narrative. So I would say 5:1. I would probably say listen to.
So sorry, what's the meaning of this 5:1 that you are saying all the time? What does it mean?
Like the polls, majority of the polls have said this candidate is gonna win, and 1 poll says another thing. So what is that to suggest to me? Like I said, this political system, you get what I mean?
But one of the polls that is telling us that Peter Obi is going to win, they told us how. They told us that he's going to sweep up Yoruba land.
It depends, one man. I don't want to say too much on that because I don't want to ignite a lot of stuff.
But is that consistent with your belief, though, that Peter Obi will win Ekiti, Lagos, Ogun, and Oyo State?
One man, I always say what I know.
Yeah.
And what I know, and I've said it, is Lagos. Forget about it for Obi. and people would argue. So that's
what about your state?
I don't know.
You don't know, but you are a Nigerian, so you know somewhat the landscape. Would you do a double take if you heard that Obi won your state?
I would probably, look at who they are polling. Like Sake Father said, if it's students, then yeah, it's quite possible.
Or Ogun State. So yes, so from this, this rubbishes the whole of that poll, doesn't it? What this
It doesn't necessarily. I mean, like I said, if they did a general poll in the whole Ekiti, and it's not just a certain demography, if they did a general poll and it's the whole Ekiti or whatever, then yeah, I tend to question it. But if they went to maybe universities and did a poll and P2B is coming top, I wouldn't really disagree with that, because I've always said I remain consistent with it, that majority of supporters of P2B are more intellectuals. Do you get? So I wouldn't disagree with it depending on the demography they polled on. So I don't necessarily know what the demography is, how they polled. So I wouldn't disregard it right now because I don't know what the samples are. Do you get one, man?
All right, brilliant. So I'll take you to the next talking point, but on my way to that next talking point, I just acknowledge the couple of super chats that have come in. This one from Jafar. It says that the polls are in presentation. The polls are in presentation for eventual rejection of the outcome of the elections and create environment for chaos, dangerous politics. So yes, I'm not sure. Thank you for the super chat, Jafar. I'm not sure about the other half. That's subjective. Create an environment for chaos. So that's subjective, but certainly all of these polls, especially this one now that is the most ludicrous that has ever turned up, is creating that portal for rejecting that elections, which you might well be right, might be a recipe for disaster. Kulata joins him. He says the most ridiculous poll I've ever seen. Before I move you on, just off the back of Kulata's comment, Des, which one do you think has more veracity? This next year poll or the spreadsheet brought to us by Kulata?
Like I said, Kulata, you're just a man. You're not a company. You're just in America putting up your opinions in figures. So I wouldn't regard that. I would regard more of people that are on ground, pulling up samples and doing what they know how to do. So I basically disregard Kulata's spreadsheet because it's basically have one fault, which I've told him, and if he corrects that fault, he would see the difference I'm seeing. And I believe if he does that, there's no way P2B is not going to come first or second with the runoff.
All right, brilliant. And staying with Peter Obi, Des. So Peter Obi has now come out finally adopting a position regarding the Naira. So the Naira swap. So this position, it caught a lot of people off guard because he, to the surprise of many, he has adopted the government and CBN stance and is inviting the people to suffer it and shut up. Does this run contrary to the man of people toga that Peter Obi has been wearing for months?
I'm not gonna lie, this is gonna be difficult to answer that. I mean, if from what I thought, you already know my thought on this whole Naira redesign. Like I said, people yes are suffering, but I think it's something that I've seen, not something I've seen, like something I've thought about. I'm like, well, I mean, I've been in Nigeria so many times. I lived in Nigeria, and I've never been that broke. If I don't have money, I always find my way around it. Like the other guy said, there's still 100 Naira in circulation. and if you want to buy or pay a transport of 1,000 naira, if you just what you need is 100 naira times 10. So there's still a way to get past it, but I feel people are taking it too serious, and what matters is if you can buy food and you can do your business transactional. I mean, you can get by. I have people that still live in Nigeria, and although they complain, but it's not that deep. I would say.
Are you agreeing? It's not that deep.
Yeah.
Is that what you said? It's not that deep.
People that I have in Nigeria are telling me this. I don't know about.
And yet, they
I
complain.
have people in Nigeria. It is deep. Oh, my
They
mother was
complain.
saying she couldn't access money in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
banks.
Not saying that like they can still feed themselves, go where they are going to, do their.
Well, so subsistence living. Why? Why should they subsist live?
I don't know, one man. Like I said, people are like why I said it's not that deep. There's something that would happen. It would require maybe you're eating, or you just basically suffering in such a way that you barrier and kill people or whatever. Start doing riots, all manner of rioting, trying to break into ATM on in the name of riots, just to hide in that shadow to commit crime. I don't think it's a good thing just to hide under that.
I don't even understand anything you are saying anyway. But
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure you understand.
no, I don't. It's an unforgiving and an unforgivable policy position. But the real tragedy of this is that it is imminently it's avoidable. It's something that need not have happened. Not only need it not have happened, it should not have happened. The change of the currency, yes, no problems with that. But the timing of it and then the deadline for it is just a recipe to weigh on the people. And the finance minister, no less a person, she foretold this and is playing out even in worse. And you have you not seen all the clips? How people are now reversing to base instincts.
What I said, there's something that would happen. I mean, you don't have to hide under it to commit crime, to be honest. I mean, we've seen so many.
No, we're not talking about. Don't go to commit crime. We're talking about the policy, how it's affecting the people, and the stance that Peter Obi has adopted.
It is affecting the people. That's why I said this.
Yeah. So the stance that Peter Obi has adopted, that's where I want you to be.
The stand is taken. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people are okay with this money redesign. A lot of people are not. That's why I said it's difficult. It basically goes 50-50 in a way. So people that are okay with it, there are people that can get by and tired of corruption and tired of vote buying. People that are okay with it are these people. It's not like they're not suffering, but it's what they say, suffering and smiling. You get, and because they can get back.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah, why not?
Everybody is okay with the policy, but the implementation is what is the problem, not the policy.
Yeah, I mean, people now. What is going on is the politicians are trying to force Emefiele or Buhari to extend it till after the election. Yeah, and now people are seeing it as a way for them to use that old money to buy election, which I'm saying some people don't want it. They're okay with it. It's either they prefer suffering for that 2 weeks, manage themselves for 2 weeks, and after the election, they can now go on their outrage or whatever. That's the people are okay with. That's why I say some people are okay with it for now, till after the election, and some people are, no. This is I don't like this. That's what I'm saying. So that's why it's difficult for Obi to, I don't know, it's difficult for him to reject or accept it. He just have to go anywhere. Anywhere he goes, there's no win-win. It's just the thing. There's no win. It's
Des, can I help you out? Sorry.
Can I ask for that?
Des, can I help you out?
Sure, second.
Yeah. I think position Obi took. Let me somebody.
All right, where were we?
Okay, can I ask for that?
Yeah.
Dex.
I'm here.
No,
So
you
can
can
you
hear you.
not hear me?
Are you aware?
Yeah.
Are you aware that the bandits already have the new currency with them? So if the bandits can lay hands on the new currency, why do you think the politicians cannot lay hands on them?
Why I think politicians can lay hand on them. I'm not saying politicians hasn't had it or haven't gotten it yet. But what I'm saying is, have they gotten as much as the win? That's the question.
They've gotten everything. It's the masses that is suffering.
Why do you think there's a squeeze on
So,
the currency? The
yeah.
politicians have swept it up now.
Yeah, Des,
Can I
let me
come in,
help you out. Yeah, let me help you out.
Yeah, but one at a time, though. Yeah, let Saki go first. Saki, come in.
Yeah, I think the position P2B took in that very space is neither here or there. It's not. You wouldn't say he has taken this position or he has not taken this position, because I listened to the answer he gave. I think this policy of Naira redesign, it has been experimented in different countries, and once you do that, it might have a long-term benefit, but it usually comes with temporary costs like this. Especially at the time when the policy is actually introduced. The federal government actually, what they said, that they want to make sure that people don't use it for elections, and that is why they introduced it. So that is a gain. But now it is coming with a cost. So what will be said? Will be said that this policy has tendency to have some long-term benefits. And he now said, I acknowledge the fact that people are suffering right now, in this short term, that people are suffering, but he's going to have a long-term gain. And he now went further to say, I'm also appealing to the federal government and the CBN to quickly, as fast as they could, expedite actions to make sure that these new currencies are available to the masses, especially the poor. That is the way he answered this very question on the interview he was granted on Arise.
Yeah, but Saki,
you didn't put it in the right perspective.
You said what?
You didn't put it in the right perspective.
That is what he said in the live.
There's a statement. There's a statement there that is missing. As he said that yes, it has long-term gain. He said it will always bring. He said in the world, there's nowhere in the world that they change currency that will not bring pains and soft time pains and suffering, and that is wrong. That is not true.
That is not true, because Australia.
That is not true.
Australia is currently changing their currency.
That is not true. It's not in tune with what is going on in Nigeria. It's not. I mean, it's not in tune with. It's either it's being mischievous right there, or it's not.
It's not mischievous. It's just dumb.
No, it's more likely that he's being mischievous than not being in tune. He cannot not be in tune with.
Yes, it's just being mischievous because he feels that when Nigerians go through pains and suffering,
he will get the vote.
He will get the vote.
No. This is another narrative. Let me tell you.
Hold on, Saki.
And if we want to hold him responsible for that statement,
he will lose.
If we want to hold him responsible for that statement, we want to conclude this guy does not feel for the people. He doesn't care about the pain and suffering of the people. It doesn't. It's just speaking. It's neither here or there, which is completely dubious for somebody who want to be a leader for us.
Okay, if you
he doesn't want to blame.
Hold on, Zaki.
He doesn't want to blame Emefiele, obviously because Emefiele is his friend. He owns a bank, Fidelity Bank.
Yeah, no, Ajale Koko, you are going to new territories there, but
yeah,
I want to.
And he doesn't want to blame.
No, hold on.
Okay.
I want to ask you this: what Peter Obi did in that interview, and I've got the interview. I was going to play it so that we react to it, but it looks as though the conversation has taken on a life of its own. But what Peter Obi did in that interview, is it any different from what Tinubu did in Abeokuta when he was saying that the scarcity of the Naira and the scarcity of the petrol was an attack against his presidential campaign? Is that different? Because because he's looking at Tinubu was only looking at it on how it impacted him, and that was his outcry in Abeokuta. And Peter Obi now, he's only really looking at it on how he feels it impacts him, and that was his response on Arise TV. Is it any different, those two spaces?
Yeah, they're different. Look, Tinubu.
Sorry, that's for Ajale Koko. Carry on.
Tinubu was speaking to the pains and suffering that Nigerian people are going through as a result of this scarcity of fuel and scarcity of the new note. While Obi is acknowledging that suffering is okay for us as people because we are changing to new note, and why doing that, we have to go through the pains and suffering for a short time as the way that is being done in other parts of the world. That is where it misses. So there are two different positions right there.
Ajale Koko. So what is the political underpinning? What political gains is Peter Obi calculating from this? Because some people are suggesting that the backlash against this policy, he feels there are gains for him from the public backlash, and there are also gains he feels for him if our politicians are not able to access money to influence the elections. So do you agree that he would have made those calculations, and would you describe that as selfish?
Yes, I think Obi is selfish. It's selfish because he's more interested in people to come and vote in anger for him because of the new policy, which he feels Nigerian people will be so mad with APC particularly. And not knowing that, you don't want a leader must be able to speak out against bad policy of the opposition party. APC is an opposition party. APC is the one that is ruling Nigeria. They are running a policy that is affecting everybody in Nigeria. It's making people poorer. It's making people angry. It should be able to stand up as opposition party to attack them. That is the only way it can garner support from Nigerian people for them to see him as a real leader that is standing up for them in the time of in the time of trouble.
Can you hold on, please, Saki? Ajale Koko, has he lost his man of the people toga off the back of this? Are we not seeing the real Peter Obi, this man of the people thing that has been hoodwinking them with for months on end?
He lost it completely to people who are independent. What I mean by people who are independent, people that are PDP, that are originally PDP or APC, that are looking for another candidate they can vote for because of the situation in Nigeria. Now, having heard from him for this statement, for the statement he just made, I think it will lose them completely. They will just, feel disappointed that no, this guy doesn't feel my pain. I have money in the bank. I cannot access my money. I have to pay some money to get money, my own money. I have to pay commission to get my money. And this guy is telling us that I have to go through these pains. It did not condemn central bank poor implementation of that policy. Neither did they condemn the federal government. He lost it completely. A lot of people that are looking up to him that, oh, maybe it's a paradigm shift or it's a new third, what do they call them? Is it third force?
He calls himself third force, yes.
Yeah, people that are looking at, they will just say, no, this guy is not the third force.
Can I ask you a question?
He doesn't get it completely.
All right, Sake.
Yes.
All right, Sake, come in, yeah.
Ajana Koko, this same evening, the same Arise invited a professor and asked him a question on this new Naira redesign, the crisis it is causing now in Nigeria. That independent professor that came later after on the same Arise also took this kind of position. So would you say that very professor is being
which position? Which position did that position?
The position that this thing that is happening now is temporarily, and it is expected that they even predicted that this will happen when this policy was announced last year, and they told people to get ready about this, that this is going to happen. And he now said, but the target of the federal government is purely the issue of this election vote buying things, So the professor also was like telling people that this cannot take more than 3 weeks, and he was also saying that the central bank should manage it very well by making sure that cash is available so that people can access cash. So will you now say that that same professor that made this analysis is also selfish or dubious?
Well, I don't know what that professor is up to. People can come from different quarters to come and speak for different reasons. So he is not a politician. I cannot. People that are not in public office or people that are not contesting for election, they can say whatever they like. It is their own opinion. So we can't compare what he said to what Opi said. Opi is trying to lead us as the president of Nigeria, and he should feel our pains. But it's demonstrating to us that he doesn't feel our pains. But rather, we have to go through that pains for better day to come. It is nonsensical. It shows that it doesn't have idea. It doesn't have idea of what Nigerian people are going through, and it cannot really be a real leader, because a real leader must feel the pain to the people, and that is why you see a real leader. Came up strongly.
No, hold on. Before you
ask one last question, just one.
That's why you see he came up to
all right, Ajale Koko. Yes, we'll get to Showore in a moment, but all right. Ask that for that question, but don't drip all the way through. Just manage the time. Take him to where you want him to be. Let him address it, and then we bring other voices in. Saki Father.
Okay, now, Ajale Koko. I think we have agreed, for example, that fuel subsidy should be removed.
And there's a misdirection in that first question that you asked, by the way. That professor, there are two spaces in contention here. The change in Naira policy, nobody objects to that. Everybody says the reason for that. The mopping up of cash within the system, some people see the argument there. But the timeline for it to take place, which inflicts pain pressure both on domestic homes and businesses, that is where the conversation is. And that is where Peter Obi stabbed people in the back.
No, let me finish. Ajana Koko, are you there?
I'm listening.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you a question using an example. We all here agree that fuel subsidy should be removed in Nigeria, right? Do you think that if fuel subsidy is removed today, that people will not feel pains like this in the short run?
I'm not one of those who said that fuel subsidy should be removed. Before it is removed, there must be something to replace it. We should be able to be producing our own oil before it is stopped. That is my own position. I'm not part of those people that fuel subsidy should be removed and put Nigeria in a better situation.
All right, let's bring Akim in. You are dripping all the way through. If you want to land, just take people quickly to, you can't, slow peak all the way through. Let's bring Akim in. Akim, come in.
Yeah, thank you very much, Roman. On that issue of subsidies, subsidies is a scam. It will not make any difference if it was to be taken out of it completely. One man, you see this policy of redesign of the Naira. There are people who are actually expecting the situation to get better. But what they don't understand is that the policy was designed to have some certain effect in the economy. One, to reduce the amount of currency that is in circulation. So how do you expect the situation to get better if the idea was to make sure that the idea in the first place is to reduce the amount of currency in circulation? Because don't forget, it's almost like a 3-in-1 policy. It goes along with the cashless policy, the redesign of the Naira, and then the mopping up of the Naira as well. So it's almost like a 3-in-1. The economy is not sophisticated enough to be able to go into cashless the way Emefiele is assuming it to go into it. And two, when they redesign the Naira, you have to allow both of them to work together for over a period of time. You don't give a deadline. This is the first time in my life that I heard that money is going to expire. You have money in your hand, that money automatically now have an expiring date. I've never heard it before in my life. So there are people who think this policy is going to favor them one way or the other. I want them to understand one thing. Look, APC have 22 state governors. If you know how election is being financed, none of you will even think Tinubu will lack money to finance this election. If there's one person that will spend less of his own personal money to finance this election, that person is Tinubu. The amount of infrastructure that the man has put in place means that governors that are representing APC state are the ones that will be financing elections in their state. Senators that are in those states will be the ones financing election in their state. House of Reps member in those states will be the ones financing election in their state. The only state whereby the party or the candidate will put money, resources into are those states where they think that, yes, they have a chance, and then they will be able to send some resources into those states. And how, if you even think that, okay, let's assume the policy was to affect Tinubu. If Tinubu does not have access to the new money, do you know what is Lagos State IGRO in a month? Babajide Sanwo-Olu is carrying Lagos State IGRO, follow Tinubu everywhere Tinubu goes. So are you telling me Lagos State governor will not have access to the new currency? This whole thing is just, it's a dumb idea to think that you are trying to affect one man and then you're putting a whole nation through severe pain. Say it's a short-term pain. It's stupid. One man, I've told you before, I've never seen something so badly implemented or even thought of in the first place as this Naira policy. It is one of the dumb. Look, Emefiele, the fact that man is still walking around as a free man, for me, that is a crime in its own. Emefiele should already be.
You see, Akim, of all of the intentions of that, of all of the intentions of that Naira swap, the one bit that I disagree with wholly is the timeline. I agree with the cashless policy, of course, and I agree with mopping up cash because the whole world is going cashless. So if they have this policy that presents some pay, if people are very innovative, they will very quickly adapt ways to go cashless because business cannot stop. So I agree with that, but it's just that timeline that they've given that is weighing so heavily upon people. That's just the one bit that.
No, that's why I said in the beginning that the policy, because there are people saying that there will be more Naira. But I say no, there won't be more currency coming into the system because it is designed to work with the
But do you disagree with that? That there should not be more cash in the
No.
system.
I try to analyze the whole issue because some people just defend the policy without understanding what the policy is all about or how it is designed. The Naira redesign and the cashless policy are both the same, working together, which is not bad, Wama. But what I'm saying is this: I've never seen when money in your hand expire. Money does not have expiring date. So this one, the old Naira should not be meant to expire at a certain time. Make them work together over a period of time. And then whenever the old Naira goes into the banking system, it doesn't come back out again. That is it. What is wrong with that?
But the old Naira does not expire. This policy didn't say it expires.
So what about the 200 Naira, the 500 and the others? Are they not expiring?
No. I think the policy says that after 10th of February, you can still return whatever you have.
Is that not an expiry date?
No. Let me finish.
No, you can take it to central bank.
It, but take it to central bank branch.
1 month. That's an expiry date.
It's not expiring.
It's not now. If it retains its value, then it's not expired.
Money that I cannot take to the shop to buy something. That's what of course the fact that I can take it to the central bank. Does that mean, for me, that doesn't make sense? And those people who think that this policy is designed to affect Tinubu, I'm sorry, you guys are getting it wrong. These guys, the way election is being financed, it's not going to come out. Most of the money is not going to come out from Tinubu's pocket. People are going to pay loyalty to him, expecting favor after elections. So these people are going to fund the election with their own money. This is how it works, my brother.
The issue.
No, people.
Sorry, let me quickly say this. Sorry, Ogasaki father. Sorry, just now I wasn't trying to call you a liar, or I was calling you a liar. Sorry for the way I put it.
All right, brilliant. Well done for that, Warpace. People seem to feel that Tinubu is just writing checks for the elections. If you have a look, because we have been watching a lot of these state governors. I'll bring you the headline. El Rufai, he has just presented an 85 billion sign off to his assembly for them to sign off. I think a governor in the southeast or south, he presented 150 billion naira to his assembly to sign off. So people are cashing out all these monies to run these elections. And as Akim said, a lot of these states, they will run the elections of their own ticket and invoice it to the state and by extension the people. And Lagos State, of course, and endless, that Tinubu, don't worry, it's not going to affect Tinubu. It's just the people that is going to affect are the people that is already affected now. But the backlash against it might affect Tinubu. That's the one space.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, one man. I think there are a lot of people that expect, this is what I keep saying, people expect too much from Obi without looking at this man antecedent. There have never been a time when you have any issues on ground that affect the ordinary man, where you see Obi come out, to speak on the side of the people. It's either norm and just keep quiet. That is what he's done.
Just say what.
All right, let's get back to this. So there's
yeah. So about that money, whatever, signing off money. One man, the issue is not about who's spending the money or where the money is coming from. The issue is about cash. That's what they are complaining about. It's not even about them getting cash. It's about the one they already have. That's the main problem, to be honest with you. That is the main problem, because why I'm saying it is because I know the main problem is how to get that money back in. That is the main problem, because the first time they announced this, most people thought it was a joke. They were like, "Oh, these people are just making a joke. They're gonna find a way to persuade it and extend it or whatever." The main problem is all the money they have that's outside now. They still have outside. How to get it back into the system, and they don't want to lose that kind of billions of naira they still have outside. They just don't want to lose it, because believe it or not, an ordinary businessman have already packed their money, put their money inside the bank. So that's, I don't know how many percent is still at 20-something% outside still, is not an ordinary businessman. It's just the simple truth. Ordinary businessman have packed his money and put inside the bank and just waiting to get new naira. But the politicians are outside, their money is outside. They can't explain how they got money, don't know how to put it back in because they now have to explain to EFCC how this money is gotten from. That is just the problem. I'm not saying it's about them getting money to rig election. Yeah, they probably have, gotten that money, maybe billions of naira to buy election, but it goes both ways. Atiku is looking for new naira. Tinubu is looking for new naira. How much do they necessarily need to be able to rig election? Do they have enough? I don't know, but they certainly have money to rig a certain amount of election or to buy. That's just
Can I?
Sorry, land that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's just the problem, and whether yeah, a lot of people are suffering. One man. But the problem people are making is, you know what's funny? Any little thing that, or any little mistake will be make, people want to, I would say, try to heighten it to the extent of it shouldn't even go. Whether he's gonna lose his messiah or whatever, how people see him as the people's choice or whatever. So if he loses it because of a comment, and where are they gonna put it? The people that brought them into the mess. So it's just funny why we are trying to make an assertion that doesn't add up for a man that just said a word. Why would you be, leaving a man that said a word and now joining a man that did that thing to you? It doesn't add up, on man. So let's stop escalating something that wouldn't even happen. You get? It won't happen, on man. Yeah, I don't know who wanted to come in.
All right, brilliant. Let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. This from Thomas. It says, even if Obi kills obedience, even if Obi kills obedience, will still justify it. So there it is. It's a bit like what Trump said, that if he went into Times Square and shot somebody, his base will still stay with him. Obi behaved like a pharaoh, in the Bible. So that's Thomas having his jokes there. Ayo comes in. Polls are sometimes used for voter suppression as well. They can serve the purpose of increasing enthusiasm for one's base whilst depressing another. So yes, is that some subterfuge? I think what Ayo hinting at there. So thank you, Ayo, for that. And whilst Ayo still has the floor, you already know where we're going. As he ever does, he has done. Just as soon as the session starts, Ayo does like clockwork, and there he is right there. So that's Ayo registering himself at the Buy the Coffee thing. So thank you, Ayo. So let me. Sorry, Michael, did you want to come in? I muted you twice,
Yes.
but if I mute you, then stay muted. But come in now, yeah.
Yes. Is Dex trying to tell us that a Labour Party is not going to buy votes? Because you keep on saying PDP and APC.
I don't want to tell you something, but something will happen. Don't worry about it.
No, because it's Nigerian election, which all of us are used to. Anybody who has the opportunity to ring each other out carries the day.
But to be honest with you, tell yourself who has the likelihood of rigging or buying votes? Labour, APC, or PDP?
All of them, all the party will buy votes.
I asked you a simple question. The likelihood.
There is no likelihood there.
You're lying to yourself, my brother. But anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Mama, let me make a final comment.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I tend to see what a lot of people do, especially some people in this platform. When something is trying to, I would say, yeah, I wanted to make comment to Jali Coco first, because Jali Coco, I've never really seen you in this way, having a double standard, because I believe the time that Tinubu made a comment in Abeokuta, I can remember vividly you said he was just saying he wasn't talking about the people, and he was talking based on his anger against Buhari and all that. You basically said that, and a lot of people can bear me witness. For you to come today and say a different thing, that Tinubu was talking on behalf of the people, I don't know you like that. I would honestly say that, I mean, a lot of people don't know you like that, to be double standard. But anyway, one man, people tend to one man, you're even guilty of that. Try to praise bad things. Why I say that is, I can read people, and sometimes when people like this, let's say we are watching a movie, there's a villain and there's a hero, and you see some people trying to be more happy if the villain beats the hero in that movie. And that's the sense of thought of some people in this platform. They tend to rejoice when the bad person triumphs. I don't know if that is a good thing, but
so who's the bad person?
Who is the bad person?
Can you hold on? Is that you, Michael? You need to mute yourself, Michael, and stay muted. So who's the bad person at this?
The bad person is people that brought us into this mess, which is APC and PDP.
Right. And who is the good person?
People that's trying to drive us out of it.
Like
Peter Bishowere and others.
Right.
And when you tend to, and it's clear, that's why I said sometimes we want to target as opinion and forget there is something called common sense. Like I made the example of white and black. When 5 people tells you this is bad, this is black, and the other person is saying that, one person is saying this is white, it makes you either mischievous, dumb, or basically
or both.
A bad person. So I just want to put it out there. And
is this how you see the elections, good and bad?
Yes, the election.
Right. All right. Look,
so the man who was in PDP a few months ago is not part of the good people, right?
Yes, that's the first phase.
I made an instance. If 10 people are saying one thing and one person is saying different thing, and you think it's because of your opinion, it makes you one mischievous or dumb, or the other way around, very bad. I would say that. I don't know.
Yes, I'm not going to say what you said is simplistic, but you
doesn't make
say
sense.
You say the thing is, you are making the decision on good and bad by however you are looking at it. A lot of some people, the very easiest space to go to is that you are presenting your ethnic familiar as a good person. So a lot of people are already of the thought that you are led somewhat by that ethnic fraternities. But let's leave that to one side. And then a lot of people also perhaps do not see the person you see as good because a lot of people don't see Peter Obi as a good person, not as an individual good person, but as the solution that you see in him. A lot of people see solutions differently. As Solomon sees Atiku as the solution, other people see Tinubu as the solution. For all of the reasons that you see Peter Obi as the solution, they equally see Atiku or Tinubu as the solution. So
yeah.
You are not placed to decide what is good or bad.
I'm not one man. I made it. I said you're guilty of it too. Why? Because often instances there's something that some news you bring in your platform, and it's clear that maybe they caught a criminal, or they catch some criminals, and you try to make cases for them. that is some of the example I'm saying. And without like condemning the criminals, they're caught. You try to make cases for the criminal. That throws into the analogy of when you want the bad person to triumph.
No, but it's not a bad person though. You've been on this platform long enough. We routinely call Tinubu a looter on this platform. Equally call Atiku a looter. But then we also equally call Peter Obi a looter because we know he is.
No, this is not.
Yeah. So there is no saint in the outside amongst the top three. But if you want to go towards sainthood, then you are headed towards Showore. But there is no saint amongst the top three. And Peter Obi is no cleaner than Atiku or Tinubu. Is not more competent. There's no evidence to suggest that is more competent than either of them. There is nothing that suggests Peter Obi is better. Apart from his age, that is younger. So I'm not sure this analogy of good and evil.
What I'm very good at. Yeah, I'm not talking about the political space now. I'm taking an example of maybe the time the news is brought about when the military went to Lagos and arrested some hoodlums, and you are making some excuses for them. It shows the mind of the person. You get what I mean? When you're trying to make a case for criminals because something you don't just want.
Trying to see if I still have that video, but carry on. Yeah.
You were saying there's no when I say there's gone, you're like, is it this gone? I mean, you're trying to make a case, which is not right for a criminal. You see drugs, you're like, drugs for what? It shows the mindset of people. You get
my God. You know that showed more your mindset than anybody else, but there it is.
That's why I said. That's why I made an analogy of when you're with a friend and you're watching a movie of a villain and a hero. When maybe assuming the villain is a thief and the hero is cops, and the thief maybe went and robbed the bank and killed some people. They want that thief to escape and actually eat that money without trying there's people like that, and a lot of people are in this platform like that, and it's just, I can't for the life in me understand it, but I just want us to know that, try to use your common sense sometimes.
My God.
Thank you very much, man.
All right, thank you. I don't know quite why you've taken us, but I'm going to look for that clip just to have you rewatch it and then see if you're still of the same thought.
And the Nigerian Army has continued with its mission to rid Lagos.
So I've got that clip. This is the clip that Des is referencing.
What is wrong with this guy?
I don't know what's going on, but mute yourself for a moment. This is the clip that Des is referencing with that long thing that is just said. Sorry, who's that? Yeah, so this is the clip that Des is referencing with that long speech that is just said. So in this clip, we see, let's play the clip first. It's only 2 minutes.
And the Nigerian Army has continued with its mission to rid Lagos of criminal elements. Commander of the 9th Brigade, Brigadier General Isong Gubong Agbamontia says his men will continue to beam their searchlight across the state. Senior correspondent Ivy Kano monitored the raid.
This appears not the best of time for miscreants in Lagos. 2 weeks ago, the Ojota area was raided in similar fashion. Here in Oshodi, the commander says the all-night raid by his men paid off as over 100 suspects were picked from various locations within the local council.
Brown Street, Araromi, that general area. We raided because we had an information concerning the activities of hoodlums in that area. We were out from 1 a.m. to about 5 this morning. So if you go there, you will see some of the things that were recovered from them, some drugs, some weapons. You see weapons there, charms. You can go ahead and look at them there. Those things were recovered from them.
But what is the next line of action after the arrest.
So we will screen, and those ones that, before we report them to the police, those ones that are found culpable, look at those ones, look at the weapon, look at the charms there. The ones that we are sure, especially the ones with those charms, with those drugs, we'll hand them over to NDLA, hand them to police, any agency that is necessary, or who is in charge of those crimes. As I speak to you now, this same night, same activity is being carried out in a Festac General area. So my troops in that area are carrying out this same thing. So it's simultaneously, not only that is coming after one, is going on, and this will keep on going. The police too are working, everybody, just to make sure that Lagos is safe for us all.
He also challenged the residents to come forward with useful information that will.
All right, just a couple of things before you come in, Des. So you saw that, and if you have to play it again, we will. What you saw in that clip was is it a battalion? That's not a battalion, but a company. I think company is the word. A bunch of army personnel out at night in Oshodi space. So you saw people lined up. So they wrapped up just everybody around. And the officer told us that they will screen them, and then the ones that they find wanting, they will hand them over to whichever agency. So that is to tell you that they just randomly swept people up. So yes,
that's what they call it.
Yes, so that's the first bit. So they just rounded up people randomly without being guilty of any crime. So that's the first thing. And then they said they found drugs on them. So if you want us to play it again, we will play it again. But what you will see are just sachets of cannabis. So that's the second thing. And then they said they found weapon. You saw some rusty dame gun-like pistol. You saw a hammer and a scissors. And I did not see anything that looked like weapon there, apart from some rusty dame gun. So that all righteous sermonizing as Des left. So that whole righteous sermonizing that you heard from Des is wrapped around that. And when we were looking at that clip, what we concluded was that it was a politically motivated move, because that was when Tinubu was battling the cabals then after his Abeokuta speech. So that was that. So all of that righteous, whatever it is that long as essay by Desmond is wrapped around that clip. So I'm inviting you, if you saw any weapons outside of some rusty dame gun, I'm inviting you, and we'll play the clip again, so to tell us what you saw. I'm inviting you, if you saw any drugs outside of sachets of cannabis, and you heard the officer say that they will screen them, and the ones they find wanting, they will hand them to the appropriate authority, the police, the NDLEA. So that tells you that they swept up random people. So all of that sermonizing about Desmond, it was about that. So there it is. It's just it's the funniest thing. I don't want to say it's an obedience. It's just that's an obedience something, isn't it? But Patrick, there it is. Hello. Yeah.
That Patrick, the same way you come.
You see, it's not lying.
What I see there is so simple. Before the first question I want to ask is this: is it that the governor of Lagos State was aware of this raid? And another question for those people that understand how the security should operate is: can the military just on their own, without anybody inviting them, whether the police command or the chief security of that state, which happen to be Sanwo-Olu, just go at random and assign themselves the role of conducting what's supposed to be the role of the Nigeria police? And now,
is it even the role of the police to be sweeping up vagrants on the street? Not the police, the army. Is it the role of the army to be sweeping?
Exactly.
I think Desmond is just lost in some mindset.
You see some people that are talking of even you are even talking of cannabis. I can't even figure out what is cannabis even on the TV.
No, you could see the sachet. So if they are saying drugs, that was the only thing that I saw that looked like drugs.
Exactly. It could be tobacco, it could be anything.
Sachets. that look like cannabis. But even if it was cannabis, is that sufficient enough for all of that essay from Desmond?
It's not sufficient because it's not even their role. That's supposed to be NDLE. So when is the army supposed to help the NDLE without them inviting the army for them to do, and now just with afterthought now hand them over? See, this
nothing stops you. If, for example, in the course of my activity as a military girl, as a military team, I see drugs on people. Should I say, oh, take the drug? It's only NDLE that should come and arrest the drugs? No.
But they went on an operation, and you heard
they went on an operation. They discovered all those things. They've arrested people. They say they found some of them with drugs and everything, but they will hand it over to NDLE. It is the role of NDLE to now decide, oh, this is just a sachet, or this does not really point to anything. But whatever information, those who are using a sachet of drug are buying from somewhere, and those who are selling to them as middlemen probably have a wholesaler somewhere.
Is that a police matter?
No, it is law enforcement matter. So it is the duty of law enforcement to coordinate the activities. We are not military men. We don't necessarily know the modus operandi among them. But what we want is just a society that is free from drug and crime. And mind you, it is good to clean the Lagos now. Because if they had clean Lagos before NSAS, I'm telling you, all those IPOB boys that caused triggers in NSAS and created that crisis in Lagos would probably have been apprehended ahead of time. So I don't see anything wrong with what 9th Brigade has done in Lagos.
Oh, all right, brilliant. All right, yeah. Wrap up your thoughts there, Ola.
I see a lot wrong. Is sometimes we know the ratings, but we don't want to say it as it is. We don't want to be blunt. Now, for example, as a civilian, now you and I, we are here now. If an army officer should stop you for a police matter, will you obey? Now, the question again is this: in Nigeria, when we look at it in Nigeria, when you look at the constitution that is written clearly, is this thing supposed to be under there? And those days when these people used to have joint operation, you will see both police and the military doing this thing. Not that the military will just go somewhere and raid and start giving excuses. To me, a lot was wrong because there was a lot for the military to do rather than just to be going on the streets and come out like you rightly said. To me, that was just an abuse of power, and whatever purpose, whatever reason, you are yet to understand fully. In my own conspiracy theory, that's just toward the election, and they are just showing the preparation and the show of the federal might in case they may need them to do whatever they want to do. They've done this in election before in Ekiti. I will see them. So this thing may just be a preparation and nothing more. That's my own.
Yes. When Uptown came yesterday or the day before, this is part of a wider operation called something deep water or something, which is to target the what they are purporting to likely thugs that are going to be used during the election. So that is to wipe them off the streets so that's what that is more about. It wasn't anything about law enforcement. It was.
Mama, can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah.
Yeah. You see, in this place, one thing about Nigeria, the Nigerian space is just like I keep saying, is hypocrisy. That is just our problem in Nigeria here. If you watch this, I'm not a Tinubu supporter. I support Atiku with my full chest, but I try to see facts when when certain things are brought up. If you watch this army people going to Lagos, it's just like when they sent army soldiers to the southeast, to Abia State, for Operation Python Dance. It's the same thing that they just did they did in Lagos State. And funny enough, the people they call hoodlums, or they say that they will interrupt this election if in Lagos, if at all. These guys are not even going to. They are people. They are even big boys. Most of the big boys there, and people that have homes. It's not even like those people they just ransacked now. They are in Abuja here, even in central area in Abuja here. If anybody knows, those are no central area. The uncompleted buildings that they were about to that is still in the process of becoming to construct to be plazas. You see these Fulani people living inside there. Those that some of them that even ride bike, or no, some of them that do taxi, or some people that are homeless. They don't even guys that all these are malo guys that do cows and all that. They live in those buildings, and if you go there, you can still find this kind of things there inside these things they found inside this place here. You still find them inside those kind of place, and it's not like they are. Will they be able to interrupt the election? They won't. Those people cannot interrupt the election. So this thing here, like what there's said here now, is not really correct. And him saying that that the situation in Nigeria is, maybe he's in Nigeria now though, but whatever thing he's hearing, or in Nigeria now, they are really suffering about this money thing. To be honest with you, people can't even do anything. You say transfer, banks are not even working. Anyway, I see people that they're supposed to pay. Some banks have not even paid them. Banks like Unity Bank and all that. So him say, most times what this guy come here to say is just very, very. Anyway, he's not here to defend himself. So let me just leave that space. But we should not say that those people are just thugs or hoodlums. They're not they're homeless people. That cannot.
That's the impression you have. They are homeless, and if you look at what the police or the army are saying they found, about 3 sachets of cannabis, 1 dame gun, scissors, a pair of scissors, a hammer, and that is what is making Lagos safe. A dame gun and scissors. You know, it's just it's a political move. We all know that.
Yeah,
but,
it is a it is the level of it is.
Maybe
Sorry
it's not sophisticated enough.
Yeah, it is the level of his understanding. That is just the thing.
Yeah.
You know, this guy doesn't understand politics. Sorry to say.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand. He just come here to use emotions and talk.
All right, like you said, he's not here to push back. So thank you, Solomon. So let's bring the conversation back on track and take it in the direction of Ajale Koko, who hopefully is ready. Ajale Koko.
One more. Sorry, before you go to Ajale Koko, I want to quickly ask a question, please. Because I was listening to the show and I fell asleep. So I think I don't know if I was actually dreaming or I heard inside the show, because I realized, but I understood that as soon as I heard that, I had to wake up. So I just want to be sure if I heard from inside the show, or if I was dreaming or something, because I was hearing Peter B win Ekiti in a poll or something. I don't know if that is the case or Ondo.
No, it's sadly it was more of a nightmare than a dream. But yes, there are some elements telling us that Peter B will win. It will win Ekiti, Lagos, Ogun, and Oyo State.
Adamawa.
Yes.
I can't.
No, forget the Adamawa one. It's the Ekiti one. I think that that's the one I must have heard that one this time.
By 36%. PDP will come second by 34%, and Tinubu will come third by 22% in Ekiti.
Okay, I now understand why I woke up from my sleep.
It's just wild, isn't it? But
it has gone beyond joke now. I've told you guys every time.
I got progressive. Dom.
Brother, tell me 12.
Yeah, but 12. I beg you, they follow this boys platform. This Pastor Cassie and about Obaze platform.
No, I know they follow their platform, but they watch some of Abad videos sometimes. But since he can't do this stupid traveling matter, I just pardon.
Yeah. But you see, the recent concern they raised about Labour Party for Benin. Same man.
My brother, look. I don't want to talk about. My brother, look. On the 25th, or might say 3 weeks now. But no more, no deal. I don't want to talk about this.
Okay, but let me tell you what.
You call yourself on WhatsApp and talk this one.
Let me tell you what we were saying. It's about the Labour Party in Benin.
Yes.
This is for favor to Egmatic. The major block of people that is campaigning online, like this guy just mentioned Abatabaze, that guy was single-handedly responsible for Baseki coming back. That guy is good. Let's give it to him. This guy, they are paid Labour now, but they came out and say is Labour Party thinking they are going to win Edo State on protest votes or praise votes? The Labour Party structure, there's no structure, and the few structure they have, they are not serious. There's a big pastor that came out that he is not seeing any Labour Party candidate on ground. They are not coming for them to take them to go meet the
I want to move. Sorry, guys. Let me move on. Sorry, Adale Koko, to you. So, Adale Koko, to you, and please take us then to this space. Emefiele deceived President Buhari to approve Naira redesign. This is OSHIOMOLE, who is doubling down on that narrative that has been bubbling into the space. So, a lot of people and a lot of opinions forming that they are about to sacrifice Emefiele to this bad move. Do you have that reading of that space as well, Adale Koko?
Yeah, thank you, Wama. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Emefiele, I give him 80% or 85% of the blame, and I give Buhari 15%. Reason being that why I give Emefiele 80% because it's his project, it is monetary policy, and he should be able to. He formulated the public policy. He should be able to implement it, to the, satisfaction of everybody. He should be able to run it well in such a way it's not going to cause economic hardship on individual and businesses. So Emefiele failed to carry out his job well. He failed to carry out what he promised the president well. But the president at the same time should have, get his own advisor, economic advisor, financial advisor. Who is the financial advisor is the Minister of what do you call it? Minister of
Finance.
Minister of Finance and the economic manager. I think she's the economic manager as well. And I think by the Nigerian constitution is the finance minister is the supervisor to
the CBN governor. Yes.
Yeah, the supervisor. So why did the federal government fail? The president failed to get the supervisor of the governors of the civilian involved. So I blame him for that. He failed to involve his economic team because some of the economic team are seasoned bankers too, that are even more brilliant, that know how the banking works, if not even better than Emefiele. Those that are veteran, that are knows, that have been in there, they have walked through the test of time in banking, so they know everything about banking, and they would have been able to advise the president better, and in collaboration with the central bank, they will have implement that policy in such a way that we won't have this economic mess and hardship that we are going through. So I'm giving the president 15%, 85% to Emefiele. Emefiele even show a high level of irresponsibility because during that time, in the heart, how on earth would you see the central bank governor traveling abroad for, what do you call it? Is it for vacation, or what did he say he went to?
Yeah, he went with Buhari to a summit, and then he stayed back just for personal reasons.
For personal reasons.
Yeah.
Why you are carrying out such a policy that is so important to the management of the economy, to the monetary management. This policy is I mean, it shouldn't play a second role. It should play a leading role. Leading role in the sense of how this money is disbursed to the bank. How did the bank, disburse this money to Nigerians? How was he able to monitor it effectively? Efficiently, that it won't give room for some kind of corrupt practices, and a way of some politician, or what do you call them, stashing away this money at the detriment of common people of Nigeria. In the heart of this guy was nowhere to be found. He was nowhere to be found. How irresponsible is that person at the helm of affairs of our central bank? How irresponsible can a central bank governor act like that? He was missing completely, leaving behind some people that cannot be held responsible for this, doing whatever they like with that money, and thereby all new notes were vanished to nowhere and are not available for Nigerian people. So this man is highly responsible, incompetent, and he has failed Nigeria at every step of the way. There's no policy that this guy ever made that stimulate the economy. Every policy that this guy, put out there have resulted to failure, including this money redesigning and what do you call it? So Emefiele should bear the greatest blame in this respect. And
Ajale Koko, if they have to extend the deadline again, and for just to ease up the financial space, they extend it by a 6-month period. Should Emefiele be made to resign for that? Should he lose his job? If they have to extend it again and they extend it beyond the election, we then defeat one of the primary purposes. Do you think Emefiele should lose his job over that if they extend it again?
Look, Emefiele have no reason to remain in that position because he has failed us all the way through. Nigeria need another central bank governor, an international person, a man that can bring confidence to the international investor, a man that have that unquestionable character, a man who is a seasoned administrator and a seasoned banker, should replace Emefiele. Some people are of the argument that, if they take out Emefiele now, it could send a wrong signal to international investor that, what kind of country is this? Why at the middle of exchange of their currency, they are sacking their central bank governor? Yes, all evidences are clear that this guy is a failure. This guy is running down the economy. Let us bring in another person that they can see, that can give them the confidence that, yes, another man is replacing him who is capable of, putting things in order. That is what we need. So if it is possible, Nigeria can invite, somebody like Akiwumi or some other person that, have a successful banker and a reputable banker. If they can have him there, what is wrong? We need to get our the monetary management of our economy. We need to make it work for the economy and for the people of Nigeria. We don't need a person like Emefiele. It should instead longer. If we have a president that is upright and his team, they should have been able to package somebody, look for a replacement for Emefiele right now, and take him out and put somebody there who can stabilize and make this currency, available for Nigeria. That if Emefiele is sacked today, you know what it's going to bring? Nigerian people will have that first-hand peace of mind that, oh, the man that is not doing the job well has been fired. To ordinary man and to every Nigerian, they will say, yes, this man has been fired. Maybe a new person that is bringing in will make this fund available. That is what the psychology of everybody will feel that way, that, oh, the man at the top handing this money has been fired, another person replaced. Yes, we make it possible. And to international investor, we need a seasoned banker, a person that, of better, reputation in banking. They should put him there and let us carry out. We just need somebody that can manage our monetary aspect of our economy, manage it well. That is what we need. And really, they cannot manage anything. It is clear. It should be fire. If they extend this thing, it doesn't matter the way they fire him. It doesn't matter as far as I'm concerned. We need a radical reform in that country. If you can't get it reform radically, you can't get a nation on the right track. It needs to be fire to show to others around him holding strategic position that yes, they too can be fired in such a way if they are not performing well. So Emefiele, if by any chance, like you said, if they extend this thing, it should be fire. We should bring another person in, a person that can tell Nigerian people, give me 2 weeks, this money will be available everywhere, and that person get into the job and do the job well, to the satisfaction of Nigeria. And such person, when that won't get the job done, it will send a signal to international community and international investors that yes, they have a person managing Nigerian manager of monetary aspect of Nigerian economy who is doing the job well. And we begin to see the investors maybe coming back to Nigeria to invest in Nigeria. So it should be fire as far as I'm concerned. There's no time wasting to retain Emefiele for any reason. It's a failure, and it's killing the economy of that country every day.
All right, brilliant. And to the Peter Obi space and his surprising stance in the Naira swap saga, he is inviting that people should exercise some patience with the government. And when something as big as this happens, there's usually a pain period. Does this run contrary to his pro-people stance that has brought him to prominence?
Look, except people that like to deceive themselves and try to fool themselves, that we see Obi as a people's man. Obi is never a people's man. Obi has never, in the history of Nigeria, fight for Nigerian people. He never done it, and he will never do it. And that is why you see him, since this problem started, this man have not spoken. He refused to speak until today. And what did he say today? Gibberish, nonsense. A leader that is out of touch, that is not in tune with the plight that Nigerian people are going through. It shows that he doesn't understand the pains and suffering of Nigerian people. And I know why you cannot see his stand. It's neither here or there. Because this guy is a Emefiele friend. He doesn't want to speak against his friend. And on the other side, he doesn't want to speak against the federal government. See, federal government, because Tinubu has been speaking against the federal government, he thinks he has to parley with the federal government and maybe the federal government, the cabal, whatsoever they call them, can see him as a person that they can, somehow look at as a person that could, work with them, and maybe they can give their backing to them, even though that it does not belong to their party. So he is playing a double standard game. Let me not offend anybody. And you can't be a leader like that. A leader must be able to make his position known in a clear term, in such a way that people will know where he stands. We don't know where he stands by his statement. He's talking up and down like a graph that is going, galloping graph that is going up and down. We don't know where he stands. He cannot really, he failed to say clearly his position by his all he said in his interview today. He said, okay, let's currency redesigning is important to every economy all over the world. And when it is done, people got to go through short pains. I don't know.
No, that's not true, actually. As a statement, that statement is not true.
That is what I'm saying.
Yeah, currencies are changed globally, but it's done seamlessly that people sometimes don't even know the currency had changed until they get new money, and they suddenly say that there's something has changed.
Something has changed, yes.
Yeah, because they will announce it, but people won't even pay attention.
Who pays attention?
Because the system just runs seamlessly.
Several times in this America, all these, different bills that we have, $1, $2, $5, they have changed. They've changed them several times here. We don't even know. We just see they just change color, and $100, the new $100 now. But the old $100, they're still taking it. They're still accepting it. But, the moment he finds his way to the bank, that is the way he ends up there. And the new one, they keep bringing out the new one from the bank. So that is the way it works. And he was making reference to India.
Sorry, one man. Can I come in, please?
Yeah, come in. Who's that? Mashood. Oh, yes.
Yeah, hello, everyone. Nice to join your program today, and I really appreciate it. Everybody that has been speaking, I think they are so intelligent, and everybody is giving their points. Even though I see some, they were just acting based on emotion, especially those ones that are supporting Obi. So what Ajanle Koko said, I think it's very, very important that CBN, all these CBN policies they're bringing out, even the old ones, they are rather bringing hardship to people because they have bad implementations. I keep telling people that the reason the dollar is so expensive, like the US dollars is so like expensive compared to Naira now, is because of the policy that they implemented years, like some year, I can't remember the actual year. Because before you can go to the bank and buy, if you're doing a business, you can go to the bank easily and get US dollars and use it to transact in abroad or something. You can just go to the bank and buy dollars and use it for your business. But when they stopped it, I remember when I first came to Canada in 2013, I was able to use my Nigerian card to withdraw, to get US dollars. So dollars was not scarce then. But it got to a stage that they made everything tight. They have their own reason for that. They thought maybe that will help our Naira. But instead of helping our Naira, it was going the other way around. Because in economics, when something is scarce, it becomes expensive. So that's what's happening to dollars. And this other one, Naira redesign, to me, I believe is just a way to affect Tinubu's presidency. Tinubu is not going to lose anything in terms of spending. It's not like he's not going to have money to spend. But the only way he's going to lose is the fact that people will go against their government, the APC government. And as a result of that, they might not vote for APC.
Yeah, but that's a significant repercussion, though.
Yes, you're right. And it's not only Tinubu that it will affect. It's just that Tinubu is the main person that sees himself as the person that's it's going to affect them across the board. It will affect some other, maybe senators. It might not affect all of them, but some other ones, it will affect them, where they have a large number of undecided. So when we look at it, and Obida is coming out now to support the government, it's because Tinubu has already said something, and he doesn't want to go that way. Again,
is that what you think? Because some people actually think that the policy favors Obi on two major fronts. One you've already described, that people will vote against the government, and then those votes will either go to Atiku or Peter Obi. So he stands to gain a lot from the protest vote. And then, of course, the capacity to buy votes, which he doesn't have.
Okay.
That works for him as well.
Buying votes, I've done politics while I was home, and I did some kind of grassroots politics. I know how politics works. There's no party in this country. That's why I tell people that support Obi, I'm like, everything that you guys are seeing right now is different from the election day. I'll take Lagos as a case study. Lagos has more than 800, if I'm not mistaken, I heard it from someone from Lagos, more than 800 wards. And each ward might have like maybe 10 or 11 polling units. On election day, this is how we used to do. I've acted as a party agent before. On election day, each polling unit will have party agents, maybe 2. And each of these one are paid for the job they're doing, because they are the one that will monitor their party's votes to make sure nothing affects or nothing happens to it. Now, that is where structure comes in. Some of these mushroom parties, they might not have any polling agents there. And if you don't have any polling agents there, anything that happens, it happens. That's why sometimes they might rig election, they might do some other things. But in terms of expenditure, you have to spend that money for your for your party agent that will be at the polling unit.
No, but those are logistics monies, though.
They are logistics.
What the advantage Peter Obi feels he gets is that he doesn't have the level of war chest that somebody like Atiku or Tinubu has. If you are going to induce our voters with money, if you are going to pay off INEC officials, all of these things, all of the things that you need to use money to facilitate for outside of logistics in terms of bribery and undue influencing of voting and all of that, he doesn't have the war chest of Atiku or Tinubu. With this squeeze on the Naira now and the rationing of the notes, because all of these things, they are usually, because it's a criminal act, so they don't do bank transfers, they go in Ghana must go bags. So because of the squeeze on the Naira, it makes it that much more difficult for the people who are going to vote by, and this policy then favors him. So I think that's part of the calculations that he's making to adopt a position.
Okay, yeah, what you said, that is what happened, but it's not true.
Right.
Obi is not, like, if they want to buy votes, there are so many ways that votes could be bought. Now, all the elections that I've witnessed, there are so many people that believes in the party, regardless of what is going on. And even if they want to give anyone money, they want to buy the vote. If they tell you, we'll give you this so amount of money, go and vote for me. Some of them might request for it right away, which is fine. But it's not Tinubu that will pay that money. each local government have the responsibility to mobilize cash to pay people, even if they want to buy votes. In each ward, it is the responsibility of whoever wants to be maybe a councillor or the party chairman in that ward. They are the ones that will mobilize all these things. But remember, most of these people that they will sell votes for or they will buy votes from them, they are people that they know already. So there are so many ways they can do it if they want to go around it. They can promise them that, okay, we'll transfer to you. If they say, okay, we'll give you 5,000. If I'm buying votes from maybe 2 or 3 people and I send them 5,000, nobody will come and tell me, why did I do that? They won't even know the reason I do that. So they can transfer, they can do electronic transfer to them, bank transfer. That is one. Secondly, just like El Rufai said, all these politicians, they have their way of going around to get other currencies. It's just a matter of maybe dollars. They can start giving them, okay, instead of giving them 10,000 or 20,000, they might say, okay, we'll give it maybe $2 or $3. At the end of the day, we might change it from you. People will still take it. Even if they see that it is dollar, they will prefer to take it than even Naira. So buying of votes, I don't think this Naira redesign will curb it. Because either if they give them in cash or they give them in transfer, if they want to buy votes, there's too many ways to do it. It's not only by giving them cash. So that's one thing I want people to know. But Obi is just gaining, is banking on the fact that people will go against APC. They will be mad at them. So they will be able to vote for her. That's the only thing I think Obi is going to gain from it.
All right, the protest vote. But if people are voting against, the APC, the natural port of call, it will be Atiku Abubakar, not Peter Obi.
Well, it depends on the region. In the south, where people believe that a northerner is ruling already, they don't have to rule again. I believe many people, many aggressed, I'll call them maybe people that are aggressive, that are angry.
Aggrieved.
They will be, yes, the aggrieved one. They will go towards Obi rather than Atiku. But in the north, if they are aggrieved as well, they will go towards Atiku rather than Obi. But as a party, like if you have been a party man and you know how politics play very well, those things, they don't really matter. Because even let them say anything bad about Tinubu, people will still follow him. The party people will still go with him. Let them say anything bad about Atiku, the party people will still go with him. Let them say anything bad about Obi, the party people will still go to him. The only people that can go either way, that can say, okay, I'm aggrieved, I'm not voting for them, they are undecided voters. That is as much as I know in politics. The undecided voters are the ones that will go, that will be like,
sorry, you said you've been a party agent.
Yes, I've done it before.
So is there really such a thing within the Nigerian space as an undecided voters? Are there people that make decisions still and late into the elections on who to vote for?
Yes, I believe there are. But we don't have, majority of the people that we have are party people. The undecided voters that we have, they are people that live in the urban area. That's where we have them. In the rural area, I don't even think they have anything like undecided voters. Because they are doing politics. It's either they follow this party or they follow the other party. and they usually do meeting every Saturday. All these things that people are saying online on this, you believe me that when you go to the rural areas, like not even so rural, you go to the inner city, or the real like all those towns, you will believe that most of these things that is going online doesn't reach them. Is either they support APC or PDP. But in the big cities, you can see other parties, you can see those undecided voters that they don't even vote. Maybe last election, majority of them didn't vote because they don't believe in Nigerian system. But now, because they see somebody that they think is different, so they want to align or go with that person.
All right. Thank you, Moshood. So sorry, how did you come across us? How did you come across the platform?
Oh, it just popped up on my page. I've been watching you guys for like a week now. I wasn't able to join, but just today, thank God, I was able to join the program.
Who is your favorite panelist? As if we don't know already. Who is your favorite panelist?
Well, I like Ajale Koko. He's so frank, and he's saying it as it is.
All right, brilliant. All right, so let's hear him say it as it is some more. So Ajale Koko, there is Moshood joining us, but this business of Peter Obi is a lot more calculating than we anticipated. Ajale Koko, Peter Obi.
Thank you, Moshood, for joining us for the first time, and I hope that you'll be a permanent panelist on this platform. You know,
you are welcome.
On this platform, we say it the way it is. We don't run.
That's why we lose friends quickly, because we don't.
You see, one man. You did one thing yesterday. I was so happy, and I wanted to join. I wasn't able to. When you were bringing out all these atrocities that Obi has committed, and these people doesn't even know.
It's a crook now. Everybody, Peter, is a crook.
Yeah, they thought this man is a saint or something. But I kept telling some of them that I even know here, like, okay, if you're telling me Obi is a saint, that means you are living in another world. I've seen this Facebook post since 2010 that some people were even talking about Obi, and Anambrarian people from his own state. They were saying, they were castigating him that he's about to leave. He has almost some months to leave, and they started awarding contracts that he wouldn't even pay. If I can check that, if I can get the link, maybe I will send it to you on Facebook.
There was a thing on Naira Land as well. I've lost it. I'll try and find it again. That Naira Land post was exactly at the heart of when Peter Obi was governor of that space, and it was filled with people from Anambra. And the report was they detested him.
That's true. This Facebook post, the same thing. They were just saying all these bad things about him. But there's one thing
and that's not a new. That's at the time, or not something that they have just now put on. If that is dated for when he was.
Yes. It was like 12 years ago. Yes. But there's one thing I've discovered with the Eastern, the Igbos.
No, don't slam the Igbos, so please.
No, I'm not slamming them. I'm not saying not even like all of them.
Yeah.
I would say some of them, quite a few number of them, they don't actually want Obi to be president because Obi is a good person. They just want him to be there because he's their kingsman.
Yes, of course, but then that applies to a lot of Yoruba too. By the way, a lot of Yorubas that want Tinubu to be president. If Tinubu was not a Yoruba man, with all of the things that levels against Tinubu, the Yorubas, they will slaughter him. They will the shaking hands, the corruption, the gibberish that he talks all the time. If he wasn't a Yoruba man, the Yorubas, they will slaughter him.
One man, can I quickly come in, please?
Yeah.
Sorry, I watched you on when you went to Rudolph channel last time, right? When
to take my regular beating,
not even that day was not even a regular beating, because that day I was listening. I was at the background. I was listening to the program. And this lady says she's a medical doctor in the UK.
No,
she's
not a medical doctor. Did you see
that was 2 weeks ago?
Yeah,
that was a week ago. That was a week ago.
She's not a medical doctor. Though. Did you see the two-tone of her skin? I don't know any medical doctor that bleaches, but I carry
one man. I was disappointed in you that day, because the fact that you did not ask that they should revoke her license if she was a medical doctor, I was like, her license needs to be revoked, because the kind of view she held there, for somebody who is operating on another human being should not be holding such view, whether regardless of your political leanings. It is just so wrong, and this is what I don't understand. You go to this platform, you have maybe 8 people from the Southeast supporting Obi, and then they will go like, these Yoruba people, they just supported Tinubu because he's their tribe man. All of you on the platform are Igbo people, and you are all supporting Obi. I don't know how you come to such conclusions.
That's funny.
It doesn't make sense. You
saw me there too, eh?
I saw you slugging it out.
Yes, go easy.
That day I was so shocked. And
but yesterday you did very well. One man.
Yes,
all of them kept quiet when the woman was just slaughtering Yoruba people, like slaughter cup. When I say slaughtered, complete slaughter, I was like, how did you allow this to happen on the platform? Right? And she said, "Oh, I'm a medical doctor." I said, "Oh, if I could have gotten," I said, "Madam, your license should be revoked, because you're not fit to work, to even operate or do any kind of surgery on anybody. The kind of view that you hold, it's shocking, and people came in, "Madam, you spoke the voice of the people. Madam, you are this. Oh, you are so God sent." I said, "Oh my God, I'm finished. I gave up."
It's emotion.
As popular as Rudolph's channel is, he just needs to be mindful of that element. Maybe he should allow it till after the elections and then crack down on it, because what do I know?
Yeah, it's not like you have a combination of
it's getting thousands of
It's not like you have a combination of some Fulani, some Igbo, some Benin or Yoruba on the platform supporting Obi. You have completely entire platform, all from the Southeast, supporting one person, and then they turn around and say, "Oh, these Yoruba people are supporting Tinubu because they are tribe man." What are you? You are all Igbo there. All of you that are supporting Obi there, you are all Igbos. Can somebody not accuse you of the same thing?
That's one of the things that mystifies me the most. You get a lot of Southeasterners supporting Peter Obi, telling you that it is not for reasons of him being their tribesman. I don't have a problem
with that. I don't have a problem with that, but don't accuse others of doing the same, of doing that. If a Yoruba man is supporting Tinubu, then don't accuse that Yoruba man of supporting Tinubu because of his tribe. Because they are not accusing you of supporting Obi because of your tribe. But why are you then turning around and then accusing the other person of doing what they have not accused you of? It doesn't make sense.
A lot of the politics that is playing out in this cycle, especially in the South, it's very much about tribe. People have gone to their tribal trenches and then trying to permutate that their tribesman is better. It's tribal now. Nobody can say it's not. We all know it is. So why are we even pretending?
They told us, if Oshibajo was there, it would have been different.
Hey, they always say that. If it was Oshibajo, it would be very difficult.
Nonsense from the pit of hell.
You know the other one that they always like to say. They say, it's not because it's my tribesman. No, if it was Rota Sokorocha, they'll come on now. Who is the audience for that level of low wheat?
If it was Rota Sokorocha, you will see all he will become the bride of the people. He will become. Look, they are comparing Obi to Nnamdi Azikiwe. They are comparing Obi to one other popular Igbo man. They tell you everybody in Anambra, Obi is the most popular person. This popular person that could not win elections is he left Abga. He has never won a statewide election supporting any candidate of PDP since he left Abga. Today, he is the most popular human being on earth. A man who does not have any political structure, even in his own state. In his own state, Anambra.
Just to sum it up, and then we move on. I was listening to that space in the background today. I turned up and then I left, and then one of them was saying that if the Eagles win this election, and then he caught himself, and then he said if Obi wins this election, but and then I smiled to myself that oh, come on, man, you own it now. We all know what's going on. So, but there it is. I don't know, man. I can't wait for the elections to be over. Yeah, and then we start.
Me too. Because everybody, there's no common sense is just gone out of the window now. They just like
do you think the cycle has been too long? The electoral cycle, it seems to be going on forever.
I don't think it's been too long. I think it's good at least to allow for a long engagement. Allow people to really assess candidates. But this very, very particular one, because of the nature of the politics of it, has made it look like it's been too long because people just threw reasoning out of the window. People will ask you, "Oh, are you happy with Nigeria? Or is the suffering not enough?" Okay, the question is this: one man. Should everybody just step down for Obi, and then we are the whole political party in it? That's the question I always ask them. Should everybody just step down for Obi, and every single political party should just adopt Obi as their sole candidate?
It's a different type of politics that Peter Obi has brought to the Nigerian political scene. We have never seen anything like this before, ever.
But this is the problem. When you ask that question, when you ask that question, they don't answer you because they know the consequences of such actions. That everybody, because that was Abacha's level, that was Abacha's level. That is autocratic. That is no longer democracy. I've even heard the situation whereby somebody is saying we should turn off democracy for now. We should turn it off for now, and then when Obi become president, we turn it back on again.
Have we ever seen the sort of politics that the obedient have brought to the landscape? Have we ever seen it before? I've never seen it before.
The problem is that a lot of undemocratic people who are participating in this space at the moment, they don't understand what democracy is all about. They don't understand that it does not always go the way you want. They don't understand that people will not always reason the way you reason. People will always see things different from the way you see it. People will always have opinions different from yours. People will think separately. People are of independent mind. That is what democracy is all about. The ability for people to freely think for themselves, for people to freely choose for themselves. That is what it's all about. But I'm seeing a situation whereby that right that you have is now being questioned because you are not supporting a particular candidate. It is the absurdness. That is what I don't understand. How do you question somebody's right to be able to support his own candidate?
It's not. It's just that it is more pronounced now. It was like that in 2019 with the articulate group, and that's articulate group now. I don't know. Maybe it's only on my own platform within my circle of friends and my people on Facebook. This is the articulate group. 99% of the articulate group are the obedient groups now, because all the articulate online.
You mean this toxic, vile politics?
Yes. The articulates were like that
in 2019. I never saw that.
It's just that it didn't become very loud like this. They were like that. I had instances people calling me different kind of names and everything. Yeah. Oh, look at this. In short, one day on Facebook, the lady abused me so much that his fellow articulates on the Facebook say, say, oh God, you sure you are very mature. The man, that was what the guy told me, because of the way I kept quiet and the way I responded to her. He said, oh God, you are very mature. Now she's my very good friend. We have even known the husband, and we just met on Facebook. Out of her just abusing me, abusing my father, my mother, my wife.
You know, Patrick, it stuns me how quickly they reach to that space, and then suddenly they are talking about your mother and your wife and your children.
Let me tell you,
I'm not sure I can be stomach for that one. No,
it's very sensitive actually, but it is to me. I'm afraid to say it. I think it's the cultural norms. It's the culture. The culture does not really frown at it. The culture sees that as being able to express yourself, not being muscled, which is okay. Nobody is muzzling you and stuff like that. That's the way the culture see it, and they say, oh, we are people who are capable of expressing ourselves. We are an egalitarian society. We are democratic. We don't have people dominating. We don't have one person dominating. So there's
a phrase they come up with now that they are Republicans. They are Republicans.
Kind of. And so at the end of the day,
I don't know where that one came in.
That society
they've gone from a black Jews to Republicans.
Now the society has breed a group of people that have no respect for older people, and because of that, they don't have respect for people even outside their family that are, even other people within their family now.
But how does that sort of structure work? How does that structure work? If it's not, I don't understand how a structure that is not predicated on respect works.
There's respect. I said there's no respect for that. The structure respects your financial capacity, power. Yeah.
Please don't talk again, Mr. Patrick. Please, it's okay. Please.
I'll give you an example.
Just
all right. Sorry, Solomon.
One man, hold on, please. One man, please. I just want to quickly put an information out there. Watching the news, there's a big earthquake that has happened in Turkey. So if anyone out there have family members in Turkey, they should try and reach out to them and just check on them, because I think it's a massive one.
All right, we have a member in Turkey. Ete, do you remember Ete Adale Koko? So I'll have to DM him to find out if it's all right.
Yeah.
Magnitude, got progressive. What's the magnitude?
Is it 7.8?
You can't compare that with what peace people.
But it's big. Japan, every day Japan shake. Every day, like today, I already shake 3 times. Every day.
7.8 too.
I know it's big.
I've just
7.8 is big. It's big. 7.8 is big.
That's a huge one, though.
Yeah. It's a big one.
I'm watching it live. They are even rescued.
So we die.
So it's even all over Cyprus, Turkey, Greece, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria.
Yeah, it's big. And the aftershock is going to be bigger.
Some part of United Kingdom, Iraq, Georgia, and Armenia.
That sounds like a world. That sounds like a world event. That's a world event.
From what I'm seeing here, they mention some countries are likely to be affected. So
that is the aftershock. The aftershock, the seismic, the aftershock. Yeah. The aftershock is more dangerous.
Yeah. So the aftershock is going to affect.
Now they say at least 5 people died already. So 34 buildings collapsed. Yeah, so far.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Yes, I'm just looking at the BBC as well now. Wow. Anyway, hopefully not too many casualties. Hopefully, so there it is. So we just meandered into a different space, but let's meander back as Ajanle Koko gives us a round of that the Obi space and his self-interest politics.
Yes, Obi did not show leadership with the position he put out there today with regard to this redesigning of Naira and the pains that Nigerians are going through. He should have been very, very clear, particularly direct his opposition to the government failure and Emefiele, but he failed. You can't be dilly-dallying as a leader. It is not good. And, you know, it was further, I mean, in that interview, he was talking about consumption to production, and he was referring to Nigeria as a country that does not produce anything, and that we largely depend on imported goods. And he is one of those people that import goods to Nigeria to make money. He never make effort to engage in any production of anything. You know, I'm talking about having an industry to produce anything. He never engaged in it. He imports goods into Nigeria for him to make money. That is where he make money. But he is blaming the country that we are not producing and we are not doing this. I just say this man is just it's not it's just saying it to have his way politically, what he does not practice, but saying it to them, hey, this is not we are doing good, but himself is participating in that in that system. He participates actively in that system that does not work, does not make that country work. He is one of those participator that make it not to work, but is building the system that the system does not work well for everybody. So Obi is if we are people that can really look at all these people and by what they say, their work they practices and the body language they carry, we can really know those of them that are deceitful, those of them that are playing dangerous politics in an effort for them to get to power. And Obi is playing that dangerous politics in an effort to get to power because it's just lying his way through. It's not, you know, is everything that he's saying that he's going to do, he never practice it. He never practice it. So he's talking about production. He doesn't produce anything. He's been an importer of goods and services. These hands tomato, or what did it, hands paste. He had engaged in acquiring of land and planted tomato and set up an industry to make it in Nigeria. Yes, this will have been a plus on the side to showcase that, look, this was what I used to be, a distributor, but this is what I turned that distributorship to manufacturing plant. That will have positioned it well. But this man, this is what you do. You import wine, you import Hans ketchup, you import all these things in Nigeria. You have a supermarket that is only meant for rich people, people that are well-to-do to buy their you know, whatsoever consumables there in your supermarket. So what is he talking about? So, and the same thing is doing today. He couldn't attack central bank. He couldn't attack, go after the federal bank, central bank failure. He couldn't go after the federal government failure. But Tinubu went after them, even though that he belonged, it belonged to the ruling party. But he saw the pains that Nigerians are going through. He went after them, that this thing is not working well, is not good for Nigerian people and the coming election. So, and he was saying that why should his home party be doing this when actually it will affect the chances of their party in the coming election? Why should their own party be running an economy like this? So people can interpret it in many ways. They can say, oh, Tinubu is selfish, but he's saying the truth to power. Who are the people in power? If the presidency is the current president and the team that he have around him. And one of those teams that he have
but what about the argument that the people in power are his own party and is being somewhat disingenuous with his criticism? Is it not part of the system that he is criticizing?
He is not criticizing the policy, but criticizing the way they are going around it, that is not making, that is not working, that is putting pains of Nigeria, that will make it impossible for Nigeria to travel from one place to the other to vote, that will make it impossible for logistics to be carried out, for the election to hold in free and fair manner. That is what is. And when you can't have the logistics for the electioneering processes to run well, it could derail the election. It could turn the election to be, one way or the other, to be postponed. It could give room for the postponement of the election. But he is speaking against this. That what kind of policy is this? Is it why is it not working? Is it meant to derail this? Is it a way to prepare ground for postponement? Is it a way to scuttle his chances? Is it a way to scuttle democracy in Nigeria? What is he saying? He shouldn't be saying it, but he saw that this thing is not good for the country. So the country, by that statement, I can interpret that, well, it's taking the country first. What is the interest of Nigeria now? The interest of Nigeria is for this democracy to work well, for this election to work well and be free and fair, so that you can have a new president that is electoral victory will devoid, manipulation or rigging or whatsoever. So it took up that. Is a courageous guy. Even his people wanted to stop him. He said, "Don't stop him. Let me say what I got to say. I got to say what I got to say." So he said it, and after then, what did you see? We have seen the party, the government, everybody making effort to make things work. After he started punching them, we have seen response for the government postponing, extending the date of exchange of this Naira. We have seen them putting some structure in place to make things work. Emefiele came out and talked to Nigeria. The president came out and talked to Nigeria. You see people that matter started talking that we have to make things work. That is how a leader must act. When you see things not working well, you talk and punch the power that be, or the power that be, you punch them in their faces and let them know that, yes, you are speaking for people. But what did Obi do today? He failed to speak for Nigerian people. The people in the rural area of Abakaliki that cannot have money to buy anything to eat is not speaking for them. The people in Ado Ekiti that could not have that money to eat is not speaking to them. The people in Zamfara that we want to govern, to be our own president, is not speaking for them. The people in Kano that closed the store because the money was not available, they closed down all the shops in Kano that, well, because this money, new note is not available. We don't want to accept this, what do you call it, old note. They therefore close down the economy of the state. This man is not speaking for them. So who is he speaking for? Obviously, he doesn't feel the pain and suffering that Nigerian people are going through this time. Is out of touch with the plight of Nigerian people this time, and therefore is not fit to be the president of this country. How would this person that wants to be president will not speak to issue at the right time, but wait too long? He didn't speak. Look at what do you call this week? Atiku. He released a video quickly at the early last week on this issue, saying that this monetary policy is not working well. After Tinubu started punching them, Atiku released his own video. Look at a week after Obi started speaking. And when he spoke, we don't know where he stands. Where did he stand? It's not a leader. It's just in the race. It's just acting. Actually acting like, how did that guy call him? Nollywood actor. It's just
Nollywood actor.
It's just acting. It's not.
You know he got into trouble for that comment. Nollywood are after him now. That you know everybody likes drama, so they are now chasing Euro 5 for calling Peter Obi a Nollywood actor.
What can they do for him?
I don't know.
Did he not show the statement is made today? Did he not show that he's an Hollywood actor? He's an actor. He's not a leader. He's an actor. He's just acting because we don't know where he stands. I don't know where he stands. Is he supporting Emefiele or supporting the government or on the side of the people? Where did he stand? I don't get it. So that man failed. He's not fit to be leader. I hope his follower can see it clearly in his speech, in what he says, in his action, and in his body language that is not ready for the job. It's just jump into the race, non-prepared, and suddenly he found a base from his tribal man supporting him, and they fired up this campaign via social media, and that is taking him everywhere. But how prepared he is showing to us that he is not prepared for the job. It's just talk, no action. Talk, no action. The time to act, this guy couldn't act on time, and when he acted, it was like a movie star. We don't know his position, so it's just Mr. Talk, no action. So that's my take.
All right. Is that the new slogan for Peter Obi now? Mr. Yeah. Talk, no action. No action. So there it is. Yeah. A new slogan. I wonder if the Obidati campaign will adopt that as a party slogan. Mr.
Talk,
no action. Hey, look at that. Talk. You heard it here first, though, the new Obidati slogan. So brilliant, Ajale Koko, fantastic. So let's move the conversation on Ajale Koko and take it in the direction of Asaki, Father, who hopefully is still there. Asaki, you've been very quiet. Are you still there? Unlike you to be so quiet. Saki, Father. No, we don't have Saki. All right. All right. Let's take the direction. Let's go in the direction of Patrick then, who hopefully is still there. Patrick, are you there? All right, it's going well. So let's go to Solomon.
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. So Saki, one of the subscribers, they sent in this video that I'd like you to react to. I'm not going to preempt it in any way. It's only 22 seconds, but watch this and tell us what you think. Hold on. I didn't know there was music on it, but yeah, you saw it enough. Yeah, but so it was essentially somebody. Actually, I'm going to word out the music and then represent it. But go to the Peter Obi space. And then the commentaries that is made regarding the change in Naira policy, asking people to be empathetic to the CBN and the Buhari administration, that this is one of the pain pressures that people have to go through when a change like this takes place. Is this consistent then with how he has been campaigning?
In short, it is laughable. So for the first time, the guy is sympathizing with the Buhari administration, encouraging people to bear with them. And when the administration is making effort in other areas, like they are making the area of power, he's not even acknowledging them, like the Siemens contract, like other very positive things that the government has done, is never acknowledged and say, yes, in this area they've done well, we need to bear with them. But because this, it looks like this one favors him. So this man is after his own interest. That's just the truth. He's not after in the interest of Nigeria. He's not even feeling, he's not looking at the trade-off for that, the sufferings of Nigerians. But he say, okay, don't worry, even though it's your money and you can't collect it, just bear with the government. Even though it's your money and you have to queue in that filling station, bank ATM for like 3 hours to collect money that you will use to go and buy fuel that you will queue for another 4 hours. The guy is not saying that's not good. The guy is saying just continue to bear like that. So the guy is saying, just like OSHIOMOLE said today, they want a situation where the pain will be much now, and people are just going to take decisions based on the current experience, and they will forget all the benefit they have ever enjoyed, because these decisions will just be based on their current experience. Even if the government have been doing so well, but if it's a decision based on the moment, and the impact is going to be a long-term, going to have a long-term implication. So they want people, you just want it to continue like that, so that those areas where it's having some weakness will probably go to somewhere else, or there will be a party in that area. It is a joker. It's a joker, and it just shows who he is. He's also a politician. He's trying to be smart, and what is painful is he's trying to be clean, or claiming to be clean. And I know that there's no human being that is clean. So people like me don't buy those kind of dummies. He's trying to sell to them. But it's obvious we have seen him for who he is now.
Do you not think that Obi and because it was actually Atiku Abubakar that first came out to somewhat back the policy when he was asking that the government should not change the date again? Do you think it's a high risk strategy that they are playing? That they are just saying, okay, because they're saying Tinubu has the lead, so they're just saying, okay, let's just throw everything at it, and then they're just using this contrarian strategy. But is it high risk, this strategy?
No, for them, for somebody like Atiku, I'm sure he has all the money to buy the vote if vote buying is what he wants to do. In short, I have it on some authority that some of these politicians, they have their money in the hands of people in the system. I heard about it, some people that claim some politicians, northern politicians, have it is their boys that are in those bureau de change that are doing calling to come and change Naira dollar. So if the guy comes to Lagos today and needs 10 million naira, we'll just call like 10 unit heads, and those ones will tell their boys to bring maybe 50 million. The cash is already there. You understand what I'm saying? Like all those people that change your dollars in Ikeja and all those things, they have huge stash of cash that they use for their transaction, because their stock in trade is cash. And some of those guys, you wonder where they have the money. Some of these politicians have their monies in their hands. So those guys, they give accounts, they have the hierarchy in a way. So if an article, I'm not saying article now, I don't want to mention names, but you probably would know the people I'm talking about. If it comes to Lagos today and needs maybe 5 billion to buy votes, all you need to do is maybe call 20 or 10 unit headers. Okay, you go and bring 100 million, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million, like that. 50 unit heads, he gets 5 billion cash. So he has the money, and you'll be surprised that those bureau have the new notes. You understand? And just like the people you see now spraying the money, they have the notes. So if these people can have the notes, if the bridge can have the notes, if some big government can, so what gives people impression that Tinubu will not have it? Tinubu's government is in power. Tinubu will also have, but Tinubu speaking up is not just because he has the notes to give and he wouldn't care. It's because the people are feeling the pain. And even though there's a selfish side to dimension to his own claim also, is that when they feel this pain, it puts us in a very tough position because people already have they're already skeptical about us. The only stronghold where we have people who are not really skeptical, you are beginning to make it vulnerable. So the guy is saying no. And it's just assuring them, don't worry. And we have seen from the videos that actually they were hoarding the new notes, even though they were not enough. But the few ones that were outside are being hoarded by the banks. You could see the vaults where they stack old new notes and cover it with old notes. And why were they doing that? Why would you cover it up if there's nothing you are trying to do? Why not just stack them and side by side and say, okay, we're going to be distributing it? But they're covering it up. That is what is happening. Like I said the other time, the oil marketers, the bank owners, they have political interest. And those new notes that you are seeing are going to be released if they had not busted them. They're going to be released to their own political people. And it is very, very sad that this is happening. And Emefiele has yielded himself as an instrument to this.
All right, brilliant.
Don't believe in I don't believe in him anymore.
Yes. So we were asking earlier if he's going to be the fall guy for all of this. Is he going to be the fall guy, Emefiele?
It depends. If they need a fall guy to be able to achieve their aim, that's the APC group. That's now the governors have achieved their aim. They've spoken up. They've exposed some, though they've not said it in clear terms as these people are responsible, these people are responsible, but they have exposed the steps and the strategies. And those who are supposed to benefit from those strategies are beginning to respond in a panicking manner now. You see, in some cases, Atiku has contradicted himself in last 2 weeks, supporting, now criticizing the implementation, and now all those kind of things. And Obi's been exposed. That's what those people want to achieve, and they will keep speaking to the press. El-Rufai has spoken in the last 1 week more than 3 or 4 times, and they are beginning to get scared and say, why is he speaking often? I mean, you feel that you think because the governor also doesn't have freedom of speech, but you do. And OSHIOMOLE is speaking. Those are the outspoken one among them. They are beginning to speak. I expect Fashola has spoken. So you can see the articulate ones among them are speaking. And I still expect people like Dele Alake, who have some capacity in that area, of Yemi Cardoso, all of them that have this economic sense of things, to start speaking to these policies. And that with that, people begin to see the other side. And then I'm sure that those governors have also started speaking through their own channels of communication in the north. And that's what people don't understand. They have their own channels of communication. One of them is what El-Rufai had used, speaking through BBC Hausa programs. And so I know that the governors are going to be speaking to their channel. And I'm happy because one thing that's going to send panic into them is the way the governors stood up. The last time they stood up while I was doing the primaries, now they've stood up again. They are reinforcing their position and saying, look here, this is our candidate. It has become a thing of pride now. Say, look, it is we against them. And the governors have more spread.
How sincere do you see this supposed support from El-Rufai? Do you think Tinubu is being played a long-winded game that will ultimately be to his disappointment? How sincere do you think El-Rufai, the backing, how sincere is this?
Now, for El-Rufai, I can speak. El-Rufai is someone who does
speak for Ganduje as well.
For El-Rufai,
let's use El-Rufai, Ganduje, and Zulum.
Yeah, for El-Rufai, El-Rufai is not someone that is afraid to speak to anybody. That's just the truth. If he's not supporting Tinubu, he will bluntly say so. The other time he was not really supporting, I cannot become the vice president too. So and so. He was indirectly speaking for Tinubu then. But if he had a change of his mind, and he's obviously taking positions. If they wanted him out, it was easy to get him out during the primaries now. It was easier during the primary than to now bring him in and he's a consensus candidate now. And then investing and putting something up, your reputation is on the line. You are now saying, well, I'm doing it to deceive him. No. You just need to refuse to back him. You just need to just throw your weight behind another candidate. And that would just be it. By now, Tinubu would have forgotten about it. You understand what I'm saying? So nobody forced them to do that. So, and El-Rufai over time and over his political life has not shown a treacherous nature. He's been someone, somebody who speaks like that often. They don't usually have anything to hide. People who are spoken and speak out. Somebody like
El-Rufai can be treacherous. So was he not the one that said in his accidental whatever biography that he wrote that Obasanjo was kneeling down for Atiku to? It was the one that did that. Now it was the one.
Okay, I've read that book, but I can't remember. It's been long. I read it when it first came out. I can't remember if that's what was there. As Obasanjo said, he didn't.
I'm also going from memory, by the way, but
as Obasanjo said, if he said that in that book, I can't remember if he actually did, because when he first came out, that was around 2000 and is it 2013 or 14 that he released that book.
Yes, it'll be that long, yeah.
If Obasanjo actually, if he claimed to have said that, has anybody come to deny that? As Obasanjo said, no, I didn't kneel down for him. As Atiku said, no, he didn't kneel down for me. And the relationship between Obasanjo and Atiku in the past and even currently, does it not suggest that at one point the other had really dealt with the other in a very treacherous way? You understand? So El-Rufai,
Sir Patrick.
Yeah,
in that space, even people like Orji Uzor debunked that news. He said that
that's Orji Uzor against an El-Rufai. If you put the
it was
the two beside themselves, I think El-Rufai is even more reputable than Orji Kalu.
It was not recently that Orji Uzor did this one. It was like
when
some years back, like I think like 5 years or more than even some years back.
Orji Kalu said no.
Yes, that Atiku never knelt down for Obasanjo never knelt down for Atiku.
So has Orji Kalu always been with Obasanjo and Atiku anytime they are together?
Of course, Obasanjo. It was even in that interview. I know that Orji Uzor was really close to Obasanjo.
This is what I'm telling you. Even Obasanjo's wife.
Sorry, 1 second, please. One man, I want to quickly ask a question out of the line. This Atiku, is he not from Adamawa?
Yes,
it's from Adamawa.
Well, from Cameroon, really, because remember when they were suing him in 2019, that is not even a Nigerian, but no, he's from Adamawa, yes.
Oh no, because I'm looking at this thing is stupid, man. I'm just looking at this thing they call Nestia poll, and they say
okay.
Who did this thing? This guy needs to be arrested.
It's I've got the name of the person who did it. Actually, it's Patrick Okigbo the third. That's the person who did it.
Read all the names of those.
Patrick Okigbo the third, the founding partner.
So PDP is supposed to come third in Adamawa. Yes. This is crazy now. This is come on now. So this thing is doing.
So
no, this is not a poll. This is like Colata's
data.
Colata is even better than this.
Colata make more sense.
Even the uptown guy, the other guy that came in instead of uptown.
Emeka.
No, the guy that
Lincoln.
His poll is even better than this one. It's true now because
sorry guys for diverting you. I
the
just
election
want to
to
it's like I'm saying something.
You are not diverting.
It's quite shocking,
One
isn't
of the
it?
major discussion we had. You are not diverting.
It's quite shocking. If you look at it,
read all their name now. One man, let us hear out.
Enigmatic was telling us that PDP and APT are threatening to sue Patrick Okigbo the third, Emeka Okupara.
Unfortunately, Patrick.
Yeah.
I don't know why you guys can't just.
He should go and change his name from Patrick.
He will be with defeat Tinubu in Lagos. So what are you contesting?
It's quite
Anekiti.
Yeah, believe it. Just take it
And
like
he
that.
said a Labour Party 25% in Kogi. Yeah, this guy is smoking. He's smoking some Awolowo leaf.
Yeah, but is that the one that shocked you? Let me give the one that will shock you, Kim, and then we go back to Patrick. In Lagos State, Labour Party gets 39.4%, APC gets 25.2%, and then in Lagos State,
I've not even gone that. I've never gone that side. I'm just checking. Okay, now
Lagos Labour gets 39.4%, APC 25.2%.
The person is smoking Awolowo.
It should be arrested. Whoever did that, it should be arrested. It's beyond, and they are publishing it all over the place. Like, look at it. I mean, whoever publishes it also should be arrested.
It's not on their website. So now, if you are going to take them on that, they might say, "Oh, they were not responsible. It was not on their website."
Look
at but who run the publication? Who publish it?
They don't own it. That's what they are saying.
Labour Party 96% in Anambra.
So they before 1 man read all their name now. Let us read all
Babaja, you've come today. You've come today to crack this platform up today.
All right. If Ajale Koko was the name there, let's give him the name. So here are the names. You see them as I read them out now. So here they are. So this is what they call naming and shaming. So this is a naming and shaming as requested by Ajale Koko. So not only are their names, you also see their pictures. So the founding partner, Patrick Okigbo the third. So he's the founding partner. Emeka Okupara. So he's a partner. Dr. Ndubisi Nwokolo. Charles Ochodo. So these are the people now telling us that Obi is leading in the race. Emeka Okafor, Ndidi, Nwanyanwu, Victoria Omachi, then David Bassi, he's south somewhat, Vivian Orizu, Kenneth Maduagu, God's Will Adachaba, Justina Adeze, and then Chidinma Obi, so no relative of Peter, but still back. So it is Charles Asiagbu, Kenneth Ogili, but then they have some Yoruba names. Let me get to the Yoruba names. Temitope Adebayo, so she's there. You know the random black person you have in the office. So this is the random black people just to show diversity in the office.
Show diversity.
Temitope Adebayo, Folake Elaton, and then Samuel Oluwa Jobi, and then
one at the bottom,
and then Stephen Akombi. So
maybe they are the office.
is.
They are the one at the bottom.
Yes.
Maybe they are the office thing.
So that's 4, 8.
Patrick is the leader,
16,
Patrick.
No, be me, be that one.
So out of about 25 to 30, they have the random black person by way of the random Yoruba person, and that is the poll.
How can you give somebody 96% of the vote in Anambra? It give Obi 96%.
No, in any state.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Akim. What is more ridiculous, telling us that Obi will take Lagos by 39%, or telling us that Obi will take Anambra State by 96%? Because I find that 90% even more ludicrous.
That's what I'm going to say. It is even like so.
No, what did they give Obi in Edo? What did they give Obi in Edo?
I will check it. I will check it. I will be surprised if they did not give him 100%.
One man.
Yeah.
Do you know that senator, they said she decamped the Labour Party, that she debunked that news yesterday?
We're in uncharted territory with this. What's going on?
she debunked in the news that Obi cannot win. She came out.
Is it the one from Anambra Central?
Yes.
Okay.
76% in Edo. Is that? Or do I need glasses? I'm not too sure. Hold on, let me see. Maybe I need glasses.
What's her last name? Do you know?
I think
hold on. What's her last name?
Is it Equinife or something like that?
Equinife. All right. I just wanted the pronunciation. Let me give you 2-3 paragraphs from there, and then we get back to Patrick. The senatorial candidate of the People's Democratic Party for Anambra Central Senatorial District, Senator Uche, say the last name. Equinife has denied ever endorsing the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi. Equinife, who described Obi as a force to be reckoned with in the forthcoming general election, stated the former Anambra governor does not have the capacity to garner the required spread across the country to make him win the presidential election. The senator stated this in a statement signed by her with her letterhead paper, and which was made available to correspondents. So there it is, right there. She moved quickly to this now. So it's fun and games, isn't it? Fun and games. Yeah, Patrick, back to you.
I think I'm following. There are some people I'm following on this Twitter that is making some idiots to appear on my time series, because the people that are posting this poll, I don't know them before, and I don't know how they get to my Twitter space. I think I need to start.
They are called Next Year. But then they did. Adale Koko, you recall the first set of polls that came out were by these people. They did this polling to tell us Obi was going to win. And when I was reading through the names, I think I recognized some of the names, because those were the same names that, remember, we always check them out.
Yes.
So, yes. So this is their second revalidation, only to conclude as they concluded, but giving Obi even when a landslide for Peter Obi. Maybe we've been reading the landscape completely wrong. All of these structures that we talk about all the time, total nonsense. Obi will take Lagos State and Anambra by 96%. You know,
just like I said, I think they are trying to. They are working at something. The political class need to read them properly, and that's just the truth. They need to read them properly. The bulk of obedience are people that can be incited, and they are giving them the tools now to create that incitement. And irony of it is that when they incite people, the impact is going to be more on this part of the country. Lagos, for example, is going to face it. Benin, for example, you understand? And we don't want that happening. They need to start speaking up. We need to tell them, let us tell them the truth. If they publish the poll, one, they don't own it, they don't trust it enough to put it on their site. They just say, let's publish the poll. They've not told us how they did it. They've not told us how many people they interviewed. And now you're coming up with this. And when during the re-election, Obi comes third, then another protest will be on at Lekki toll gate now. they will start saying it was rigged out. They start attacking people's investments, and doing all kind of things.
But I don't think they'll be able to do it in Lagos because Lagos will repel it. But I suspect they will do it in the east.
They won't do it in the east. They won't do it in the east.
If they don't do it in the east, then they don't do it anywhere. I can't see them doing anything.
It's Lagos. They will do it in Lagos.
Yeah, but how would they come to Lagos to be rioting?
They will use the Yoruba boys in Lagos now. The Yoruba and the few of the boys, the macaroni of this world. They'll be the one thinking that they are leading a protest against. Let me give you one thing that happened in that Lekki Toll Gate. And I have a very contrary position to the popular position in Lekki Toll Gate. And because I have some insider information, there were people in that toll gate that were shooting. Behind the protester that were shooting. And I've taken my time to go look at the video of the shots. The shots, if you look at the light of the shots were coming from behind. The video we had was from the front. They can't be shooting people and the people are the one pushing. You'll be down. If they shoot you, you are down. The video shows that people in the front were still standing. In short, if you look at the video, the fall and the pressure were coming from behind towards the front, which suggests that the front where the soldiers were standing was secured. People run away from the shooting. People don't run towards shooting now. If the people shooting them were in the front, then the running should be away from the front. But people were running towards the front, which means the thing that was chasing and shooting them were from behind. But nobody had really taken time to look at that video and say, okay.
Yeah, but the soldiers never debunked shooting. They did not deny shooting at that
shooting at people or shooting up. Now the response, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. When the soldiers heard that they were shooting coming from the back, and people were pushing forward, the soldiers were shooting up. If the soldiers shot at those people will run back. You understand? If soldiers were shooting at those people will run back. And I stand to say today that when they say a number of people had been killed, one of those that was killed, that was claimed to have been killed or that was killed, was this girl that was so fat and has now gotten slim. One of these actress. I've forgotten her name now. Is it
Badmus?
That girl was killed now and she resurrected. That's to tell you. Yeah, she resurrected after being shot by a very powerful machine gun from soldiers.
But we have to remind ourselves that Patrick is a Buhariist. So
you said narratives. I am not. It's not because I buy. It's because I don't just buy any narratives. I question it, no matter how emotional it might look like. That's just the truth. And I try to use my relationship among some guys who were in the military or something, because I went to a military secondary school to find out what really happened. What really happened? What happened? Were the boys there? What did they do and stuff like that? If they were not very sensitive things, they tell me, oh God, they no shoot though. That do you know that guy that led us now? You know, go feel let that kind of thing happen. He's not that kind of guy. You understand? These are people that you know personally. But the point, what I'm saying is that if you look at the video immediately, the video that shows the shooting showed the front, and that's where the soldiers are in the front of the protester. And the rush, when the shooting started, the rush was towards the soldiers. If the soldiers were the ones shooting, you won't rush towards them.
Because
there was a video. People.
Are you saying the judicial panel that even uncover all those things? Are you saying they were incompetent? Or
okay, let me. Yeah, that's the problem. I also read the judicial panel. The judicial panel said that. One of the records I saw in the thing, they say judicial panel said they brought 20 people to mortuary. So are they trying to say people don't die normally in Lagos?
No. Okay, what about the doctor that went
also the people that were shot, that were killed, that were I want to finish. I've not landed.
What about
make I land before you ask the next question. I'm answering those questions. When they shot people, when they brought people to the mortuary, did they say the people that were brought had gunshots.
They did say though. They did say that some had gunshots.
That was what the judiciary panel said.
The doctor that testified. Are you saying the guy was so stupid, and will just risk his reputation and even the kind of threat that can follow whatever he did?
Now, I don't have the details. So let me not
exactly. So
I don't have the details. I don't have no, I'm not saying I trust or distrust.
You can't trust the soldiers. You can't trust the soldiers to say to hold up to that. Even up to tomorrow, they will never even hold up to fella's mother. Talk less of the one that just
they did in this one. They did in this one because that guy, that soldier guy that was supporting Obi, that was supposed to be one of the he came out and said it was on instruction.
No, General NHS said that they gave them instruction to kill, to shoot.
Yes,
I need to see that video where General NHS said that.
It was an interview, and I even watched it that day. This incident occurred.
We even played it here. Hold on, Patrick.
They gave them instruction to shoot at people.
Patrick, this is now. We played that clip here. That was when was that when it was Solomon? Was that when he was stepping down?
Yes, one man. And the day the incident occurred in Tollgate, there was this girl, this artist, DJ Switch. She went on live video. I was even on that live video that day.
I don't forget Switch. I beg.
No, it was real. She was
all those narratives that they said they shot Badmos, they shot so and so person was killed. Leave that one. I'm not saying that there not be people killed, but if I'm going to get information, I'm not going to get it from Switch.
All right, Patrick. For a moment, Solomon. So you were not with us during that EndSARS space. But you are of that EndSARS generation. So what was that experience at that moment in time? What is your memory of that space?
Well, you are part of the protest.
Yeah, hold on.
No,
yeah, go on.
Yeah, I followed up that space, that period. So
yeah,
that period, the soldiers really shot during that EndSARS. That night.
They shot at people.
They shot at people. While some were shooting on air, and the gunshots from those soldiers, it touched people and it killed people that day. I'm not going to say what I don't know. She went on live video. That live video was not like, it was not something that no, this one was like she was covering that incident. That people, if I know that is not something somebody should remember. That it was very, very. It's not something one would remember. I even shed tears that evening as I was seeing this video. And if there was, that is one thing. Forget this obese movement that they are saying EndSARS. Assuming it was a neutral person that came out for this election, even assuming it was Sowore, because he was, even though he was not the one that really organized that stuff, but assuming it was him, that it was Sowore that is coming, that has this momentum of Obi, I would join him. I will know that one. I would join him and say I would support his movements. But it's not somebody like these people, somebody that ran an election with Atiku in 2019. I'll come out here and say that you
want to do. Solomon, before the shooting at Lekki Tollgate, what was the feeling about the EndSARS? What were your feelings as the thing was taking place before we get to the Tollgate bit? What was the sentiment? Did you feel a sense of what sensations were running through you when it was taking place, the EndSARS?
Yeah, that the youth will be heard with that the youth will be heard this time around. Now that at least the youth they've gotten a standard, they are beginning to get a standard. But in one side, but I still thought about it the other side, that we not only we the southern youths that can do this movement, that can carry out this movement, we need to carry the northern youths along. So that was when I was still having double mind about it, but I was still very encouraged with the way the southern especially the youths in Lagos. And but one thing again, I at the time I just lose. That is why I'm not even supporting this Obi movement, because some of them turned this thing to where they were having fun, and it was no longer serious like the way it was. And the celebrities, why I don't take them serious is because at the time they backed out. If you even notice, it was only that DJ Sweet that was even. I think she was like the only celebrity in that toll gate that night. Because other ones, if you say you are out for protest, you will stay.
But Mr. Macaroni, he took a beating. Now we saw him with his shirt torn.
That was some days.
Yeah.
That was in the morning. It was not even in that. It was not that night. If you say you are out for protest, you will not keep some people like. You will not say that you have your own time of coming. All of us will stay in that place there. Come rain, come sun. It's not to stay. If we do finish, come make noise finish, you go to your house. Then people are still there sleeping, and the next morning you will dress and come. So this is why I don't even. That is why I just don't want to say anything about this movement again, and I just know that.
Did you at any point in time think that this at last was the moment we've been waiting for that change? Did you feel a sense that? Did you at any moment feel a sense that this was the change that the country had been waiting for? Did you feel something was going to happen out of it?
Yes, I felt something would happen out of it, and like that the government would get to start hearing the youth, and that there will be change, and that these NSAS will be totally scrapped out. But after this incident, the president did not even address it. The next thing, they just changed the name from SARS to SWAT. That is where I stopped taking this whole thing serious. I said that like his vampires are in government now, and I don't take anything till I see somebody, and I see people that will really champion. And
but Solomon, sorry, you expect that when they scrap the SARS, they should just leave it open and then not come up with a more disciplined structure that can help us manage our security.
Yeah, see, it's not really like I was saying that they would just leave that place open. It will just be porous like that. No, what I was expecting is that they will address them, because this SWAT came back and started doing what SARS was doing. It now looks as if it was just only the name that they just changed, but they did not give them reorientate them, give them orientation. Reorientation. So they just left them like that to just keep on with the normal status quo, normal way of doing things, and not so it was no.
Solomon, you know what I don't know what happened in that school very well, but what I expect is that they must have done was, okay, we need to disband this unit. So what you probably do is return those team to the office, set up another agency like the SWAT, deploy new men. After you have told them and given them new instructions and orders, and they have seen what happened with the other group and why that other group thing happened. So they will expect that, okay, this is what you should expect to do. Don't be like that group. And now you are new people, you have new heads, and you have new module matching order. Now you deploy them. Now when you do that, operationally they begin to run, and people now begin to, their normal self begin to happen. You understand? They begin to get expression against the instruction or the orders that they've been given. What is now expected for the system to do is to begin to now refine it and look at people that are the odd ones among them, remove them and replace, remove and replace. That's how you run a system that you cannot leave a vacuum. For example, you want to reform the police, you cannot sack the entire police force. If not, you create an army of armed robbers and who have been trained to use weapons. You understand? But you can gradually be removing, refining, and fine-tuning. While you are doing that, it looks like you are not doing anything, and it looks like it's getting worse, or at times. But with time, if they now look back to where they were coming from, they will see that, okay, we have actually achieved a better team than we used to have. I'm not saying going to say perfect team. We've achieved a better team than we used to have. So that, to me, that's where I see it. But I'm still looking forward to that, to getting that video link where General said that there was shooting and he was sorry to play that role and stuff like that, where he had covered up for government. I want to see that video.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the video was real, and but the thing there is just that.
Now the nature interview is what I want to hear.
He heard that that interview was anchored, and but the thing there is just that
is it on
this opinion twisted. I think it's even on channels.
I think it's on channels. Yeah.
Where he said that there was actually a military shot at people.
Yeah, but it was instruction. He just, I felt like he framed. Even it's true that the government, he was under the government, but these guys, just like what Papa Ajadi Koko was.
He said it, and you now read the meaning to it, that was what he meant.
Yeah, he came out, he said it, and he just said it pump and play, and just like what Baba.
I've been searching.
No, all right. But thank you, Solomon. Because we've not had the chance to document your thoughts on that space. But thank you, Solomon. So, Patrick, back to your thoughts on what Peter Obi's intentions were with this.
Actually, you know his intention. He's trying to play politics with the sufferings of Nigeria. It just shows that genuinely is not as if he's out to solve the problem. It's how to get the APC out of government. That's what the politicians are there to do, to get the other part of government. And when they now get in there, they can start trying to do their own or trying to solve the problem. So whatever is going to take them to get these people out of system, they will do it, either by blackmailing, it is the same Obi now that took his phone. I was showing somebody a post, and to me it was tribal, and people will blame a Shetima on a private conversation on a phone, and they will cover Obi that was showing somebody.
We treated this here, Patrick.
Yeah.
One man you forgot.
The Obi clip, the WhatsApp something.
Yeah, the WhatsApp something that was.
Yeah.
So that's how far people are ready to go, and we are yet to see. More of him. My prayer is that the governors continue to maintain their stand, and then things begin to change, and we now begin to bombard at his region. By the time we bombard his region and discover that he's losing ground there, then you start seeing the way people respond. You know, it's people's interests that people are pursuing. Look at Kenneth Okonkwo. Kenneth Okonkwo was in APC in Enugu State. He wanted to become the governor of APC, governorship candidate of APC. If he had gotten the ticket as governorship candidate in APC, all these things saying about Tinubu now, when he's talking, the way Kenneth talks, you know that these things are not real, they are not authentic expression from his mind. He's just dramatic.
He's a Hollywood actor now.
Yeah, and
he's the one writing script for Obi.
So how many people can you persuade with that kind of demonstration? People know this is not natural. He's not even a very good actor. That's why he has never really actively made a very good.
How did he suddenly become the spokesperson for Peter Obi? Because it just suddenly seemed to appear in that space out of nowhere.
You know, there are people who tend to they estimate people to be larger than who they are. Oh, because this guy is an actor. He's not even a fantastic actor. Sincerely. I
think he was trained as a lawyer, so don't be surprised.
He eventually went to read law later, self. You understand? Eventually went to read law. I think he read one course, then went back to read law, and he started acting, produced 1 or 2 movies early that was really, I think, 2 movies, and that's all. He's not a good actor. He's never really made a very great impact in personally acting like people like the way you would talk of people like Zach Oji.
That Patrick is good, though. Let's forget politics. That guy is good.
No.
Have you seen Living in
I watch those guys movie. The guy is good.
Wait. I've spoken. I said something. I said 2 movies One is living in bondage, and this girl Snake. Can you tell me? Can you count the number of movies Zach Odiat acted in? You can only mention living in bondage now, and Uneka the Snake Girl for Kenneth now. Tell me another one. You see everybody silent now.
Forget, someone can be an actor. You don't have to do your.
No, what I'm saying is acting well, but it's not even as fantastic as great actors like people like Zach Oji.
That guy don't do close to 100. Don't appear for
which
close to
one
100
now?
movies.
Mention one.
Oh, my desire, what apart treasure beyond reasoning, a million madness, end of money.
Look at that. Have you gone to Google? You've gone to Google or not?
Immediately, one man. Immediately.
Google manager.
I used to watch that guy, but
this is what you are saying. This is what I'm saying. You need to go to this acting, and that man who is acting is on the air. But you need to go to Google to search. Would you need to go to Google? Wait. Would you need to go to Google to say Richard Mofedamijo is a better actor than Kenneth Okonkwo?
No. You are talking of the number of movies where.
Yes, I'm saying that Zach Oji had featured in more movies than Kenneth.
You see the lack of Kenneth. The lack of Kenneth. The lack of Kenneth, they were early. They were so early in the movie. I mean, when the
early than people like Zach, people like RMD.
No, when the Nollywood thing started becoming
RMD have been acting when Kenneth was in Unsuka. RMD have been acting.
This guy has been acting movies since 90s now. You know, when you want to talk about those movies,
the first movie of RMD that I saw in 1983. Jaguar Nana's daughter.
Forget about those things. We are even saying, don't let us say Kenneth is not a good actor because
I'm saying that Kenneth is good. I'm saying, but it's not as good as people like Zach Oji, people like RMD. That's what I said. Say, but people have the tendency to estimate people more than they are, because one man asked the question, say, how come that guy suddenly became the spokesperson? I said, the reason is because people tend to estimate people beyond what they are. You just feel that, because this guy is an actor, he's going to be able to handle the media very well, he's going to be able to, and he's doing it. It's okay selling, he's making some funny thing, but to me, he's not persuasive. It's just so unnatural. Even the way he speaks, it's so unnatural. The way he carries his hand, the way he tries to stretch his voice, the way he's not even acting, it's rehearsal. His expression is kind of rehearsal level.
You know, when you don't like someone based on his role, you will always find it fault.
Just
like when we are talking of Desmond.
Does it come to you naturally? The way he speaks, does it come to you? Is that how he speaks at home?
No, even some orators are their actors, the way they make their presentation. You know, you act your presentations too. So that's just his own styles. So to me,
it's not natural. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's not natural. It has not a natural way of trying to speak. People come on the same channels or whatever. They sound convincing, but they don't talk like that. So they've estimated him to be more than what he is. That's the answer to that question.
All right. Patrick, a man of many talents, now a movie critic as well as an accountant and a movie critic, a political pundit, a statistician, and a medical doctor. All wrapped in one man.
And a poster too.
And a poster. You look at that. A man of many talents.
Okay. No, I'm not a poster, but I mean, I'm sensible enough to be able to criticize that post. Now, even my daughter in junior high school will trash that post.
All right, round off your thoughts on wherever you are. I'm lost track of where you were.
I'm on Peter Obi. I was saying why.
Round off thoughts there, and then we move on. Yeah.
So Obi has now been exposed. What we want is we want to sustain some pressure and puncture some of their strategies so that they begin to now panic, and in the course of that, they begin to now make more mistakes, and people will see them for who they are. Atiku is getting exposed. I'm sure the governors, like I said, are already speaking, using the appropriate channels to talk to the people to be able to remedy these things. About 2 weeks is enough time to recover. From whatever.
I was having that thought as well, that the recovery period for because there's sufficient enough time between this saga and the election for the winners and losers of this saga to emerge, and I suspect that this saga, this Naira swap, is going to influence heavily the polls.
No, they are going to, things are going to change sustainably in the north. In the south, I think APC is still trying to maintain its ground. Let me give you one thing, one man. My brother last week sent to me a video and say, look at APC in Ogoja. Now, most people, when they enter, most of these people that goes to rally, they just go look at, and Obi has gone to Abeokuta. He's probably not going to go to any other major city. A major city in Abeokuta, in Ogun State, Shagamu, Ijebu-Ode, Ayetoro. You go to Cross River, you just go to Calabar. Do you know that the APC team went to Ogoja? Ogoja is one major city in Cross River. That is Tinubu for you. They went to Goja. His team went to Goja. They went to all this Obubura. In Niger, they went to Bogu. I just saw their rally in Bogu. You need to come and see. You will think they are in Mina. See the crowd.
That is where they gave him title now.
That's his home now. That's his home.
That is where they gave him title, Jagaban of Bogu.
Exactly. So this man has influence. When I saw the Ogoja crowd, my brother, because I stayed with my brother who was in the military. He was one that trained me. So the army transfers us all over. So there was a time they transferred to a town called Ikom in Cross River. Ogoja and Ikom, they are very close. When my brother now saw that video, he just sent to me, I see these Tinubu people, they are in Ogoja. These are places where presidential candidates team, they don't go there. It is the people that send delegates to Calabar to meet presidential candidates team. But in this case, the man is going to those places. They say he's taking Ondo. The man was not only in Akure, he was in this Ilaje side, where you have this Obat as king. I forgot. You know this Obat petroleum guy is the king there. Tinubu went there. So Tinubu is not just going to, let's go to, tomorrow is Nasarawa, tomorrow is Yola. They are going to places that others are not going. And to think that the man is sick, he will not be able to cope, he will die.
Patrick, that's the man is sick. Have you noticed that narrative has died off quietly?
Because
they don't talk about it anymore,
the man who is sick has covered more places.
One man, even the hand they shake, they stop saying it now because they see the man raising the flag and the broom every time.
Remember, it was only weeks ago that they said he would not be able to campaign. That they were telling us that he's so sick he will not be able to campaign.
This man is having more meetings, he's having more campaigns, he's having more strategic sessions, he's having more talks than all of them put together. Look at when he went to Delta, he did not only stop at Wario. The man went to all this interior waterside. When he went to Cross River, I told you he went to Goja, all these Obubura side. When he went to Edo now, he went to Bini. I'm sure they will still go back.
Just Mr. Patrick.
Yeah.
That is Delta owner. You will give it to him. I will give it to him truly, because the guys there in Delta, like that Friday or Sunday, all those guys they are from the, like, he's representing Ndukwa, all those side. Then like that, I keep mentioning this guy's name. Those guys, their places, as he followed them to those places.
Exactly.
They've locked those places for him already.
Do you know what those Oba said? They said that since people have been campaigning for presidency in Nigeria, that there's no presidential candidate that ever visited their place.
Obi did the same thing in Adamawa
No,
too.
yes. Obi did, because people have been sending me what Obi has been doing. If I told you some of my he's doing the same.
Exactly.
What Obi seems to be doing is deliberately targeting specific bodies of people in the north that are disenfranchised and they've not had interaction with governance pretty much ever, and is going to politic directly to them. So that's how he's doing his northern strategy.
I don't know where he has gone in Adama. But I'm sure that if he goes to Adama and gets some place, it will be the place where you have Christians. You know, you have a lot of Christians in Adama. Wow.
Yeah.
I did my primary assignment in Yola. The Yola, for example, is divided into two. There's Jimeta and there's Yola. The Jimeta, that's Yola City. They have two blocks. If you are used to that Yola, there's a Jimeta and there's a Yola. But the two of them, they call them Yola. The main Jimeta is like the modern side, and you have a lot of Christians there, churches and everything. And then Yola is where you really have the Emirates and all these local. That was what it was then. I'm sure it has not changed now. So I'm sure if Obi is going there, is appealing to those Christians there. Is targeting them, so he might gain some traction there, and that's bad news for Atiku. In Taraba, all those Christians there, he might get them, but the numbers will not be enough. That's what I'm saying. Numbers will not be enough to drive home the results. But look at what Tinubu is doing, reaching those people. He has gone. There are some states in the north that Tinubu had gone there like 3 or 4 times. It's not just going there to have rally and shaking her. He's gone 3 or 4 times, and his wife is going to places. His son is going to places. His vice presidential candidate is not just falling around. The guy is going to places.
Do you think his wife brings any value? Because that woman is she's a bit loose with the mouth. She just talks of God.
That woman is a political strategist. She has capacity to rally women. 2 ways. She had been the first lady for 8 years in Lagos. Until you see this video that they posted recently. If you look at that video, you will see that he was even joking with them. She eventually still sat down with them. In that place where he said, you have done this, you are not supporting us anymore. That's typical. She even sat down with them. You understand what I'm saying? That woman has capacity to rally women. And she has shown that. And then she had been a senator too. So she understands politics.
Who do you think
Mr. Patrick?
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry to interject.
Yeah,
you see that woman, she have impact in this election in campaigning for Tinubu. The one, she's an Ishekiri lady. And even somebody like Reno Mokri has even figured out that part. Asari Dokubo has even talked about
Very
it.
good. Asari Dokubo said that exactly.
Then that woman she makes somebody like Hope Uzodima's wife now because of the way this Remi Tinubu goes to the way she travels around and all that. She's now made the governor's wife then, to be able to go on their own. That last week now, last 2 weeks, also Hope Uzodima's wife headed a group that went to Bauchi. Do you understand? Governor's wife now have power. Nana
campaign in Bauchi, right?
Yes. So this woman is really, in fact, she's more effective than Obi's wife. What people just shout about Obi's wife, she's pretty. I don't take it out from her. She's very pretty. But when the people just, especially this our southern side,
they like Remi Tinubu is a politician. She was a senator before.
Real
That's
politician.
what I was saying. She's a politician.
A real one.
She's from.
You cannot let Solomon finish his talk now.
Finish. Yeah, you have a point, Solomon.
So this, she's very relevant in this movement. Same as Sheyi Tinubu and Shetima. See, these guys, they are working just like Atiku's son. Atiku's son too. Atiku's children.
Sorry, hold on, Patrick. This is to Solomon. Who do you think is more of an asset to the husband's campaign? The Tinubu's wife or Titi Atiku?
I will tell you, the both of them possess the same thing, but Tinubu's wife, because Tinubu's wife has held office before.
Atiku's wife has been very vocal. That's what
Yes,
I'm.
yes, but Tinubu's wife has held office before, so she's really. But Atiku's wife is working, but I will give it to Tinubu's wife more, because that woman, no. Do you know somebody that can organize? In fact, those governors' wife are seeing her like the first lady now. The way she organized these people, I when I saw that, when I see, because I follow their page, when I see these people, I'll be like, oh, this woman, she's really. In fact, she makes me like Ishekiri people, Ijo people, Ijo ladies, because of how. Will I use the word industrious? She's politically industrious. Let me tell you the truth.
Exactly.
So that is how we just label the woman. She's really no. Give it to our woman. Yeah.
And then you were saying something about you were saying something about Atiku's son. What role has he been playing in the campaign, and which one of the 500 sons they got?
He's like right now, the last movement he went for, it was just international movement with Reno Mockery, international movement, like people that they already, by the grace of God, they're already sure that they will get this position. So they already it's even more effective than Uncle Gregory going to Egypt to go and take samples and all that and making inquiry. This one is more effective than that one. So I forgot the name of the foreign agency that they met with, and they to consult and those kind of things. So as soon as their administration starts, they will usher them into Nigeria, and then they will start up the whatever thing they want to do. Yeah. So these guys are even like Tinubu, Sheikh Tinubu. Those guys are even. Do you know the one that just surprised me more? I knew that it was this Sheikh Tinubu's movement to Anambra. I knew that the girl he's even married to is an Anambra girl. He even used that girl to campaign, said that he's their in-law. They gave him chieftaincy title. That is when I said that. Anyway, these guys that they will see something, they will get something from this place.
Yeah, that indicates, that shows you that Tinubu is a liberal-minded person. Take it or leave it.
Because his son married an Anambra woman.
He married an Ishekiri Ijo Christian. That woman is partly Ishekiri and partly Idoani or something. That woman.
I don't think it's a matter of Tinubu being liberal. If you look at the man, it's not as though he has plentiful choices of women throwing themselves at.
He has money.
He will be grateful for whatever he gets.
No, this is wife is beautiful for him. This is wife. This Remi Tinubu is too beautiful. This you know, an Ijo woman that woman, no single atom, no atom of fat in her, like as she is like that. Even
how do you know her to that detail? What are you confessing here?
She's skinny, she's beautiful. Even given her age, she still looks beautiful.
I'm telling you, why?
And she comes across to me like somebody who's prayerful too.
Who has Solomon? Who has the better figure? Remi Tinubu or Margaret Obi?
I will take Remi. I'll take Remi.
One man, you are not sampling other people's wives.
No. It was when he was saying there's no fat on her.
But when you say people are beautiful, I think Buhari's wife is more beautiful than all of them. Until recently,
she have fat in her body. She have fat.
And now, until recently, that woman, Buhari's wife,
you think Buhari's
wife very beautiful?
No, hold on. Do you think Buhari's wife is more beautiful than Obi's wife? You think so?
Yes, no, Obi's wife is far beautiful than.
No, wait now. If you discount now that she has gained weight, when she first came, she was more beautiful. When I saw that, I was saying, how can this young, beautiful girl marry this man? That was my first question. Yeah, she's beautiful. Fulani girls are very beautiful. Look at Yar'Adua's wife. Look at their daughters now. That's when you will know their beauty when they were younger. When you see their daughters, that's how you know, okay, the mother was very beautiful when she was younger. When Buhari's wife first came now, she was beautiful, but now she had gained weight. That's why you are saying that. She was, go and look at her pictures when in 2015, 16, you will say, man, the lady very beautiful. You want to compare beauty of a Fulani girl with a Calabar girl? No, leave that one now.
No. Fulani girls are more beautiful
They
than
are the most beautiful in that country.
Probably in Africa, alongside maybe the
Ethiopians, Eritreans, yeah, they are like that.
Yeah.
Close to them.
And as they are beautiful, they have high taste. Like those people where you need to, that is
They
the
don't
ones
agree
that
for you. It's
no, it's not about grief. No, I've not.
Taste
If you
of
even
high
chat
taste
them,
as
if it's
in-
wait, let me just break it down to you. Like this, okay, should I use the elite, like the rich kids from this? I think they call them Malo kids. They in Abuja here, or like in Nigeria here. The way they were brought up, or that they bring them up is kind of, it's very expensive, that they don't just fall for anybody like that. And if they are with you, any small thing like this, let me not just talk to that side.
No,
But
you know, Solomon, you know, the thing is, their marriages, they don't last. That's the one thing especially the elite. If you go and look at the children of all of these ex-presidents, you'll find out that the girls have been married 3-4 times. The boys have been divorced at least twice. The ones that they cannot hold relationships
Don't use
together.
Abacha's daughter onto Giorgio, that one that married the Cameroonian.
Even Buhari's daughter.
I think the husband died. The oldest daughter, I think she lost her husband.
She's been married twice. To Malami. I think she's been married twice, hasn't she?
I think she lost the husband.
I think Malami is her third husband. I'll have to check, but I think I read that.
Yeah, I think you need to check. They are. I think they are. Apart from Abacha's wife, Abacha's daughter, that their last daughter, even the older daughters of Abacha, they've been stable with their marriage now. It's just that last daughter that lost her first marriage to that Cameroonian guy, and now is married to May Balabuni.
I think Babangeda's daughter is.
No, Babangida is not
Fulani. It's not Fulani.
Nupe, yeah. So
Nupe.
That girl, that girl is partly Nupe, partly Igbo now, so you can't say she's Fulani.
No. Yes, yeah, right. All right. Thank you, Patrick. Let me take the conversation to Solomon as I continue to try to make sure everybody heard. So Solomon, that clip that I was trying to play to Patrick, I have walked it off the music. So let me play it to you and then get your reaction. I was wanted to get Patrick's reaction, but let me play it to you and get your reaction. Probably you are the best person because you are directly at the heartland of it. Watch this.
This is serious.
So that's the new Naira note that people are killing each other for. They are dancing on top of it in nightclubs.
I think they need to pass a law on the use of Naira.
Yes.
You don't own the currency.
Hold on. Let Solomon
currency
come in.
Own
Sorry, Sir Patrick. Let Solomon come in. Solomon, to you.
Yeah. You see, like I used to say in this platform, you see in Nigeria here, there are some people that will have the money, but they don't know the way. Yeah. They will just be living like they will just feel somehow, even with the money that they are with there. But there are some people that if they are still with the money and they know the way, that anything they want, there is nothing that is not possible for them in Nigeria. There is nothing they cannot do in Nigeria here. You see this money thing now. I said it the other day that there are people that will be in their house. It is even the bank that will carry. It's not even it's not Tinubu's bullion van issue self. This one is normal local home thing that they do, that they will get access to this money, that they will not stress themselves like the way other people that are not rich and they don't know people, they don't have the level to do this thing. So that is how it is. This guy here now, I just saw one person, but I will not mention his name. Is somebody that is a very big boy. He's a very, very big boy that anything he wants to do in Nigeria, he can do it. So that thing you are seeing now, there was a girl an actress that went to an occasion and she was praying money. The EFCC has arrested her. They've arrested her. They arrested her like 3 days ago, or 3 days, or 4 days back. They arrested the lady, because they are crying that there is no money and she's coming to party to spray money and all that. So but there are some people like this guy now, they can't come and arrest him. They will not try it. There is nothing that will make them to come and arrest him. So if you know your way in Nigeria, everything is possible for you. That is just what the short thing I want to talk about this place.
Is it not alarming though that Nigerians, man, were a special case? Look at that. Those were the new notes, by the way. I'm sure you saw it.
Yeah, that it's still in another thing again. Like one thing I like, this Sheun Kuti, Fela's son. This guy is somebody that at times I've not really seen any arrogance in him, but I like everything he says. Like in one clip, in one interview that he was involved in, he was just saying his mind and saying things there. He said that for Nigeria to change, it's the Nigerian people that will change it. How are you going to change it? We first of all change our mindsets, because we here as Nigerians, we do things to oppress each other. We do things just like we're selfish in Nigeria. That is just the truth. We are very, very selfish in Nigeria. It's not even about the government. It's not everything we need to blame the government to say is the government. No, it is we. The kind of way we live our life, the kind of things we do. We are too selfish that we don't even think about, like those of you outside Nigeria now, you see certain things that happen where you see, even though that they say white like in UK that people don't associate, no, but there are some certain things that they will know that this human being like me, they will still, apart from racism and that. But in Nigeria, yeah, we are black, the same color, the same. They will still be doing things to wicked, to oppress each other, and that is just what it is. You know, there are people that don't have access to this money, or that some people are even selling. Look at POS people, what they are doing in Nigeria now. To withdraw 1,000 naira is 200 naira. To withdraw 10,000 naira now is 1,000 naira. Is that no wickedness? Something they were doing with 200, but now they've seen it as an avenue, as an opportunity to start extorting and causing depression for people. Right now, this will be thing that they are saying that they would endure for 2 weeks. It will over. Let God forbid. I don't pray like anything happen to anybody, but the way people are living their life now in Nigeria is so, they are doing it anyway. They are doing it in favor of their election, their candidates, so that it will look as if. But we have the opportunity, the POS people, that will be good. After they will be shouting, they won't change, but them, they are not good. They are not, they are not even ready to change. They are not ready to change at all. So, one man, it is us that is doing ourselves in Nigeria. Yet we as Nigerians will start loving our neighbors as ourselves. It's not just this agape love of a thing is very, very important. We have good hearts. We just be there, be our brothers keepers in Nigeria. That is when Nigeria will be good. If you like, let's I don't want to say let an angel come and rule Nigeria. If the people doesn't change their mindset, if they do not change their mindset, this same thing will keep on happening. The kind of things we see in Nigeria will keep on happening. So it's when we change our mindset and be good to each other, then everywhere will be good.
All right, and the misdirection that we're seeing in the Naira space, OSHIOMOLE has come out recently to say that Emefiele misinformed Buhari So are we seeing then they build up to land the whole baggage on Emefiele so that they can have a policy change of position and Buhari walks away free? So are you seeing signs that they want to scapegoat Emefiele?
Yeah, see, I don't think Emefiele will serve any punishment again, because when Emefiele, and let me tell you, somebody said here that Tinubu is in charge of the House of Rep and the Senate. See, as soon as the rep called Emefiele, and the next thing he granted an interview that there will be, even though Buhari was still involved, but going to that rep, the ad hoc House of Rep members, and came out, granted an interview that they would extend the Naira notes and wherever. I just knew that, oh, and this guy now, he will do everything possible to make sure his head is cleared. He must do everything. He will not really serve any punishment, because right now he knows that he has
No, it's not like they will punish him, but he could lose his job just as a token to the space, like some form of tokenism. So he is invited to give up his job as a tokenism to the disaster.
Yeah. That one is yes. Now that one is a short thing. He's going to leave that job immediately. He will leave that job. But he will not just do it in a way that he will just do it with diplomacy that people will not really, but only the people within, or people that their eyes are down, would notice that why he's leaving the job. He's going to definitely leave that job. But what he will be fighting for now is for him to leave that job in peace and not in pieces and not in handcuff. So he would definitely leave that job. Of course, he knows that, and it might even be one of the things they've agreed on. Because he really went too far in doing this thing he did, to be honest with you.
All right. And to how Peter Obi has come out on this matter, do you think this is high-end politics, or do you think this is naivety? Do you think he has misread the space, or has he played a master stroke?
This Obi thing has shown this. It has his strategy now has been seen. He's playing the opposite side. He don't want to ever be in line with should I say APC? Yeah. Even if they take they make good decisions, he will be in the opposite. Even if he will be in the opposite. So what he's doing now is, once you opposite them, the people would your followers will be happy. Like, he's making his followers happy. Can't you hear what the most of his followers come? The only Sakifara that is just being objective in what he's saying, and he tries to make points, even though he just tried to make his point. He tries a lot with Sakifara, but the rest, you just see the way they come here and talk. Wow, they say that he let them suffer, let the people suffer for 2 weeks. That is do you know that somebody that will stay hungry in a day can die? Even if he doesn't die, the kind of thing he's going to. No. These people, they are very, very funny. Obi is a politician. Obi is a trader and a politician. And as a trader, you have the ability to convince people to come and patronize you. Then now he's into politics now, and you see the kind of, I don't really see him as a correct politician, but he's trying now. He's trying now in the politics he's playing. And these people will say that he's this guy that is the common man's hope in Nigeria. Imagine what people are saying. This guy is a politician. He's playing politics. I watched that interview, but I still like certain things he did, like replying somebody like he cracked me up in that interview, and he still showed himself in that interview. He showed how hypocritical he is too. To be honest with you, he really did show how hypocritical he is. But obedience will not agree to this. They will tell you that this, that. So go and look at the comment section in that channels. Arise also, yeah. In that Arise, the way the comment section there, people are just praising him, and I was just laughing at these people. just come here and you say what you don't know. He's a politician. He's playing the politics. Be opposite. Do everything opposite of the ruling party or EDP. And don't worry, your followers will stay with you, and you might even. That is just the strategy of Obi's movement. Let's not just say any other thing about it, woman.
All right, brilliant. And finally, what is your beef? And don't say there is no beef. Or what is your beef with Des? Because I detect an undercurrent of irritation sometimes when you are. What's your beef with Des? What's your beef with Des?
I don't have beef with Des. To be honest, me, I don't. No, let me just be. I'm this kind of person. I'm growing like you have to. The way I see life, you have to be somebody that, with the kind of irritation I've gotten, you don't need to be. You don't need to beef with anybody. But if you don't vibe with certain persons, you don't need to beef with them. You understand? You don't need to beef with them. But you have to just. The boundaries was already. You were definitely set the boundaries.
Did you take each other's girlfriend?
No. Am I right that there's some undercurrent? Of course, I always hear some undercurrent. And whenever the two of you are,
No.
There's also some undercurrent.
No, I think they are the two active young men that we have.
All right. Yeah, it's
understandable.
Uptown comes here. The only thing there
Uptown
is
is
just
also another active young man there too.
Yeah, but at times we agree. Even when Uptown came here at first, we were having little altercation, but we agree. I really like the way he comes here, and but sometimes when Dex is somebody that I seem like who feels he knows everything, and he tries to, like, if he's always opposing. He always want to, if you are not in the same view, if you don't have the same view with him, he want to oppose and all that. And he's not being even his own. Anyway, let me not just talk him, but he should do better. He should behave more matured, as like the way he claims that he's old. And it's not everything you just the way, if you're not if you don't see things in line with his thoughts, with the his reason, with what is in his mind, he'll be feeling like you're saying rubbish, or like what you're saying is not making sense. And the reverse is the case. He's one not even making sense. But Uptown comes here, Uptowns agree, he opposes, he agrees. That is how a guy should analyze things, or should reason. It's not just coming to feel like you're the only one, or anybody that is not, that person is not a correct person. And if you still check, you see that this other person is a complete Juma that's doing his own reasoning is not even in line. So that is one thing I don't have any beef with him. I cannot have beef with him, God forbid. It's not Buhari. It's people like
all right. So I was right that there was an undercurrent there. Just from what you said, there's clearly an undercurrent, but I'm sure you can manage it. But I'm keeping an eye on both of you to be sure of that. So thank you, Solomon. Let me do a bit of administrative, and then we move the conversation on to Ola. So still Desmond. All these are super chats so out of sequence with where the people were pointing it to. Just a rusty gun. Trying to justify a crime explains a lot about mindset. So that was when Desmond had that insertion about that clip that we had to play. And this is Ayojo. Obi should say to Nigerians to protest, right? Why can't we be realistic in some cases? Obi must appeal to the citizens and also urge the government to do the right thing. I suspect is what he meant to say. Obi should say to Nigerians to protest, right? Why can't we be realistic in some cases? Obi must appeal to citizens and also urge the government to do the right thing. So there it is. Probably made sense when he inserted it. And this is a new name to the super chat space. Anthony Ogume. Anthony Ogume. It says Obi mentioned the cement project in his manifesto, whilst your Tinubu ran away from it. Secondly, why are they scared to call out Buhari who approved it? So well, I'm not quite sure what Siemens that project is still ongoing, and it's a positive, not a negative. So where is the criticism? I'm not clear. Obi mentioned the Siemens project in his manifesto, whilst Tinubu ran away from it. Secondly, are they scared to call out Buhari who approved it? So I'm not quite sure what that inserts to. But let me just do this as well. Ayodele Joseph joined Ayo in the buy the coffee thing. So thank you everyone for doing all of that. So let's take the conversation to Ola then, who hopefully is still there. Ola, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So Ola, to the conversation then, do you want to kick it off then with the Peter Obi's space and then his contrarian strategy regarding this Naira swap saga?
Yeah, it's to me, it is normal for him to think that the policy may be in his favor because naturally he's a person that has claimed to spend Oshishi, and compared to the likes of Tinubu and like of Atiku, that even if they don't have money, they have access to their state money that they can spend. Say, because like Okowa now, for example, he hasn't responded to Wike to talk about what he has done with Delta state money. So it is normal. And you know, when obedience when they are celebrating this policy, I think people really believe that that policy is something that will be in favor of Obi. But to me, I believe that they got it wrong because all these politicians we are talking about, they are smarter when it is a matter to protect their own self-interest. They are smarter than the way we might have thought about them. You know, immediately when they introduced it, I said something that time that this guy will start changing their money to hard currency. And what happened during that time when they had announced, you know, the dollar started moving up. And if they have asset, they just mop it, right? Just for them not to waste their money, but whatever they see, whatever they can spend during this period, they will convert. So naturally, I don't think that policy will even affect the like of Tinubu because they have those kind of mind, they have those kind of network they can use to still get that money. Yeah, maybe the money may not be as much as they were expecting before, but it's not going to be bad as people think. Even when they cannot even spend everything money, they can even still substitute. They can have some other things like their normal bag of rice, maybe some kind of the kind of commodity that people use time to time. All those. So it's to me, in my own opinion, is I don't see what will be celebrating there because when I look it from the other aspect of it, you may be celebrating hardship because whatever policy you bring out now, it affects more Nigerians more than the politicians. So just imagine those people almost sleeping by the ATM, just fighting just to get those dollars, and those people that we have to exchange, that we have to pay 1,200, like 1,200 just to get 1,000 new notes. So all those stuff, they are just some kind of hardship to the citizen. And this is my conspiracy theory. I never take it out of what I believe, that even Emefiele and some other people, they will make their money through this whatever currency exchange they are doing. So a lot of things packed together within that. So to me, Obi has nothing to celebrate. So obedient, they have nothing to celebrate. That will never stop money politics either way. So that's my belief.
Oh, all right, brilliant. And to OSHIOMOLE coming out to say that Emefiele misadvised Buhari regarding this whole policy. he been not the first person to say this. Are you seeing then the signals that Emefiele is about to be thrown under the bus?
No, see, once this administration goes, Emefiele will be one of those that they will sacrifice. The only thing I can say now is that whatever the situation it is, the politicians, they should never allow this current government to choose another CBN governor until they hand over power. Because if they do so, that may even create some kind of bad image for them by the time they get new person. Because now, if they put a new person in now, right from now, it simply means that this cabal, whosoever they call themselves, they may likely favor their people, right? And so Jonathan actually made a mistake of appointing Emefiele, a competitor, but Emefiele has taken the corruption within the CBN to another level. Remember, this guy was busy employing the children of the emirs, the children of the political class people to the position that every average Nigerian should actually have access to. So saying Emefiele misadvised Buhari is a two thing. It's all about two things. Buhari himself has history of currency redesign. So it is possible that Buhari had wanted to do that, and Emefiele is just a very good tool to be used, because when Buhari is not having his way, and all his cabal, they are not having their ways based on what they've done, they are ready to throw everything to make sure that, if possible, to destabilize. If these guys, they have the chance, they don't want to hand over, they want to throw the country into serious turmoil and perpetrate themselves in power. So I think what OSHIOMOLE is saying is just political statements, when they don't want to say that thing, they don't want to be blunt and say it, you look at the real person that is just a major culprit, and you start looking at those people that surround him. To me, if you ask me, then I would just say it's what Buhari wanted to do before, because Yoruba will say, so if you teach someone to do some demonic things, and the person just agree to do that thing, it simply means that person is demonic before, so it's what he wanted to do. So it's not a matter of misadvice, but the question is this: what exactly is Buhari or whosoever is behind this thing is trying to achieve? Because Nigeria is not the only country where they exchange currency, like people have said, but you still give some kind of a gap, some kind of windows for people to change. So you don't turn money in the hand of people to useless things just because of politics. So if you were so good in your policy, this thing, they were there when they were kidnapping people for ransom. Why didn't you change that thing to save the life of Nigerians, to make life difficult to discourage kidnapping? But you did it for Umaru Diko, for example, when he was stashing cash away, and other politicians. So you use that thing to cop them to make the Naira then useless. So they could have done the same thing to make this Naira useless for all those people that were kidnapping the citizen for ransom. And instead, they even had a situation whereby federal government was even paying ransom on behalf of the citizen. So I think it's so unfortunate that whatever policy they are throwing, people may be seeing it from the political lens, but I think it's more of hardship for the people. So to me, Emefiele, whether under this administration or the next one, I think that guy is as good as gone. But the only thing is, if you ask me, I would say allow that guy to finish his time, to allow the new administration to come in, and you just throw the guy away. That's the only thing I can say about that.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So Ola, let's move the conversation on and let's go to Moshood. So Mashood, are you there, Mashood?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, were you the Mashood that was with us earlier?
Yes.
Oh, all right, you've changed your name. What all right.
I discovered you called me Moshood, and I have everything in full before, so I'm just like, let me use that.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's yeah. So yeah, good of you to join us back, Mashood. So to the conversation then, at the Emefiele space, it looks as though now they're about to use him as Aaron Ogun for this Naira saga. Are you reading that as well? Because there's been too many commentaries now indicating that he misled Buhari, and that seems to be a storyline that they're looking to wrap around this saga. So what are you then making then of OSHIOMOLE's commentaries about the CBN governor misleading the president?
Yeah, thank you for that question. You see, in the way I looked at it, Emefiele is not the only one that planned this. It might be the one that brought the suggestion with the intent of telling the president that, oh, this thing will help with the corruption reduction. But at the end of the day, the cabinet that are working with the president, because Emefiele can't just go to the president and be like, President, I want to do this, and the president will be like, okay, go ahead. No. The president have their own federal they call them FEC, Federal Executive Committee, that they will sit together and think about it, see what is going to happen with it. So to me, those people that are working with the federal government and the cabals, they already knew that this thing is going to have this negative effect. But like I said earlier, their main target, the way I see it, I stand to be corrected, is that they want a way. So they want a way that this whole thing will turn people away from voting for Tinubu. That's how I see it first. And when you look at it, majority of these people that are working with the federal government, even though they used to be Tinubu's boy, majority of them are they are fighting him. The likes of Oshibajo, Aregbesola, Lai Mohammed, and so others. I think Fashola is a bit neutral. So majority of them that are working with the government, they were like going against Tinubu. I don't know why. But in my own thinking, maybe some of the policies that Buhari has or is doing during his tenure, Tinubu doesn't like it. Maybe I talk to them and, when they have their meeting, they just have to sideline Tinubu in order to satisfy their master, which is Buhari. That's how I see it. So then when they went for election to be, just to know who is going to be the flag bearer of the party, majority of them had wanted to, like the likes of Aregbesola was saying that why can't Tinubu let him run instead of him, like he should just remain as the kingmaker. So Aregbesola too wanted that same opportunity, that same position. Then Oshibajo wanted it as well. But during the primary, we know how everything played out. And the body language of the president suggests that he's a bit backing Oshibajo. But because Tinubu is so smart and is a political strategist, he has planted his root on almost everywhere that those people can go. That was why, with the help of the progressive governors, about 19 of them, that was why Tinubu was able to secure the ticket. But if you defeat someone, there's still a tendency that the person will not be satisfied and they are still going to be aggrieved. So those ones that are working with the federal government, majority of them
are still aggrieved. They are still in pain. The fact that they lost. So that was why they will support that particular motive. And they will know for sure that Tinubu is not going to be the one to suffer it. But that might affect his ambition of becoming a president. That would definitely affect him. That is what they are thinking, the way I see it. Now, when everything busted out, starting from the governor, the governors were able to like turn people against them. Because when you look at the people that are working with the federal government, the conservatives, I call them, they don't really have that political power. They're not the one that controls the crowd. The governors are the one that controls the crowd. They are the one that have that the ability to mobilize and tell people this is the direction we're going. The only person in the federal cabinet that has that same power is the president. Then the other ones are hiding behind the president to perpetrate their evil. But when the governors turns people against the president himself, which we saw what happened in Kano, then the president had to think back like, oh, I think this thing is going to have a negative effect on me. And Buhari is somebody that always likes himself more than any other person. He wants to protect his own immortal self. So doing that, the group has to come out and be like, who are we going to use as our, what do we call it in Yoruba? Like a scapegoat.
Error,
yes. So the only person they could use is Emefiele, because he's the one that brought that same policy. And they've already known what implication this thing is going to have. But because the people are now getting, you see, Tinubu is so smart. He outplayed them. If Tinubu didn't say what he said to make him look like he's supporting the masses, or he's trying to fight against the cabal, people might not have taken it serious. And they would do that to discredit him, because anything bad that Buhari does, they say Tinubu is the one that caused it, especially the Southeasterners. They always say it's Tinubu that caused it. So now the presidency thing, they can't put the blame on Buhari being the first man, the president. They have to find somebody to take that blame. That's why everything has to be shifted to Emefiele. So Emefiele is the one that is going to suffer the most, because Tinubu can never fight, or even all those politicians, the governors, they can never fight Buhari because he's still their leader. They would rather find a way to maneuver it and put it on another person. So what Adam OSHIOMOLE said is just a way of putting the whole thing on Emefiele, even though Emefiele is not the main cause. Is the one that started it, but the president himself is the one that I can say is the main cause of it. I don't know if what I said is.
Yeah, no, that was excellent. And to the politicking being played by Peter Obi, what are your thoughts on that? Contrarian strategy going against the grain.
Well, to me, Peter Obi is not a good politician. It's not. But the people that Peter Obi were able to garner to himself are the people that are frustrated, number one. Secondly, people that just, because in Nigeria, I've discovered one thing. Lots of people, I said lot, they like, especially the youth, they like to join the bandwagon. When they see that majority of the celebrities are going towards somewhere, they want to feel among. They might not necessarily benefit anything from it, But the fact that they just want to be part of the group, like, oh, I want to be among, I want to, just like showing off in Nigeria. So some people, except some youth, they believe in that. Because when you ask majority of people that are supporting Peter Obi, why are you supporting Peter Obi? They will never give you any tangible reason why they are supporting, why they think is the best. But because one celebrity is supporting him, or somebody that they know is supporting him, they will support him as well. So frustrated people that just want to feel among, and people that doesn't even know anything. They just believe like, okay, whoever talks to me, I'm following that person. So those ones are the one online that people just tell them this is what Peter Obi is good, Tinubu is bad, and they just take it as it is. They've never done any research to see whether he's bad or good. They've never done any research to know if this guy has actually done anything miraculous when he was a governor. And majority of them were either too young when Tinubu was ruling,
or too stupid.
They were not born yet, or too stupid, 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at Obi doesn't know much about politics, but he's so wise. You know, there's difference between smart and wise. There's a way they call it in Yoruba, Ijapa Ologbon Ewe. So that is wise that I use for him. He knows how to play people, and is using the same strategy that those politicians were using, starting from Jonathan or even Yar'Adua. When Yar'Adua wanted to be be Nigerian president, they were saying that Yar'Adua doesn't have anything. He ruled for it was this. It was his father or his uncle was maybe something politician, and they were telling us then that despite the fact that Yar'Adua come from a very rich family and he's supposed to be rich, he didn't. When they check his account, when they evaluated him, when he declared all his assets, it was just 500 million or something. So then people believe, oh, he wasn't that rich. Because we have that kind of mentality. We don't want somebody to be successful. The same way, when Jonathan came, he used that same trend that, oh, I had no shoe when I didn't have this, I didn't have that. So the same trend is what people with Nigeria will like people that are not, that we think is not rich, or maybe somebody that is poor. That is what we love. But once somebody starts getting rich, is our enemy. So when Jonathan did that, he camouflaged everybody like, oh, I had no shoe. And you know, they used to use that as an advert then, like somebody that had no shoe. Then when Buhari came in, the same strategy, said that I only have 200 cows. I didn't have any foreign investment. I didn't have any house in Abuja. So people, because of that, they rushed towards him. The same strategy Obi is using by saying that, oh, he only have one wristwatch or whatever. That was how everything started. But we that knows how things play out in politics, we already know this man is just playing on people's intelligence. And majority of Nigerians, like I said, that's all they like. If you tell them, oh, I'm going to work this, I'm going to do this, I don't have anything, I'm not going to steal your money, they will just believe you. But you might get there and start making life difficult for them. They don't care. Just as they did for Buhari, because the expectation was so high during the time of Buhari. But one thing I would tell people is that election day is different from what we are seeing now. Especially when they talk about structure. Structure is really, really important. For example, in my polling unit, if we don't have any Labour Party, what's it called? Party agent, if you don't have it there, even if they turn all the Labour Party's votes to another party, nobody's going to fight it. That's number one. Secondly, if what's it called? You don't have any agent that's going to be your eye there. They might not even allow people to vote for you. Or even if you have someone and you don't want to spend, the other party might come and be like, oh, you this party agent, I'll give you 100,000, just go home. And somebody that needs money will just take it and forget about Peter Obi. So that's how politics work on election day.
All right. Thank you, Mashood. So thank you, Mashood. Thank you, Mashood, and thank you, gentlemen. So, gentlemen, I can barely keep my eyes open, which is to tell you that you'll be noticing that I was a bit silent, almost nodding off even. But thank you, gentlemen. So another session done and dusted. A real delight as always. So, with your permission, I'd like to just fall out here, only to really reconvene with you later. But on my way out, let me acknowledge the people that have contributed to the platform. Jafar came in first, followed by Kulata. Thomas came in twice. These are the super chatters. Thomas came in twice. And then Ayo, who never minding buys the coffee every day, still avails himself of the super chat. So he does that. So thank you, Ayo. And then Desmond came in, only really to clap back at a comment that was made in his direction. Ayo comes back, but a different Ayo this time around, Ayo Joe. So thank you, Ayo Joe. And then Anthony Ogume, which sounds like an Edo name. He only really super chatted to slap down our commentaries that were not favorable to P to B. I wonder if some people have nightmares about that name, just the way it's pronounced sometimes, P to B. So that there he is fighting for P to B with a super chart, but not fighting for anybody, just tipping in the direction of the platform. I'd already mentioned him, so he gets the glory. And there is Ayo with the buy the coffee. But in this instance, Ayo joined by another Ayo, this time Ayo Dele Joseph. So thank you to the two gentlemen. So that has been the session, and that's me done and dusted. So thank you everyone for turning up. We'll do it again. If you are not already subscribed, please correct that. If you've not liked the stream, please do that as well. So I'll leave it there. We carry on in the comment section, but let me say good night now and see you later. Thank you, everyone. Cheers.
Thank you, one man. And it's a very wonderful, like, you gave us this platform to express our feelings. Thank you so much.
All right, join us again, Mashood. So that's Mashood, a new voice to conjure with.
All right, thank you. Bye.